Rain lashes against the dark castle as thunder booms in the distance. Amidst the storm, the white-haired girl sits alone in the gloomy room. Isabella, the nanny, brings a chocolate cake to comfort the young princess. Alicia rejects the snack, noting the scarcity of food during the ongoing war. At only 9 years old, Alicia carries a weight far beyond her age. Isabella hopes for the emperor's return, but Alicia remains cold and silent. Born Alicia Drefite Sear, she reflects on the hollow nature of her royalty. Her father left for a never-ending war when she was only 6. She watches the rain, lost in thought as the storm continues to wail. Despite her indifference, Isabella remains certain that the emperor will return victorious. Isabella vows to protect her to the end, receiving only a tired sigh. Alicia broods on her sofa, her red eyes reflecting a deep, hidden sadness. She laments her lost magic, which could have ended the brutal conflict alone. In a past life, she reigned as the legendary and all-powerful White Knight Witch. Myths say the witch grants heartfelt wishes during the purity of white nights. Desperate souls once called upon her power, offering prayers for their deepest desires. Suddenly, she lost everything, awakening in this new and powerless existence. Reborn as the tyrant's daughter, Alicia entered a world that offered no warmth. Abandoned by her father for 9 years, she lived in total isolation. She taps her fork against the cake, bored by the repetitive palace life. Only Isabella offered her the genuine love and care she desperately needed. Isabella notes the ferocious weather as the rain pours cats and dogs. The kind maid drapes a blanket over Alicia to ward off the chill. Alicia's eyes narrow as thunder rumbles, sensing a shift in the heavy atmosphere. Lightning arcs across the sky, illuminating the dark palace in a sudden flash. A deafening boom startles Isabella as a massive bolt of lightning strikes nearby. Isabella wonders when the war will end, unaware of the impending news. The sound of frantic, heavy footsteps echoes through the hallway. Ta! A heavy click signals someone is about to burst into the princess's sanctuary. A panicked knight stumbles through the door, gasping for his breath. Isabella scolds the intruder for his disrespect while he struggles to speak. The knight delivers the shocking truth. The emperor has fallen in battle. Now an orphan, a surge of magic crackles between Alicia's small hands. Though the war is won, the knight mourns the loss of his sovereign. Alicia calmly asks the messenger for his name, unfazed by the tragic report. The man identifies himself as Sir Isab, stunned by the princess's composure. Alicia rises with newfound purpose, shedding the blanket as she stands tall. She recognizes Sir Isab's rank and questions a grave error he has made. The knight is perplexed by her sharp tone and sudden commanding presence. She demands to know why he entered a royal chamber without a knock. Sir Isabeb is taken aback, never expecting such a bite from the child. He immediately drops into a deep bow, stammering out a sincere apology. Alicia makes it clear that being locked away doesn't diminish her status. With her father gone, she considers the sudden vacuum in the empire's leadership. Alicia marches out as Isabella calls after her, wondering where she is going. In the council hall, the nobles bicker loudly about the future of the throne. They argue over finding relatives, knowing the late emperor eliminated them all. The doors blast open with a violent bang, sending debris flying everywhere. The room is filled with smoke as the terrified nobles scramble for safety. Alicia steps through the mist, ready to claim what is rightfully hers. Alicia makes her grand entrance, coldly announcing her arrival to the startled council. In the grand hall, the ministers whisper frantically about the girl who just interrupted them. A noble shouts in outrage, demanding to know who dared to sit upon the throne. Alicia sits upon the massive throne with quiet authority, arms crossed and eyes cold. The nobles gasp in realization as they take in her striking silver hair. Her piercing red eyes and icy gaze bear an unmistakable resemblance to the late emperor. Recognized at last, Princess Alicia mockingly asks if they have only just realized her identity. An angry noble slams his fist down, declaring a woman empress to be absolutely unacceptable. He further insults her, claiming a sheltered princess who never left the palace cannot lead. Alicia fixes him with a chilling stare, asking which noble house he represents. With an expression of pure disdain, she demands that he state his name immediately. The room falls into a hushed, uneasy silence as the child's presence overwhelms the seasoned ministers. Marquis Dumers identifies himself, but Alicia instantly mocks the narrowness of his thinking. She questions the minister's competence as they see the late emperor's shadow looming behind her. Alicia asserts her royal lineage, asking if they simply wanted a puppet to control. Arnold Herdev steps forward, greeting her while calling the other cowering nobles pathetic. Despite his greeting, Arnold bluntly questions whether she possesses the actual ability to rule. Alicia listens with a calm, calculating expression as the noble continues his challenge. He points out the ruins of war, insisting the empire needs a leader who can take charge. Alicia rises, questioning if they truly doubt she has what it takes to be empress. A small, confident smirk plays on her lips as she prepares to prove them wrong. A sharp snap sounds as she manifests a brilliant spark of magic before her finger. She uses her power to lift a noble into the air, commanding him to bear witness. The ministers watch in pure shock as she performs high-level teleportation magic without a circle. They are stunned, noting her magical talent rivals her father's legendary sword skills. Isabella watches with wide eyes, amazed by the princess's incredible, almost freaky talent. The scene shifts to a desolate border village where crows circle over the war-torn ruins. Alicia and the nobleman suddenly materialize amidst the rubble and debris of the border region. Alicia notes her magic is working perfectly, though she wonders how it truly returned. The nobleman is horrified to find himself at the border, where the devastation is extreme. He asks her plan while a grieving mother huddles with her child in the ruins. A soft crunching sound follows Alicia as she determinedly walks toward the suffering villagers. She reaches down into the dust, whispering a quiet intent to see what she can do. Alicia blows a handful of shimmering magical dust into the air with a gentle breath. She declares that with a simple wave, the wounded shall rise fully healed and restored. Massive beams and stones begin to shift as the ruins piece themselves back together automatically. She promises an abundance of food for every starving soul as divine light fills the sky. Alicia stands triumphantly as the entire village is instantly rebuilt and bathed in a golden glow. The villagers are struck speechless, staring in awe at the miracle that has occurred. The nobleman stands frozen, unable to process the impossible display of power he just witnessed. Alicia looks on with a satisfied smile, her eyes sparkling with her restored magical might. The people realize they are witnessing a divine act as light continues to radiate from her. A sudden flash signals their return to the palace, leaving the council hall shimmering with residue. Alicia calmly announces to the stunned nobles that she has just restored the entire border region. A minister stammers in disbelief, asking how she could rebuild everything in just one day. Marquis Dumers is visibly shaken, desperately seeking confirmation that such a feat is even possible. He realizes with absolute terror that she truly did restore the ruins in an instant. Alicia watches the ministers descend into a panicked argument over her inexplicable, godlike powers. She smiles dismissively at their shock, noting they are making a fuss over something so simple. Isabella stands silently in the background, overwhelmed by the incredible display of her lady's strength. Alicia dismisses the nobles' shock, telling them to prepare for much greater feats. Shimmering blue magic swirls among white flowers, signaling the dawn of a new era. Alicia gives a confident, knowing smile, her red eyes gleaming with hidden power. Alicia and Isabella walk down a grand palace hallway, their steps echoing in unison. Alicia observes Isabella's lingering shock, understanding why the nanny is so deeply unsettled. Isabella looks away thoughtfully, struggling to reconcile the child she knew with this princess. A flashback reveals baby Alicia, born into a life destined for hardship and sorrow. Isabella looks through a window, holding the infant rejected by her mourning fathers. Memories of a storm-lashed castle and angry citizens reflect the empire's deep-seated resentment. Isabella gently strokes the baby's head, vowing to be the family Alicia never had. Watching Alicia walk ahead, Isabella realizes she no longer truly knows the young girl. Isabella's green eyes narrow in doubt, questioning if this is the same princess she raised. Their hands entwine in a silent promise of support and unwavering loyalty between them. Alicia beams with a rare, pure smile that lights up her small, expressive face. Alicia teases Isabella about being shaken while mentally searching for a plausible explanation. Isabella offers a warm, relieved smile, happy to see a glimpse of the princess's joy. Alicia blinks in surprise, her red eyes widening at a sudden, unexpected comment. Warm sunlight floods the room as Isabella remarks on the beautiful weather outside. The two stand together in the golden glow, sharing a moment of quiet, peaceful connection. A text bubble affirms that Alicia's true identity matters less than the person she is. Alicia and Isabella laugh together joyfully among blooming roses and golden rays of light. Isabella's heart is full as she vows to remain by Alicia's side forever. The narration explains how everyone now bows to Alicia following her display of power. Workers have diligently restored the princess's palace, making it a place of grand splendor. Alicia sits at her grand desk, focused intensely on a book during her studies. An instructor lectures Alicia as her official imperial education begins in earnest within the palace. Alicia studies a tactical map while a silver-haired knight stands watch over the lesson. The image of the legendary White Knight Witch looms behind Alicia as she continues learning. A firm knock sounds at the ornate doors of the princess's private office. Alicia remains focused on her book, calmly granting permission for the visitor to enter. Sinelt, the emperor's blue-haired aide, enters the room to offer a formal greeting. Alicia notes Sinelt's impressive resilience for surviving 7 years under her father's harsh rule. Sinelt bows respectfully, acknowledging Alicia's new authority within the silent, sunlit office. Alicia identifies the aide, preparing to receive his report on the empire's current state. Sinelt confirms that news of the emperor's death has been successfully contained for now. Alicia leans on her hand, determined to prevent public chaos while the empire remains unstable. Sinelt listens as the funeral postponement is confirmed, the weight of the secret hanging heavy. Alicia shifts her focus, asking if her magic instructor, De Bieng, has arrived for lessons. Sinelt confirms the scholar's presence, keeping his posture stiff and formal behind the desk. De Bieng Brook, the energetic magic instructor, introduces himself with an enthusiastic and cheerful greeting. Alicia teases De Bieng for being on time while he theatrically proclaims his teaching dedication. De Bieng unfurls a complex magical scroll, ready to begin the day's advanced lesson. A skeptical chibi Alicia crosses her arms, unimpressed by the instructor's overly dramatic presentation. Alicia glares with narrowed eyes, sensing the instructor might have a suspicious ulterior motive. Alicia firmly grabs the magic scroll, her patience wearing thin with De Bieng's antics. She accuses the instructor of trying to take advantage of her rather than actually teaching. A spark of fire magic ignites in Alicia's hand, beginning to incinerate the magic scroll. De Bieng screams in pure comedic terror as his precious teaching materials go up in flames. De Bieng hurriedly holds up a new document, hoping to salvage the session with the princess. Alicia stares him down with an icy, demanding gaze, ordering him to hand it over. Alicia focuses on her paperwork, while Sinelt watches her work with a supportive smile. She reflects on her father's legacy as a world-renowned swordmaster who perished in battle. Sinelt notes that the news of the emperor's sudden death caused a massive public uproar. Alicia listens intently as Sinelt mentions rumors that the enemy king used dark magic. A flashback shows the late emperor facing a terrifying, overwhelming surge of dark magical energy. A massive explosion erupts on the battlefield, leaving nothing behind where the emperor once stood. Sinelt recounts the devastating blast that engulfed the entire area during the final confrontation. Alicia processes the fact that her father was declared dead after search parties found nothing. Isabella bids her mistress goodnight with a warm smile as Alicia prepares for rest. Restless and filled with determination, Alicia suddenly sits up in her bed at night. She gazes across her moonlit room toward a document resting on a small table. Alicia decides to act as a true emperor and uses magic to retrieve the report. The document details the mysterious disappearances of commoner children near the imperial palace grounds. Looking out the window, Alicia observes that the late hour is perfect for her plan. A thought bubble acknowledges that it is too late for a child to wander alone. With a confident smirk, Alicia activates a teleportation portal to investigate the missing children. Alicia materializes in a dark, empty alleyway in the city under the pale moonlight. She gathers shimmering golden energy in her hands, preparing to use a specialized tracking method. Shimmering magical ribbons erupt from her hand, scouring the town for the kidnapper's hideout. Guided by her magic, Alicia locates a suspicious building guarded by several men. Her instincts lead her deep into a dark, stone-walled underground tunnel or dungeon. Alicia's red eyes glow in the darkness as she finds several children locked behind bars. A triumphant smile spreads across her face as she confirms she has found the targets. A spark of magical light dances on the dungeon floor, heralding the princess' arrival. A young boy watches in awe as Alicia appears before them, glowing like an angel. Alicia places a finger to her lips, silently commanding the children to remain perfectly quiet. She offers a reassuring and warm smile to the frightened children she came to save. Her expression remains playful yet confident as she prepares to lead the group to safety. Alicia stands before the cage, noticing there are more captives than the initial report indicated. She cross-references her information, realizing additional children have already been taken by the kidnappers. With a simple magical touch, Alicia effortlessly unlocks the heavy iron bars of the cage. She stands in a pool of light, questioning if the criminals intended to sell the children. A sudden noise from above causes Alicia's red eyes to narrow with a chilling focus. Two kidnappers barge into the room, shouting in shock at the sight of the open cage. The men demand to know how a child managed to infiltrate their secret underground hideout. A sharp tack sounds as Alicia snaps her fingers, binding the men in magical golden chains. The criminals shout and muffle under the weight of their bonds, greatly annoying the princess. Alicia turns away from the captured men, her attention shifting back to the rescued children. The children watch her with wide, hesitant eyes, unsure of how to navigate the darkness. One girl timidly admits to Alicia that they do not know the way back home. Alicia manifests a glowing magical arrow and guides the children out of the forest hideout. She points toward a magical sign, instructing the children to follow it back to their village. The children wave happily as they run toward safety, leaving Alicia alone in the forest. Alicia ponders why the villagers couldn't find the children if the forest was not very deep. The scene shifts to the council hall, where nobles are buzzing with news about the princess. A noble reports that the princess has successfully apprehended the kidnappers for interrogation. Marquise de Maris debates with another noble, arguing that the princess has solved a major imperial problem. The Marquis praises the princess for her amazing accomplishment in personally handling the empire's crises. He asks the council if there is any further reason to doubt Alicia's ruling abilities. The other nobles sit in stunned silence, unable to find any further excuse to challenge her. Alicia stands regally with her back turned, wearing a crown and a massive red cape. The captured kidnappers kneel in a dark cell, bound tightly by glowing magical golden chains. Alicia interrogates a kidnapper behind heavy bars, demanding he speak the absolute truth. The bound man denies any knowledge of illegal slave traders or their hidden imperial backer. Glowing red eyes pierce the shadows as Alicia offers the man one final chance. A sharp gasp sounds as the kidnapper trembles, overwhelmed by the princess's terrifying presence. He refuses to talk, fearing a fate far worse than death if he betrays his master. The prisoner mentions the extreme cruelty of a mysterious woman who orchestrates the entire operation. Suddenly, a violent cough sounds as dark magic silences the witness in a spray of blood. Alicia watches in grim silence, processing the brutal elimination of her only lead. She finds the situation increasingly intriguing, her eyes glowing amidst a swirl of magical energy. Sunlight bathes the town square where citizens gather around a grand, ornate fountain. Disguised in a dark hooded cloak, Alicia walks unnoticed through the busy, sunlit city streets. Alicia adjusts her purple and black cloak, noting it will make her infiltration much easier. Shrouded in her dark hood, she blends seamlessly into the crowd while scanning her surroundings. Alicia identifies the large casino at the end of the shopping street as her target. She recalls reading the kidnapper's memories to pinpoint this illegal underground auction house location. She bumps into a passerby and offers a polite apology while maintaining her secret cover. Sensing dark magic, Alicia's eyes sharpen as she detects a familiar and sinister presence nearby. Alicia notes the unmistakable aura of dark magic mixed with a specific person's energy. Determined to investigate, Alicia decides the source of the magic is definitely her problem now. Her boots click against the stone as she walks with purpose toward the casino entrance. At the casino entrance, guards announce a mandatory magic tool inspection for all guests. Alicia scoffs at the primitive detection method, confident her immense magic will remain hidden. The guards permit her to enter, completely unaware of the powerful princess passing by them. She enters the opulent casino where patrons are gathered around several busy gambling tables. Alicia's red eyes gleam from beneath her hood as she prepares to enter the auction. A man in formal attire displays a prestigious golden ticket required for auction participation. Shimmering magic swirls around Alicia's gloved hand as she manifests a counterfeit golden ticket. She confirms with the staff that her magical ticket grants her access to the auction. A staff member politely leads Alicia toward the entrance of the exclusive auction area. They arrive at the venue as Alicia enters the grand gold-trimmed underground auction hall. The massive chamber is revealed, featuring rows of luxurious seats and a grand red stage. Alicia smiles under her hood, anticipating a very enjoyable and revealing time at the auction. The staff member bids Alicia a pleasant time as she prepares for the event's start. Alicia walks through the grand doors, her cloak fluttering as she enters the main hall. She uses stealth magic to phase through a doorway, exploring the auction house undetected. Alicia observes the items, noting that only elite families or royals could afford such treasures. Her gaze remains sharp as she continues her secret investigation into the auction's origins. A red-haired woman discusses the failed kidnapping with a mustached man in a private room. The woman smiles coldly, mentioning a special preparation her younger brother made for today. Alicia watches from the shadows, questioning if the red-haired woman is the true mastermind. The mustached man gazes greedily at a small vial containing a mysterious, glowing purple liquid. The red-haired woman refuses to reveal her source for the valuable monthly deliveries. Alicia magically retrieves the vial, noting she has what she needs to investigate further. The substance is identified as cautionable, a rare drug only elite dark sorcerers can create. Narratives describe dark magic as a forbidden, life-devouring power that is banned for humans. Alicia observes from her balcony seat as the official auction is announced to begin. A bright flash of light signals the start of the event within the opulent theater. Alicia sits with crossed arms, watching with interest as the illicit auction proceedings start. A red-haired woman named Kira introduces herself as the host of the auction. Kira smiles brilliantly as she welcomes her distinguished guest to the grand event. A golden box opens to reveal a ruby sculpture said to carry divine blessings. Alicia watches with glowing red eyes, recognizing the item as a stolen national treasure. Narration describes the heart of the 12th bell from the distant sovereign kingdom of Lorette. Alicia's gloved hand grips her arm in anger at the auctioning of another nation's treasure. Kira raises her gavel high to signal the start of the official bidding process. Noblemen immediately begin shouting their offers, quickly reaching 2,500 gold. Bidding paddles rise throughout the room as the price climbs toward 3,000 gold. Shrouded in her dark hood, Alicia decides it is the perfect moment to intervene. Kira stops her announcement, looking startled by a sudden disturbance on the auction stage. Flashes of light erupt during the chaos as a confused man shouts in shock. A gloved hand snatches the ruby treasure as Kira demands to know the thief's identity. Kira acknowledges the thief's obvious power while Alicia prepares her final warning to the crowd. Alicia stands boldly in a pool of light, holding the ruby with regal confidence. Manifesting a small flame, Alicia mockingly asks who else would dare to stop them. She displays an official imperial document, identifying herself as an agent sent to catch illegal auctioneers. Panic spreads through the audience as guests scramble to flee the room and avoid arrest. Alicia's eyes glow as she activates a magic circle, sealing the exits with golden chains. A loud scream echoes as Alicia rebukes Kira for holding an illegal auction within the empire. A mustached man shouts at Alicia, arguing that she looks far too young to be official. The man accuses Alicia of being a fake who is only pretending to represent the palace. He aggressively snatches the document, calling it fraudulent while shouting his defiance. The man claims the emperor's death proves no one could have issued such an order. Alicia looks down in grim silence as the man continues his reckless, disrespectful ranting. She warns him that he is unaware of the true terror of the imperial family. The man argues that no one remains in the palace capable of using the royal seal. Alicia removes her hood, revealing the silver hair exclusive to those of pure imperial blood. Overwhelmed by the revelation, the mustached man falls to his knees in utter shock. Alicia smirks playfully as she mocks the man's ignorance regarding her true identity. She declares that a wielder of the imperial seal still remains within the empire. With her silver hair flowing, Alicia stands as the absolute authority over the cowering criminals. The scene shifts back to the grand spires of the imperial palace under the moonlight. Alicia returns to her private chambers, her dark cloak fluttering behind her as she walks. A voice calls out, "Your Majesty," as Alicia's red eyes focus on the approaching maid. Isabella tearfully embraces Alicia, a loud sob of relief sounding as they reunite. Alicia casually pats Isabella's back, explaining she merely raided an illegal auction during her outing. Isabella holds Alicia's hands tightly, admitting she has been feeling extremely anxious lately. Alicia looks surprised when Isabella frantically asks if someone has been harassing her. Isabella scolds Alicia for sweeping through dangerous areas without a single guard for protection. She begs the princess to at least provide an indication of where she is going. Alicia offers a sincere promise to inform Isabella before she leaves from now on. A warm, relieved smile spreads across Isabella's face as she accepts Alicia's vow. Isabella mentions that the advisor was searching for Alicia regarding an important discussion. In the library, the advisor Sedelt stands at his desk as Alicia finally returns. Sedelt informs Alicia that several ministers are currently waiting for her in the conference room. Alicia sits regally in a high-backed chair, questioning why the ministers have requested her presence. Sedelt explains that the council has urgent matters to discuss with the young ruler. Alicia looks towards Sedelt, asking for his personal opinion on the minister's request. Alicia's gaze sharpens with intense determination as she asks Sedelt if he will follow her. Alicia reflects on Cement's service during her illness, though his true loyalty remains a mystery. Alicia warns Cement to speak only the truth, claiming she can instantly detect any deception. Kneeling before Alicia, Cement vows to serve as a faithful follower of the Imperial Sun. Alicia offers a knowing smile, noting that her advisor never fails to meet her expectations. Cement pledges his complete obedience as Alicia prepares to assign him a critical new task. Alicia reveals that a palace servant is accepting bribes to leak secret internal Imperial affairs. Cement bows low, taking full responsibility for the oversight and apologizing for his own negligence. Alicia commands him to identify the traitorous staff member who sold the palace's secrets. Stepping with purpose, Alicia heads toward the ministers while Cement follows behind her. Inside the conference room, the ministers wait nervously, whispering as they anticipate the princess's arrival. The mustached minister looks particularly tense as a heavy thud sounds against the grand doors. Alicia enters the hall in a beautiful pink gown, her presence demanding immediate silence and respect. A rhythmic clack-clack sounds as Alicia walks confidently toward the throne at the end of the hall. Taking her seat, Alicia leans forward and asks the ministers what urgent matters they wish to discuss. The mustached minister pleads for Alicia to rise as the new sun and lead the empire. The assembled ministers bow in unison, formally requesting that the princess take her place as ruler. Alicia watches them with glowing red eyes, her expression unreadable as she considers their desperate plea. Relieved by her silent acknowledgement, the minister bows once more, acknowledging her absolute authority. Alicia accepts their request, ordering the ministers to begin immediate preparations for her official coronation ceremony. The sky turns a vibrant orange as the scene transitions through the fading light of sunset. Isabella brushes Alicia's long silver hair, preparing her for the monumental event ahead as sunlight fades. Noticing Alicia's heavy eyelids, Isabella asks if the pressure of the upcoming ceremony is exhausting her. Isabella offers a warm, comforting smile, her green eyes filled with genuine care for her mistress. Alicia recalls how Isabella was the only one who protected and cared for her since infancy. Isabella reaffirms her total devotion, her face radiant with happiness as she serves the princess. Alicia gazes down at her hands, reflecting on the isolation of being trapped in a palace prison. Narration emphasizes that Isabella was the sole source of comfort in Alicia's lonely, restricted life. Isabella clasps Alicia's hands tightly, vowing that she has always believed in the princess's righteousness. Isabella's joyful laughter rings out, filling the room with warmth as she smiles among blooming flowers. Alicia remains silent for a moment, deeply moved by the maid's unwavering and selfless love. Alicia breaks into a rare, bright smile, her red eyes gleaming with newfound joy and determination. Isabella comically mimics a neck slice, enthusiastically promising to deal with any of Alicia's enemies. Alicia laughs heartily at Isabella's spirit, her previous exhaustion completely forgotten in the maid's company. Isabella stands behind Alicia in the mirror, announcing that all preparations for the coronation are complete. A rustle sounds as the heavy, white-furred crimson royal cloak is draped over the princess's shoulders. Alicia stands in her full imperial regalia, appearing every bit the powerful and majestic future empress. Isabella gazes at Alicia with pure admiration, declaring that Her Highness looks absolutely magnificent. In a playful moment, Isabella fusses over Alicia's collar while the princess stands with crossed arms. The two share a quiet, emotional embrace as they prepare to face the world together. Alicia looks back with a soft smile, promising Isabella that she will ensure her lifelong happiness. Overwhelmed by the promise, Isabella's green eyes widen in shock and gratitude as tears well up. Isabella beams with happiness, her heart full as she gazes lovingly at her precious princess. Alicia's expression turns sharp and regal once more, ready to take her place on the throne. Standing before the tall mirror, Alicia takes one final look at her reflection before stepping out. The grand doors swing open, and Alicia steps into the bright light of the coronation hall. Her red eyes pierce through the chamber, fixed forward with the unwavering resolve of a ruler. Ministers line the path, bowing deeply in reverence as the princess walks toward her destiny. As she climbs the stairs, Alicia resolves that she will soon be known only as Empress. Alicia kneels before the high priest, who holds the golden imperial crown above her silver hair. Under the glittering chandelier, the priest begins the sacred declaration of the empire's new sun. A hand holds the ornate imperial crown, ready for the upcoming coronation. Alicia stares forward with her piercing red eyes, bracing for the ceremony. A massive explosion of light and power suddenly erupts within the hall. Chaos ensues as a protective barrier shields the official holding the crown. Alicia senses the overwhelming power while a steady, armored footstep approaches. A cold voice questions who would dare to covet the imperial throne. A tall, silver-haired man in heavy armor towers over the small princess. Terrified onlookers shout, "Your Majesty!" as the emperor makes his sudden return. The official bows submissively while Alicia silently mocks the minister's quick betrayal. Alicia addresses the intimidating warrior as her father, questioning his unexpected arrival. She offers a mocking apology for failing to recognize the absent ruler. Bowing deeply, she formally greets her father as Princess Alicia Drefite-Seer. A metallic clank sounds as the emperor's armored hand reaches for her. The emperor dismissively orders Alicia to get out of his way immediately. He insults her temper while the high official cowers in absolute terror. A heavy thud echoes as the imperial crown is carelessly cast aside. The crown hits the floor near Alicia's feet, rolling with a hollow clang. Alicia feigns shock, playfully questioning if her words offended His High Majesty. Enraged, the emperor draws his sword and levels it at Alicia's throat. Alicia explains she only intervened to save the empire from its internal chaos. The emperor stares at his daughter, visibly intrigued by her lack of fear. Alicia smiles mockingly, telling her father he is quite amusing in his anger. She notes that he lacks the true intent to actually strike her down. Alicia suggests the emperor is merely exhausted after returning from his long war. She boldly advises him to step down from the throne and take rest. A sharp hiss sounds as the emperor threatens to sever her head. Alicia stands her ground, appearing every bit the majestic and defiant royal. Calling her a fool, the emperor demands she vanish from his sight. Later that night, Alicia sits alone in her dark chambers, deep in thought. She reflects on how her own magic faltered when facing her father's presence. The emperor's harsh words regarding her defiance echo through her troubled mind. Alicia recalls his accusations about leaving her palace and coveting his throne. Red sparks of magic crackle as Alicia clenches her hand in the dark. Resting in bed, Alicia contemplates the massive shift in the palace power dynamic. Isabella enters the room asking if the princess is feeling all right after the confrontation. Isabella gently reminds her that despite his coldness, the emperor is still family. Alicia looks away, her expression hardening as she processes her maid's words. She acknowledges the emperor's return, prepared to step aside for the rightful owner. A cheerful clap sounds as Isabella offers to tell her an interesting story. Alicia looks curious as Isabella prepares to share a tale from her childhood. Isabella asks if Alicia has heard of the legendary Witch of the White Night. Alicia's eyes widen in shock as she hears the familiar name mentioned. Isabella describes the witch residing in the moon, capable of granting heartfelt wishes. Alicia reacts with visible intensity, causing Isabella to look on with sudden confusion. Isabella smiles warmly, her green eyes shining with hope among the blooming flowers. Alicia offers a soft, genuine smile, touched by Isabella's unwavering kindness and care. Faint trails of light drift through the darkness like fragments of a dream. A golden-haired woman prays fervently, pleading for a child who resembles her love. The prayer fades into the starry void as destiny begins its quiet work. A rhythmic tweet-tweet sounds as birds wake Alicia from her long, reflective sleep. Alicia stares out at the bright window, feeling as though she just woke from a dream. Feeling unsettled, Alicia ignores her breakfast as a voice calls out to Her Highness. Alicia tells Isabella she feels like she is forgetting something important that just won't come to her. Alicia decides she should eat the berry-topped pastry Isabella served her for breakfast. Isabella asks if the princess is bothered or if she had a bad dream last night. Isabella waits patiently, asking if her precious mistress requires anything else this morning. Alicia offers a bright smile, her red eyes glowing with a mischievous sense of joy. A bright sun shines over a bustling town square filled with people going about their day. A light tap sounds as Alicia teleports herself and Isabella into the center of the garden. Alicia explains that motion sickness from teleportation magic is only a problem for beginners. A wink and a crinkle sound follow as Alicia reveals a heavy pouch full of gold. Isabella is shocked, questioning where the princess managed to obtain such a massive treasure. Alicia explains she took the gold from the imperial vault as payment for her recent work. Alicia reminds Isabella of their 9 years of struggle living in the palace without any money. Alicia beams with happiness, her eyes sparkling as she plans how to spend their new fortune. Isabella looks on with a soft, affectionate smile for the princess she has always served. Hand in hand, Alicia and Isabella walk toward the town to begin their shopping spree. A flash of light reveals several elegant dresses displayed in the windows of a grand boutique. Trays of glittering gold necklaces and fine jewelry sparkle on an ornate shop table. Two shopkeepers warmly welcome their prestigious customers into Gloria's boutique for a private viewing. A light ding sounds as Alicia holds up a stolen imperial crest to pay for her purchases. The shopkeepers gape in absolute shock at the incredibly valuable item the princess has presented. A quick swish sounds as they rush to escort Alicia and Isabella to the VIP room. Isabella whispers a worried question about the specific item Alicia handed over to the staff. Alicia reveals she paid with her father's armor crest, wondering what expression he will make. A montage shows Alicia and Isabella happily trying on new clothes and jewelry throughout the day. An official red seal is stamped on an invoice for the princess's many new palace deliveries. Settlement reports that some of the gold coins from the imperial vault have gone missing. He further reports that the imperial crest attached to the emperor's armor is also gone. Sitting at his desk, the emperor stares intensely at the incredibly long luxury item invoice. A rhythmic knock-knock sounds as Cement wonders how someone bypassed 20 magical vault barriers. A creak sounds as two guards enter to report the princess's latest request for tea. The emperor immediately and coldly refuses his daughter's request for a formal tea time. Isabella and Cement sweat nervously, noting the emperor's complete lack of understanding regarding his daughter. A sigh escapes Cement as he finds the emperor's grand office has been left suddenly empty. A gentle rustle sounds as the emperor stands alone under the trees in the royal garden. The emperor stares across a sparkling lake toward a distant white gazebo nestled among the trees. A light crunch sounds as he approaches the gazebo hidden deep within the palace forest. Remarking on the nice weather, the emperor finally finds Alicia waiting for him in the garden. A rustle of leaves sounds as the emperor approaches the lovely picnic Alicia has prepared. Alicia explains she prepared a picnic since he refused her earlier invitation for tea time. A soft thud sounds as the emperor sits down on the grass beside his daughter. Alicia mockingly notes that the emperor finds sitting on the bare ground to be quite uncomfortable. A flutter sounds as Alicia uses a burst of magic to spread out a picnic cloth. Sitting together under a parasol, the emperor asks Alicia if she is feeling any better now. Alicia looks up with a playful expression, asking her father exactly what he means by that. The emperor suggests that Alicia already has enough magical ability to leave the palace forever. Alicia calmly replies that she has nowhere else to go because the palace is her home. A plop-plop sounds as Alicia adds sugar to her tea while her father makes a threat. Alicia laughs at the threat, telling her father he has no talent for making jokes. Her mockery is heard in the garden as a sudden, bright ha 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 escapes her lips. The emperor coldly rejects her presence, claiming he has no desire for her misguided affection. Alicia calmly sips her tea, declaring her refusal to live like a ghost any longer. He orders her to remain hidden, but Alicia firmly defies his demand for her seclusion. While Alicia finds the empire's sights fascinating, the emperor merely finds the entire situation bothersome. A golden glow surrounds Alicia as she uses magic to vanish, leaving her father behind. Shimmering particles drift through the garden air after the princess makes her sudden, magical exit. Alicia's piercing red eyes reflect a hidden resolve as she watches the lake's sparkling surface. Clenching her hand, Alicia releases a surge of magic while expressing her annoyance with the emperor. Amidst dark, thorny flowers, Alicia reflects on how difficult it is to control her magic. During a formal meeting, Cement reports that the empire's debutante ball is long overdue. Succumbent emphasizes that the noble lady's social introductions can no longer be delayed for any reason. The urgency of the debutante ball's return becomes the primary focus of the Imperial Council's discussion. History notes that the emperor's long absence at war prevented these essential noble traditions for years. Cement suggests that the ball is the perfect opportunity to formally introduce the imperial princess. Adjusting his glasses, Cement worries that the ministers are recklessly testing the emperor's legendary patience. Shocked murmurs fill the hall as the noblemen process the announcement regarding the princess's debut. With a cold, sharp gaze, the emperor commands the event to proceed as planned. The sun shines brightly over the palace towers as the official debutante preparations begin. In the garden, Alicia's macaron snack is interrupted by news of her upcoming debutante ball. Isabella informs her mistress that the grand event will take place in exactly 2 weeks. Alicia questions her attendance, but her maid insists it is a mandatory celebration of imperial victory. The tranquil atmosphere of their afternoon tea shifts as the weight of the news settles. Isabella claims the emperor approved the introduction, though Alicia remains highly skeptical of his intentions. Slapping the table, Alicia decides she will attend the ball despite her obvious personal misgivings. Isabella is outraged that the emperor gave them so little time to prepare for such an event. A shadow of annoyance crosses Alicia's face as she contemplates the sudden social obligations. Panicked, Isabella realizes the sheer volume of tasks required before the princess's formal debut. The maid frantically lists the endless requirements, from banquet logistics to designing the perfect dress. Isabella's worry peaks as she remembers that the princess has never actually learned how to dance. Alicia's attempt at a simple dance step leaves Isabella looking even more stressed about the deadline. A formal announcement marks the 14-day countdown until Princess Alicia's Grand Imperial Debutante Ball. The palace becomes a hive of activity as Alicia is measured for her many new dresses. Alicia and Isabella practice balancing heavy books on their heads to perfect their noble posture. Countess Sinel, the dance instructor, begins her rigorous lessons to prepare the princess for the floor. Exhausted, Alicia suspects the emperor scheduled the ball specifically to torment her with these lessons. Countess Sinel encourages Alicia to remain focused despite the immense pressure of their ticking clock. Alicia practices her steps with Isabella, making steady progress under the sunlit ballroom windows. Impressed by her talent, Countess Sinel praises the princess for her flawless and quick learning. The instructor gently asks if Alicia has already chosen a partner for her first official dance. It is explained that tradition usually requires a noble lady to be escorted by her father. Alicia pauses to think, considering who could possibly stand by her side during the grand event. To the shock of her attendants, Alicia boldly declares that her partner will be the emperor. A pale moon hangs in a starry night sky as the palace falls into a restless silence. Tossing in bed, Alicia realizes the impossibility of her father actually agreeing to be her partner. She turns away, lamenting the cold and distant reality of her relationship with the absent ruler. In the dim light of her chambers, Alicia's red eyes betray her deep-seated frustration and loneliness. Alicia hides under her blankets, regretful of the time spent learning dances she may never use. A heavy sense of disappointment lingers as she dismisses her efforts as a complete waste of time. In the quiet of the night, a mother's ancient prayer for a child echoes through destiny. An ancient mother's prayer for her child's happiness reaches the white night witch among the stars. Shimmering particles and radiant light fill the room as the scene shifts to the princess's bedchamber. Alicia slowly opens her eyes, awakening from a deep and seemingly endless sleep into the morning. Bright sunlight streams into the quiet room while Alicia lies in bed, feeling dazed and unwell. Alicia's piercing red eyes flash with sudden intensity as she fully awakens to her surroundings once more. Sitting up, Alicia wonders why she feels so exhausted and why her face feels unusually swollen. A light swish sounds as Alicia prepares to step out of bed and onto the soft rug. Standing by the window, Alicia's silver hair flows as birds chirp outside in the warm sun. Alicia looks out the window with a serious gaze, reflecting on her strange fatigue and recent dreams. Her reflection in the glass stares back as she examines her tired appearance in the morning light. In a stylized panel, Alicia pokes her cheek, confused by the lingering swelling on her face. A splash sounds as Alicia washes her face to shake off the remnants of her long slumber. Alicia's attention is caught by a sudden panicked shout as someone calls out for Her Highness. Isabella stands in the doorway, looking relieved and tearful as she sees the princess is finally awake. A rapid thud-thud-thud sounds as Isabella rushes forward and throws her arms around a surprised Alicia. Sobbing uncontrollably, Isabella clings to the princess, her green eyes brimming with tears of overwhelming relief. Alicia hugs her maid back, gently asking if anything bad happened while she was unconscious. Isabella shocks Alicia with the news that she has been unconscious for nearly 10 full days. Alicia is horrified to realize she slept through most of her limited time to prepare for the ball. The grand palace stands peacefully under a clear blue sky, contrasting with the princess's internal panic. A light clink sounds as a spoon stirs mushroom soup while Isabella expresses her deep worry. Alicia chuckles nervously while eating, trying to reassure her maid that she is perfectly fine now. Isabella remains adamant that the princess's health is far more important than any social debutante ball. A close-up of Isabella's green eye reveals the genuine depth of her concern for the princess. Isabella asks Alicia if she truly feels better, still looking quite skeptical of her mistress's recovery. Beaming brightly, Alicia insists she is healthy and capable of eating a full meal without trouble. A sudden rhythmic running sound approaches as Devian calls out for the princess across the garden. Alicia watches from the balcony as Devian sprints down the garden path with urgent news. Devian arrives at the table out of breath, surprising Alicia with his sudden and energetic appearance. A tray filled with donuts and cakes sits on the table for their peaceful afternoon tea. Alicia and Devian sit together under the bright sky, enjoying a variety of sweets and fine tea. Sipping her tea, Alicia asks Devian why he has come to visit her without any notice. A light sniff sounds as Devian explains he was unable to send word during her illness. Alicia sets down her teacup, noting that her health wasn't the only reason for his visit. Devian looks slightly nervous as he prepares to transition the conversation to a more official magical matter. Devian invites Alicia to visit the magic tower, hoping her presence will inspire the other researchers. Alicia immediately and flatly refuses, knowing the mages will only bother her with difficult magical formulas. A light ping sounds as Devian adjusts his glasses, asking if she is curious about her subjects. Alicia remains unmoved as Devian emphasizes the importance of the researchers working for the Empire. Looking bored, Alicia stays silent as the phrase, "your subjects," echoes repeatedly in her skeptical mind. A thud sounds as Alicia argues she is too busy preparing for the upcoming debutante ball. Devian stands over Alicia, suggesting she could take a quick look at their magic circles while visiting. A bright flash sounds as Alicia finally agrees to go, taking Devian's hand to begin teleportation. Enveloped in a golden glow, Alicia and Devian vanish from the garden to travel to the tower. A rhythmic whir sounds as they arrive at the grand, multi-level magic tower of the Eastern Empire. Alicia looks around in surprise as she spots a familiar and unexpected face within the library. A startled gasp sounds as two mages stammer in absolute shock at the princess's sudden appearance. One mage nearly falls off a ladder, exclaiming, "No way!" as he processes Alicia's unexpected arrival. Standing with her arms crossed, Alicia listens as a shocked mage addresses her by her royal title. Two mages excitedly approach Alicia, eager to show her the magical scrolls and research they have conducted. Two mages cheer Devian for recruiting the princess, while he insists it is just a day trip. A light giggle sounds as the two mages celebrate their success with wide, joyful smiles. With her arms crossed, Alicia stares at the giddy mages with a cold and unimpressed expression. The two mages sparkle with excitement, irritating the exhausted Devian standing beside them. A light huff sounds while Devian cheerfully offers the princess a proper tour of the tower. Devian leads Alicia through the hallway, explaining that the mages are focused on intensive research. A heavy sigh sounds as Devian laments the strange behavior of the researchers under his care. A sharp click sounds as a wooden door is opened, revealing a new section of the tower. Alicia stands in awe, noting the vast amount of magical scrolls stored within the Great Hall. Devian points out that all the scrolls on the wall are surprisingly designed for teleportation. A light tap sounds while the scene focuses on Alicia's yellow shoes as the tour continues. Alicia looks up thoughtfully while the complexity of maintaining magical formulas on paper is discussed. Surrounded by glowing scrolls, Alicia acknowledges Devian's pride in the tower's advanced technical achievements. Alicia's finger reaches out toward a specific, intricate scroll, questioning the purpose of its unique design. A light huff sounds while Devian explains the scrolls are contained to prevent accidental magical mishaps. A light shake sounds as Devian admits he has never dared to use the dangerous Dragon's Lair scroll. A light mumble sounds as Alicia recalls that the ancient dragon has been asleep for ages. Alicia dismisses the scroll as useless while questioning who the creator of such a purposeless item is. A light yawn sounds as the messy-haired mage named Raven Dray is introduced to the princess. Looking curious, Alicia asks the disheveled Raven about the specific research purpose of his strange scroll. Raven explains his current research project while Devian watches the interaction with a calm gaze. A light hum sounds while Devian examines a document, noticing something suspicious on the mage's clothes. Raven explains he must have stained his robe when he fell earlier, dismissing it as nothing. Devian shouts in shock, realizing Raven is covered in an incredibly adhesive and dangerous magical substance. A light rustle sounds as Raven discovers the teleportation scroll is now stuck to his hand. Devian panics and insults Raven's intelligence for mishandling such a volatile magical item so recklessly. A sudden achoo sounds as Raven sneezes, inadvertently activating the unstable teleportation scroll in a flash. Horrified, Alicia and Devian are caught in a violent explosion of red magical energy and sparks. A bright bang sounds as the magic circle erupts, consuming the room in a blinding light. A heavy thud sounds as they arrive in the crumbling ruins of the legendary dragon's lair. Sobbing hysterically, Davian and a fellow mage collapse onto the dusty floor in total despair. Alicia wanders through the ruins while the distraught mages blame Raven for their current deadly predicament. A light scuff sounds as Alicia's yellow shoes step precisely across the cracked stone floor. The red-haired mage looks up in confusion, wondering where the princess is going in the ruins. Alicia stands amidst the tall, ancient pillars of the lair as the mages watch her move. Looking back with a smirk, Alicia commands everyone to follow her through the dangerous territory. Alicia navigates the sunlit pillars as she leads the two bewildered mages deeper into the ruins. A loud wah sounds as Chibi, Davian, and Raven watch the princess lead them with confidence. The red-haired and dark-haired mages cheer Alicia on, amazed by her sudden change in demeanor. A light scuff sounds as Alicia leads the group up a set of ancient stone stairs. A light step sounds as Alicia pauses, her yellow shoe landing on a specific stone tile. Alicia warns the group to step exactly where she steps to avoid the many hidden traps. Alicia reflects on her past life, knowing they must pass through the Dragon's Gate to escape. Davian is amazed by Alicia's unexpected agility and grace as she navigates the dangerous ruins. Moving through the lair, Davian asks the princess if this forbidden place looks familiar to her. A light rustle sounds as Alicia remains silent, her focus entirely on the path toward the exit. A light tap sounds while Alicia's yellow shoe lands perfectly on the next stone step. Alicia's red eye glows with sudden intensity as she senses something ancient reacting to their presence. A light grab sounds as Alicia suddenly reaches out and catches Davian by his white shirt. A bright snap sounds as Alicia pulls Davian back just as a magical trap activates nearby. Alicia and Davian look back in alarm as a sudden sound echoes through the ruins. Climbing the stairs, Davian grumbles that Alicia should have shared her knowledge much earlier. Giggling, Chibi Alicia taunts Davian, claiming his reaction speed would have been too slow anyway. They reach the terrifying last gateway of the dragon's lair, dominated by a massive statue. Alicia commands the hidden mages to come out as she approaches the crumbling stone altar. Her red eye glows with intensity, wondering if this ancient trial remains unchanged after ages. A mystical prompt appears, challenging the visitors to overcome their deep-seated fear of the dragon. The ground shakes violently as Davian panics, fearing the ancient building is finally collapsing. Alicia realizes the statue is actually charging a deadly blast of dragon breath to strike. She understands that they must endure the magical fire head-on to earn their way back. Desperate, Davian and the mages scramble to find a way to survive the impending disaster. Alicia stands firm against the light, claiming she is the only one who can endure. Her gaze remains fixed and determined as the surrounding atmosphere crackles with raw magical energy. A thunderous roar sounds as the dragon statue unleashes a massive, blinding beam of blue fire. The destructive breath surges across the room, leaving Alicia and the fallen Davian barely clinging on. Back at the palace, a frantic Davian demands to know why Alicia didn't try to dodge. The panicked mages fuss over Alicia, who looks slightly dazed but otherwise entirely unharmed. Davian continues his relentless scolding, admitting his heart nearly stopped from the overwhelming worry. Alicia looks down silently as Davian vents his frustration, noticing how tightly she holds his sleeve. Looking at her dirt-stained face, Alicia finally realizes the physical toll the dangerous journey took. Davian carries Alicia through the hallway, even though she insists she can walk perfectly fine alone. Isabella spots them returning and immediately asks where the princess has been all this time. Hugging her maid, Chibi Alicia lies that nothing happened while Davian watches with a flat expression. Alicia prompts Davian to confirm her lie, and he blames his own overprotectiveness for their appearance. A sharp thud sounds as Alicia kicks Davian's leg to keep him from saying too much. Alicia whispers a harsh warning to Davian while Isabella leaves to fetch some cleaning supplies. Isabella walks away, looking back with a confused expression at the pair's very strange behavior. A light scuff sounds as Davian kneels down to carefully fix the princess's loosened shoe. Alicia stares at Davian with a serious gaze, preparing to ask him an unexpected question. Alicia surprises Davian by inviting him to be her official partner for the upcoming debutante ball. Davian looks up in utter shock, hardly able to believe the princess chose him for society. Davian kneels and formally accepts the honor, even asking her for a dance during the song. A bright giggle sounds as Alicia laughs joyfully, delighted by his formal and earnest response. Davian looks skeptical, asking if she truly feels comfortable attending such a major social event. He worries that his reputation as an eccentric wizard might actually tarnish her debutante debut.
Alicia looks away, wondering if he is simply worried about losing favor with the Emperor.
Chibi Devian frantically denies any fear of the Emperor while Alicia looks on with confusion. A dark vision illustrates how society often labels even the most powerful mages as crazy eccentrics. Devian looks down sadly, explaining his genuine fear of damaging the princess's standing in high society. A light grab sounds as Alicia reaches out and takes Devian's hand with firm resolve. Alicia holds his hand tightly, signaling her complete lack of concern for what others might think. Devian bursts into hearty laughter, finally relaxing as he accepts the princess's bold and sincere choice. Devian walks away, scratching his head awkwardly, while Alicia watches him with a thoughtful expression. The day of the debutante arrives, and the maids begin the elaborate process of preparing Alicia. Two maids gasp in total amazement as they see the princess's stunning transformation in the mirror. The chibi maids gush over her beauty, making Alicia feel slightly embarrassed by all the attention. A carriage stands ready in the lush gardens, while a formally dressed Devian waits outside. A light gasp sounds as Isabella looks toward the palace doors with her eyes wide open. Isabella covers her mouth in sheer shock, completely overwhelmed by how radiant the princess looks. Alicia's silver hair is beautifully styled with delicate white flowers and a long red ribbon. Alicia stands radiant in her pink and white tiered debutante gown, adorned with red bows. Devian and a maid are struck speechless by the princess's magnificent and stunning transformation. A determined focus fills Alicia's red eyes as she prepares to face high society. Alicia questions the royal carriage's arrival while Devian insists she deserves to be seen. Devian offers his gloved hand to lead the princess toward the grand social event.
A light rustle sounds as Alicia turns away, her long silver hair flowing elegantly behind.
Alicia looks back with a confident, knowing smile, ready for the challenges ahead. Devian walks alongside Alicia through the palace gardens toward the waiting gala. A palace official bows deeply, directing the imperial princess and her partner upstairs. Guests whisper rumors about Alicia's long confinement and the emperor's mourning for Empress Cecilia. Alicia reaches the top of the stairs, facing her father, the silver-haired Emperor Roberto. Emperor Roberto looks back with a cold, stern gaze as he acknowledges his daughter. Alicia stands firm and unwavering, meeting her father's icy stare with her own resolve. A warm memory of the late, smiling Empress Cecilia flickers briefly in the air. Roberto notes her lack of notice as they prepare to enter the grand ballroom. A light creak sounds as the massive doors open, revealing a blinding golden light. The announcer heralds the arrival of Emperor Roberto de la Pechier and Princess Alicia. Alicia reflects on her past fears of being a partnerless laughingstock at her debut. A joyful smile brightens Alicia's face as she finally steps into the public eye. A light scuff sounds while the pair enters the hall, facing the elite crowd. Alicia looks down momentarily, the weight of the moment and history pressing upon her. Looking slightly dazed, Alicia stands beside Devian as they face the silent, watching guests. Devian admits his nerves before formally inviting the princess for their first dance together. Alicia beams with delight, signaling her readiness to begin the dance with her partner. They stand together in the center of the hall, a striking and unexpected pair. Alicia looks up with a triumphant smile, finally claiming her place in the palace. Looking worried yet determined, Devian promises to do his absolute best for her. A light tap sounds while the pair takes hands, beginning their formal ballroom dance. A thunderous bang sounds as the massive chandelier suddenly detaches and falls toward the floor. High-pitched screams erupt as the guests flee in terror from the falling crystal debris. Horrified, Alicia spins around, frantically searching for the source of the destructive sound. Guards draw their swords, shouting for an immediate evacuation as assassins leap through windows. A sharp shriek sounds as hooded intruders descend into the ballroom, attacking the panicked guests. Alicia commands Devian to prioritize saving the people as the gala turns into chaos. Devian gestures urgently toward the doors, directing the terrified nobles to flee the smoke. Standing amidst the thickening smoke, Alicia looks around with a focused and sharp gaze. Alicia spots a fallen girl in the distance as the hall descends into total ruin. Alicia rushes to a cowering, dark-haired lady, demanding she stand up to survive. With a fierce glare, Alicia warns the lady that staying down means certain death. The blue-eyed girl looks up in shock, stunned to see the princess helping her. A light scuff sounds as Alicia pulls the girl toward safety through the smoky ballroom. Sensing a deadly presence behind her, Alicia glances back as a hooded figure looms. A bright flash sounds as Alicia unleashes a burst of protective magic against the attacker.
Alicia looks on in frustration, wondering why this violent intrusion is targeting her debut. Deviant shouts in alarm, his eyes wide as the battle intensifies around the princess.
A sudden thud sounds as Alicia is thrown back while Deviant calls her name.
A knight of the Imperial Palace watches the carnage with a grim, determined expression. Knights clash with hooded assassins in the courtyard while guests scramble through the smoke. A guard shouts a desperate inquiry, searching for any sign of the emperor and princess.
An assassin lunges through the air with daggers drawn, targeting Alicia in a lethal strike.
A sharp black blade strikes the ground with a sudden tack.
Blood splatters across Alicia's face as a sickening chwa echoes through the air.
Sir Aesop draws his sword, frantically asking the princess if she remains uninjured. A cold shiver runs down the knight's spine as he witnesses the carnage.
Alicia stands unfazed amidst the fallen, her calm demeanor defying her young age.
Her intense red eye shifts with a mechanical dégoût, scanning for hidden threats.
She mentally notes the exact positions of the assassins lurking behind the stone pillars.
Alicia calls out to Sir Aesop, who immediately responds with a nervous, loyal shout.
A heavy sword tip scrapes against the floor with a harsh kagagak sound.
Alicia struggles with her faltering mana, frustrated that her control has weakened since her past life.
She exhales a steady hoo before gripping the sword with newfound magical intensity.
Stealing her nerves, Alicia tells herself to trust in her own power to succeed.
A thunderous quang sounds as a blinding explosion of blue energy erupts from the floor.
Alicia focuses her remaining strength, demanding herself to trust the magic within.
The air vibrates with a massive quang as the powerful blast levels the room.
A giant crystalline snowflake forms, freezing everything as a shockwave repels the attacking assassins. Alicia stands triumphant in the frozen hall, her sword planted firmly in the ground.
Sir Aesop watches in stunned silence, completely overwhelmed by the princess's incredible display.
Wiping away a smudge of blood, Alicia coldly notes that the threat is handled.
The sword tip cracks the stone floor with a final, heavy tutuk sound.
Surrounded by swirling magical petals, Alicia prepares to move on to her next objective. Glowing golden chains bind the captured assassins tightly against a pillar as Alicia departs. Alicia wipes her face, her thoughts immediately turning to Devian's safety amidst the chaos. A blue mana shield protects the guests while Devian lies unconscious on the floor. Her red eye narrows with intensity as she focuses on the fallen mage. Alicia's voice rings out in a panicked cry as she discovers Devian's limp body. Light streams through the palace window, signaling the end of the violent night. Alicia stands beside the sofa where the unconscious Devian has been carefully laid. She reflects bitterly on how the Emperor chose to flee instead of protecting them. Looking at Devian, she realizes he exhausted himself trying to save everyone alone. Alicia extends her hand, releasing a warm, golden light to heal her fallen partner. The restorative magic bathes Devian in a soft glow, slowly mending his inner spirit. With a weary, Alicia pulls back, having done all she can for him. Seated in a grand chair, Alicia wonders why the Emperor is still nowhere to be found. A rhythmic tock-tock sounds at the door, and Alicia permits the visitor to enter. The silver-haired aide rushes in, gasping for breath as he delivers urgent, troubling news. Alicia looks on with a sharp, suspicious gaze as she mentions her missing father. Quiet settles over the decorated palace hallway as the sun begins to rise. Alicia and her attendants gather around the bed where Emperor Roberto lies in deep slumber. Alicia senses the lingering dark magic that has utterly weakened and corrupted the Emperor.
The doctor nervously explains that they must wait longer for the Emperor to awaken.
A terrifying shadow falls over Alicia's face as she stares down the trembling doctor. The doctor squeals in terror, blaming the Emperor's condition on the long, exhausting war.
Alicia's cold question forces the doctor to desperately pledge his absolute service to the crown.
He drops to the floor in a frantic, prostrating bow before the intimidating princess. The aide leans in close, preparing to whisper a confidential secret to the princess.
Alicia's eyes widen as he reveals that the dangerous Madame Kira has escaped prison.
The aide insists that Alicia must manage the Empire's affairs while her father is incapacitated.
Chibi Alicia bluntly refuses, shocking the mages with her total lack of interest.
Alicia feigns a terrified expression, claiming she's too scared of the Emperor's potential wrath. Devian's previous management of state affairs highlights his deep loyalty and administrative expertise. Alicia questions Devian about the explosion's origin while her father recovers nearby. A sudden realization strikes Devian as he focuses intensely on the unfolding investigation. Devian reveals that the palace underground prison served as the staging ground for the attack. Alicia questions the security breach as she considers the implications of Madame Kira's escape. A sinister smile plays on Alicia's lips as she realizes a traitor lurks within. Alicia grows increasingly concerned about the combined threat of the escaped prisoners and Kira. Bright sunlight bathes the grand palace spires during a moment of temporary external peace.
Lying on a sofa, Alicia studies a complex map to track Madame Kira's movements.
Alicia's intense red eye narrows as she meticulously scans the map for hidden clues.
A soft plack sounds as Alicia collapses onto the sofa, completely drained from the day. Alicia reflects on the daunting scale of the conspiracy while resting her weary eyes.
Sitting up, Alicia worries that a restless emperor might create even more political complications. Alicia's hand glows with golden magic as she tests her current level of control. Alicia flops back down, her exhaustion weighing heavily as she struggles with her powers. A thoughtful "Heum" escapes Alicia as she examines the faint magical aura around her hand. Alicia monitors the sleeping emperor, determined to uncover the truth behind his weakened state. Two maids stand by with bowls and towels, looking surprised by the princess's presence. Alicia peeks into the room, signaling the maids to remain silent with a quick shh. A light chiok sounds as Alicia approaches her father's bedside to check his condition. Alicia's magic flickers unstably, reacting negatively to the emperor's presence with a faint susu. Frustration mounts as Alicia realizes her healing magic is being suppressed by her father's energy. In a lighter moment, Chibi Alicia pokes the emperor's face, amusing her loyal attendants.
Alicia contemplates the mysterious, draining connection between her own magic and the Emperor's health.
Emperor Roberto lies in a deep, undisturbed sleep, unaware of the chaos surrounding him.
Alicia is startled by a sudden sound, her eyes widening as she senses movement.
A steady jobuck sounds while Alicia departs, just as the Emperor finally awakens. A sharp syrinx sounds as Emperor Roberto's red eyes snaps open with newfound clarity. The Emperor stares toward the door Alicia just exited, sensing a lingering presence. Sitting upright, Emperor Roberto listens intently as Devian begins a formal report on the attack. The Emperor's stern expression remains fixed as he hears about the debutante ball disaster. Devian outlines the search for Madame Kira while the Emperor processes the security failure. Devian notes the presence of a traitor, echoing Alicia's earlier suspicion of internal betrayal. Roberto remains silent, the weight of the Empire's recent turmoil visible in his gaze. Devian finishes his report, marveling at how similarly the Emperor and Princess think. Roberto orders the investigation to continue, following the decisive path his daughter already set. With a respectful chuk, Devian acknowledges his sovereign's command to find the escaped prisoners. Shadows swirl in the murky darkness, signaling a shift to a more sinister location. A low ung-song sounds while a hooded figure stands watch in a gloomy, cobwebbed cellar. Two hooded conspirators confer in the dark, their faces hidden as they plot their next move. A sharp peal sounds as Madame Kira enters, looking elegant yet lethal in her finery. Sinister laughter echoes through the hideout as the villains celebrate their successful palace infiltration. Madame Kira gloats about her plan to seize control of the entire Eastern Empire soon. Now dressed in green, Alicia calmly reads an invitation to a prestigious social event. The green-eyed maid excitedly suggests a tea party while Alicia considers a specific noble house. Overjoyed at the prospect, the maid enthusiastically encourages the princess to socialize and mingle. Alicia recalls a noble family's history, wondering about the potential allies hidden among them. The maid sparkles with excitement, insisting that Alicia must start building her own social circle. Eyes shining, the maid pleads with Alicia to accept the invitation and attend the party. Alicia agrees to attend the tea party, sparking a joyful reaction from her loyal maid. Alicia looks up at Isabella, who responds with a questioning, confused look. Giving a mischievous, fangy smile, Alicia looks quite pleased with her secret plan. Isabella blushes and smiles back, completely won over by the princess's charming, bright expression. A serene view of flowers and pearls sets a peaceful mood for the day. Alicia and Isabella stroll through a breathtaking garden overflowing with vibrant roses and blue butterflies. Isabella grows anxious about running into the Emperor while Alicia holds her hand firmly. Chibi Alicia playfully asks if Isabella is truly terrified of her father's potential presence. Reassuring the maid, Alicia claims the Emperor is as harmless as a glaring house cat. Alicia asks Isabella if she wants to hear a secret about their current location. Alicia taps her foot, revealing that a hidden teleportation magic circle exists right there. Startled, Isabella admits she has never heard of such a secret within the palace.
Alicia's red eye glows with magical intensity as she contemplates her next bold move.
Glowing rose patterns illuminate the stone floor as Alicia credits her father for the magic. Alicia invites the frightened maid to join her in investigating the secret magic together.
Terrified, Isabella frantically shakes her head, refusing to trespass on the Emperor's secret ground.
Releasing her hand, Alicia tells Isabella to stay and enjoy the garden alone. Alicia decides to venture ahead, leaving the worried Isabella behind in the rose garden. Isabella calls out after the departing princess, her voice filled with desperate, anxious concern. Ignoring the maid's warnings, Alicia waves her hand dismissively while walking toward the light. Alicia follows the glowing rose patterns appearing on the stone floor of the garden. She pauses to examine the intricate magical lines illuminating the path beneath her feet.
A close-up shows Alicia's intense red eye focusing sharply on the mysterious magical aura.
Alicia spots a distant ornate greenhouse and wonders if her goal lies over there. Understanding the magic's purpose, Alicia gives a knowing smile as the circle activates fully. A blinding flash of light erupts, signaling the activation of the ancient teleportation magic. Alicia arrives in a new, sun-drenched clearing, looking around at the peaceful, green surroundings. She discovers Emperor Roberto napping soundly against the trunk of a large, beautiful tree.
Alicia wonders why the Emperor is sleeping outdoors and if he is still recovering.
Gazing at her father, Alicia reflects on the man who usually commands so much fear. She notes that his sleeping face lacks the usual intimidation he projects to everyone. A soft rustling sound follows as Alicia sits down on the grass beside her father. Alicia reaches out and playfully pokes her father's cheek with a curious, gentle finger. Roberto's red eye suddenly snaps open, glaring directly at his bold and surprising daughter. Alicia greets him with a nervous laugh, claiming it is a fine day for him. Looking suspicious and annoyed, Roberto demands to know exactly how she entered this place. Alicia giggles, maintaining her innocent act while dropping a flower petal onto the grass.
A sharp step sounds as Roberto stands, coldly asking Alicia who she really is.
Alicia gazes back at him, her own red eyes glowing with a sharp, defiant intensity. Roberto threatens her, stating she won't leave until she provides a satisfactory answer. A rush of magic surrounds them as the atmosphere between father and daughter turns hostile. Roberto asks if she is truly of his bloodline or something else entirely. A sharp glare punctuates Roberto's demand for her to reveal what she actually is. Alicia clutches her chest, the weight of the palace's recent chaos hanging between them. Roberto glares at her, his red eyes burning with suspicion as he questions her legitimacy. Alicia reminds him that the palace was thrown into chaos by a sudden invasion. She continues her verbal assault, reminding him that she protected the people, not him.
Alicia's red eyes flare with rage as she challenges his right to be emperor.
Her voice rings with fury as she repeats the question, mocking his supposed imperial authority. Alicia demands to know why he collapsed, refusing to be repaid for her efforts with suspicion. Roberto stands in silent contemplation, his expression hardening as Alicia's accusations hang in the air.
Alicia's intense red eye focuses sharply as she processes her tense encounter with Roberto.
Breaking the silence, Alicia coldly announces her departure after her father refuses to answer. Alicia performs a graceful, dismissive curtsy, ending the confrontation before turning to leave him. A soft rustle sounds while Roberto watches Alicia walk away, left alone in the clearing. Roberto recalls the ball's chaos, remembering how an assassin lurked while Alicia stood her ground. A memory of the attack reveals a wounded Roberto struggling against a shadowy, magical force. Roberto's foot lands with a quick tap while purple magical energy crackles violently around him. The memory intensifies with a loud crackle as Roberto realizes a black magic barrier trapped him. Roberto grits his teeth in frustration, bleeding from the mouth while cursing his helpless state. A fleeting vision of young Alicia appearing among the sunlit vines flickers in Roberto's mind. Back in the present, Roberto stares ahead with a somber expression, deeply troubled by his memories. His eyes narrow in quiet contemplation as he reflects on the complexity of his daughter's power. The scene shifts to a grand, sunlit noble estate where a new social gathering begins. A soft tap sounds as Alicia's pink-slippered foot steps onto the paved courtyard from her carriage. Dressed in a vibrant pink gown, Alicia accepts a servant's hand while arriving at the party. A young noble lady in blue bows warmly, expressing her sincere gratitude for Alicia's arrival. Alicia recognizes the girl from the palace debutante ball, recalling her presence during the invasion. A firm clasp sounds as the two girls join hands, sealing a sudden, friendly bond. Holding her hand tightly, the blue-eyed girl smiles brightly, clearly overwhelmed by meeting the princess. Alicia feels slightly awkward as the girl praises her courage for defending the citizens earlier. The girl gushes with admiration, convinced that Alicia must have been terrified despite her bravery.
Blushing under the intense praise, Alicia struggles to maintain her composure amidst the girl's enthusiasm.
With sparkling eyes, the curious noble girl asks Alicia exactly how she learned her magic. Alicia hums thoughtfully, explaining that she never actually received formal training for her magical abilities. The girl gasps in total disbelief, shocked that such raw power could be entirely self-taught. Chibi Alicia laughs nervously while the girl remains baffled by the princess's natural combat instincts. Eager for more, the noble girl asks just how much strength Alicia's magic truly possesses. A soft hum escapes Alicia as she decides to offer the girl a little demonstration. Alicia's hand glows with a brilliant golden light as she prepares to manifest her power. A sharp snap sounds while golden sparks erupt, signaling the activation of a teleportation spell. Bathed in a radiant glow, the two girls vanish from the party in a spectacular display. Arriving at a sunny beach, the stunned noble girl wonders if she is simply dreaming. Alicia encourages her friend to enjoy the spontaneous trip since they have already arrived.
With a confident, fanged smile, Alicia reaches out to guide her guests through the town.
A loud cheer sounds as the pair enters a bustling, vibrant marketplace filled with townspeople.
An enthusiastic vendor waves them over to a stall, eager to show off his unique wares. The girls react with varying levels of disgust as the merchant presents a scorpion on a stick. Despite the odd food, Alicia and the noble girl share a joyful walk through the market. The noble girl marvels at the beautiful hanging dream catchers, her eyes wide with wonder and delight. She notes that the intricate crafts appear to be inspired by the legendary White Night Witch. A friendly shopkeeper confirms the motif, explaining the charms honor the witch and grant wishes. Alicia looks away silently, her expression unreadable as she hears the shopkeeper's explanation.
Alicia finds it unsettling to see souvenirs based on her own mysterious past identity.
Gesturing to her wares, the shopkeeper asks if Alicia enjoys hearing stories about the witch.
Alicia offers a vague, playful response, keeping her true connection to the legend a secret. In a cute display, the noble girl hugs a dream catcher, determined to grow tall and strong. A bead of sweat rolls down Alicia's blushing cheek as she watches the girl's adorable antics. Alicia smiles warmly at her new companion, touched by the girl's genuine, innocent excitement.
A sharp squeeze sounds while the street grows uncomfortably crowded, pressing the two girls together. Looking distressed, Alicia worries about getting swept away and considers teleporting them out of the crowd. Alicia's intense red eye scans the marketplace as a man carries a child nearby.
A sudden wheek sounds as Alicia turns toward the voice of an approaching stranger.
A holchuk sound follows as the scene shifts to the noble girl crying alone.
Deeply distressed, the girl worries she may never return home while in this state. A voice calls out, "Hey, you!" startling the crying girl from her dark thoughts.
A hooded woman holding a staff appears, asking if the girl is speaking to her.
Smiling eerily, the hooded figure beckons the lovely young lady to come closer for a moment. Looking apprehensively, the young noble girl asks what the mysterious woman wants from her.
A squeak sound accompanies the woman reaching into her bag, promising something for the girl. The hooded figure presents an ornate mirror, asking if it wouldn't suit the girl perfectly.
A small sound punctuates a close-up of the girl's hypnotic, wide-eyed gaze at the mirror.
The woman offers the pretty mirror for 2 silver coins as Alicia suddenly intervenes. A tuck sound rings out as the mirror falls onto the stone floor. A quagic sound follows as Alicia's boot crushes the mirror, infuriating the hooded merchant.
Alicia demands to know what kind of scam the merchant is trying to pull now. Alicia's hand glows with golden magic as she glares at the merchant with intense fury. A soft sniffle sounds while the scene shifts to a peaceful, sunny tea shop exterior. A mournful sob sounds while the table is laden with pancakes and various sweet treats. The noble girl continues to cry, relieved to have hope of seeing her parents again. A sharp suk-suck sounds as Alicia cuts a piece of pancake for her friend. Alicia tells the girl to calm down and offers her a comforting bite of food. The girl stops crying immediately, happily eating the treat offered by the princess. Blushing, the noble girl expresses her deep gratitude and feels forever indebted to Alicia.
Alicia stares ahead silently, her expression neutral as she processes the girl's emotional outburst.
Alicia recalls the earlier confrontation, her foot still pressing down on the broken mirror.
The merchant stammers, as Alicia continues her stern, magical interrogation.
Claiming to know nothing, the merchant flees while Alicia reflects on the prevalence of black magic.
Nearby, 2 noble women wonder if black magic use has suddenly increased within the empire. Alicia sits silently, her back to the camera as she listens to the surrounding gossip. The noble girl urges Alicia to try some of the delicious treats as well. A playful nam sounds as the girl feeds a pink macaron to a surprised Alicia. Savoring the flavor, a quiet nam sounds from the princess as she enjoys the treat. Alicia resolves to investigate the rising influence of black magic properly in the near future. A frantic shout of "Young Miss" echoes as an elderly butler runs toward them. The butler demands to know where they have been, explaining their desperate search. Reassured, the butler places his hands on the girl's shoulders while she claims she is fine. A soft swish sounds while the butler bows deeply, formally greeting Her Highness the Princess. Standing with other servants, the butler maintains a respectful, formal posture before the two girls. The noble girl excitedly claims they went to the sea and it was incredibly beautiful. Surprised by the mention of the sea, the butler listens to the girl's explanation. The noble girl curtsies gracefully, thanking Her Highness for the wonderful time shared today. Alicia bows her head slightly, hoping they can see each other again very soon. A quick tuck sounds as Alicia steps into an ornate carriage to return home. A sharp wheek sounds while Alicia looks back with a serious, contemplative expression. The noble girl and butler hold hands while watching the carriage depart for the palace. Alicia reflects that her only real family is Isabella, choosing not to feel terrible anymore. In a memory, a motherly voice hopes that the emperor learns love from his child. The vision continues, wishing for the young princess to become a child loved by everyone. A sudden umjill sounds while a brown-haired aide asks if Her Highness is all right. Alicia looks away, claiming she is fine, while the grand palace stands in the background. A mysterious question echoes through a dark, starry expanse of space. Cadell notes the princess is a magic-using monster, while his aide confirms the report. Cadell smiles darkly upon hearing the emperor has neglected the princess for 9 years. The red-haired king handles an hourglass as he hears Alicia now lives on her own. King Cadell Liventrees mocks the emperor's foolishness before dismissing his subordinate with a command. The aide departs while a soft, curious sound emanates from the palace chamber. With a respectful bow and a series of steady taps, the aide exits the room. A bright energy radiates as Cadell stands, his face lighting up with sudden excitement. Cadell's older sister, Princess Caras Liventrees, enters the room with a devious, knowing smile. A sharp clink sounds as the siblings toast her safe return thanks to his knights. Karase laments the emperor's survival while noting their recent efforts still yielded significant gains. Cadell sips his wine, acknowledging the deep rift between the emperor and the princess. Roberto appears weakened as Cadell schemes to flood the empire with more black magic. Cadell marvels at the emperor's decision to discard a powerful daughter over past grief. Karase smiles brightly, eager to exploit the growing divide between the emperor and Alicia. The siblings share a devious moment, anticipating the chaos their next move will bring. A sharp ringing sound cuts through the air as the scene begins to shift. Alicia sighs with boredom as a sudden, heavy presence announces itself in her room. Isabella reminds the princess of her recent trip to the sea while tending to chores. The maid suggests a quiet day of reading, much to Alicia's visible and adorable annoyance. A soft sigh escapes Alicia as she flips through the pages of a new book. A sudden idea strikes the princess, her red eyes sparkling with newfound mischief and intent. Isabella's attention is pulled from her work as the princess calls her name twice. Alicia excitedly suggests a fishing trip, while Isabella wonders what Her Highness is planning now. The princess proudly reveals her plan to hunt a terrifying, super-strong kraken from her book. Isabella firmly refuses the dangerous request, calling the creature hideous and far too risky to hunt. Alicia stands frozen in total disbelief as her grand plan is immediately and flatly rejected. Isabella remains unmoved by Alicia's claims of delicious seafood, insisting palace treats are far superior. A grumpy pout forms on Alicia's face as the maid maintains her strict, protective stance. The princess begins to speak, her voice trailing off as she prepares a magical surprise. A brilliant golden light swirls around Alicia's feet as she activates her teleportation magic. Isabella gasps in shock as a sudden bright flash signals the princess's abrupt departure. Alicia laughs triumphantly, bathed in a radiant glow as she escapes for her secret adventure. A sharp flash sounds as golden energy focuses into a powerful spell within the room. The scene shifts to the serene but mysterious Kraken Lake within the Western Empire's borders. Alicia stares at the vast water, marveling at the scale of her chosen hunting ground. With a quick tap, the princess's boots land firmly on the grassy edge of the lake.
A loud swish sounds as Alicia extends her hand, manifesting brilliant golden rings of magic.
Beneath the surface, a massive, glowing eye watches as Alicia prepares to begin her hunt. The water begins to churn with a series of heavy, rising bubbles from the depths. A massive splash erupts as the kraken rises, the sound of crashing waves filling the air. Colossal tentacles surge from the lake, dripping with water and reaching toward the sky. Alicia smiles confidently, pleased that her giant prey has decided to show itself so quickly. A soft whoosh sounds while golden energy once again gathers around the princess's feet. As the tentacles thrash violently, Alicia calmly plans to bind the monster's powerful limbs. Bathed in golden flames, Alicia declares the upcoming battle will be a simple, easy catch. A loud rattle sounds as heavy golden chains manifest and tightly bind the thrashing kraken. Floating effortlessly, Alicia grips the magical chains as she pulls the massive creature toward her. Alicia's expression turns cold and focused as she feels the kraken beginning to struggle. A heavy boom echoes as the chained kraken glares at Alicia with its glowing eyes. Alicia observes the dark energy swiveling around the kraken's massive, writhing tentacles. A sharp clank sounds as Alicia manifests golden magical chains from her hand. The radiant golden chains tighten, crackling with a surge of intense magical energy. Alicia floats calmly while the bound kraken is completely subdued by her magic. Scenting something foul, Alicia suspects that the entire lake has been intentionally poisoned. Troubled, Alicia realizes someone deliberately drove the creature into a dangerous, mindless frenzy. A quick whoosh sounds as Alicia spots a blue-haired boy resting nearby. The blue-haired boy looks visibly shaken and exhausted by the edge of the lake. Alicia wonders how long the boy has been subjected to the kraken's influence. Alicia approaches the boy, noting with relief that the poison spread remains limited. A crisp snap sounds as Alicia activates her magic with an effortless flick. The golden chains haul the defeated kraken toward the shoreline with incredible force. A heavy thud sounds as Alicia drops the beast before the startled boy. Alicia decides against bringing the poisoned kraken home to her protective maid, Isabella. A soft rustle sounds as the blue-haired boy sinks down onto the grass. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the boy formally thanks the princess for saving his life. Alicia sternly warns the tearful boy to stay far away from the lake. Alicia looks away, her expression softening after her display of great magical power. The boy watches from behind, mesmerized by the departing princess's mysterious presence. Still catching his breath, the boy stares up in total amazement at his savior. The scene shifts to the palace, where sunbeams stream through grand curtained windows. Inside the chamber, Isabella and another servant pace back and forth with anxiety. A sudden wheek sounds as a portal of brilliant golden light opens. Isabella cries out, "Your Highness!" as Alicia emerges from the radiant magical gate. A soft pook sounds while Isabella catches the princess in a desperate, relieved hug. Isabella sternly reminds Alicia of her promise not to go off on dangerous adventures. Alicia makes excuses while Isabella maintains her tearful and protective hold on her. Clinging to the princess, Isabella begs to be taken along wherever Alicia goes next. A mournful sniffle sounds as Isabella expresses her deep worry for her lady's safety. Alicia agrees to Isabella's request and asks where they should plan their next trip. Alicia is startled when a tall, brown-haired attendant suddenly appears in the room. The attendant suggests visiting Rena Lake, promising it is a beautiful spot for fishing. Alicia stares at the man, wondering if she ever truly had such an attendant. The man describes the lake's crystal-clear waters and its popularity among the nobility. Alicia considers the suggestion, her red eyes narrowed with curiosity about the new proposal. The attendant closes his eyes respectfully, waiting for the princess to make her decision. Alicia excitedly decides to visit the lake, eager for another adventure with her companions. The attendant smiles knowingly as the scene transitions to a bright, clear sky. Alicia, Isabella, and the attendant teleport to a lush green field by the water. The attendant marvels at the teleportation magic, while Alicia casually dismisses it as basic. A quick tuck sounds as Alicia's yellow shoe steps firmly onto the soft grass. Alicia smiles with pure joy, delighted by the beautiful landscape of Rena Lake. Isabella tears enthusiastically as Alicia successfully catches a fish with her new rod. A steady jack-jack sounds as the attendant claps for Alicia's impressive fishing skill. The attendant is thrilled to see the princess's claims about her abilities were true. Alicia glows with happiness, savoring the peaceful moment by the lakeside with her friends. The attendant curiously asks if Alicia can also walk on the surface of the water. Alicia nonchalantly replies that walking on water is as easy as walking on land. A sharp gasp sounds as Isabella and Alicia are struck with shock at the question. The group shares a lighthearted moment while Isabella worries about more of Alicia's feats.
Alicia asks if they really want to see her walk on water that badly.
The brown-haired attendant excitedly encourages her, his eyes shining with anticipation for her display.
A soft splash sounds as Alicia's yellow shoe gently touches the lake's shimmering surface. Bathed in a radiant golden glow, Alicia stands calmly atop the water's surface. Alicia takes confident steps across the water, her reflection crystal clear beneath her feet. A quick swish sounds as Alicia turns back, asking if her display is impressive. Isabella cheers enthusiastically while the attendant respectfully acknowledges the princess's incredible magical feat. Isabella claps her hands together, her green eyes wide with genuine wonder and admiration. Alicia's expression suddenly turns serious as a mysterious thought occurs to her.
A massive purple magic circle erupts as the attendant reveals the entire kingdom is a trap.
Alicia smiles knowingly amidst the swirling magic, unaffected by the sudden hostile activation.
Isabella is struck with shock, while Alicia remains composed despite the unfolding magical threat. The scene reiterates the shocking revelation about the kingdom's secret, territory-wide magical circle.
Alicia calmly confirms her prior knowledge of the trap, her expression cold and calculating.
The brown-haired attendant reveals his true colors, questioning Alicia's opinion of the trap lake.
Alicia notes the subtle difference in his accent, realizing she was intentionally lured away. Powerful sleep and teleportation magic activate, surrounding the princess in a vortex of energy. Alicia begins to lose consciousness, realizing the king has completely lost his mind.
Isabella reaches out in a desperate, tearful panic as Alicia is whisked away by magic. Alicia's final thought before fading away is how much this will worry her dear Isabella. In the Eastern Empire, two men work quietly in a sunlit, grand office chamber. The silver-haired emperor looks up from his work, his expression stern and unwavering. A frantic servant rushes in, breathlessly announcing the princess is currently in the kingdom of Liventrees.
A heavy thud sounds as the servant collapses in terror before the emperor's desk.
The blue-haired aide with glasses urgently calls out, sensing the gravity of the report. A crisp snap sounds as the emperor's hand slams down, his patience finally exhausted.
The emperor sternly orders his subordinates to gather the substitutes immediately for an urgent response. King Cadell of Liventrees laughs maniacally, celebrating his successful scheme to capture the princess.
Cadell mocks Alicia's pride, dismissing her as a simple child who fell for a trap. A metaphorical vision shows Alicia trapped like a bird in a gilded, heavily chained cage.
The aide confirms that the princess's nurse was sent back to the empire as planned.
A steady tap sounds as Cadell leans back in his throne, looking completely satisfied. Princess Cuirasse enters the room, noting it's time for their captive little princess to wake up.
Cadell prepares to depart, questioning if the princess truly resembles her father, the emperor.
Cuirasse recalls meeting Alicia, noting her atmosphere was very similar to her father's.
A composite image highlights the striking resemblance between the emperor and his daughter.
Cadell and Cuirasse share a devious moment, anticipating the chaos their next move brings. Alicia awakens in a dark dungeon, her wrists bound by glowing red magic sealing shackles.
A firm step sounds as Cadell approaches the magic circle where Alicia is held captive.
Alicia remains motionless, her eyes closed as her captor draws closer to her chair. Cadell looms over her, expressing his deep disdain for her signature silver hair. A soft thud sounds as Alicia groans, coming to her senses under Cadell's mockery.
Alicia's chibi form expresses pure annoyance at being called a little princess by her captor.
A quick flutter sounds as the tied-up princess struggles, while Cadell watches with amusement.
Cadell bursts into cruel laughter, enjoying the sight of the bound princess's futile struggle. Cadell mockingly warns her that a sharp tongue won't solve anything in her current situation.
Alicia glares back, questioning if he thinks sealing her magic makes her truly helpless. Cadell brushes his hair back, telling her to wait for the fun about to begin.
A sharp hiss sounds as Cadell grins darkly, asking if she's curious about the future.
Alicia stares ahead as Cadell wonders if the emperor will care about his daughter's danger.
Alicia looks away as a steady tap sounds through the dark and quiet room. Cadell strides away as Cuirasse watches the princess with a cold and calculating gaze.
A quick smirk sounds as Cuirasse greets the princess, who expresses her utter confusion.
Cadell activates a magical video message of the emperor before the bound and silent Alicia.
Alicia recognizes her father's aide, Sidelt, within the glowing purple orb's magical transmission.
A firm step sounds as Cadell mockingly addresses the emperor through the magical message. Cadell gestures to Alicia's binding circle, questioning the Emperor's feelings about his captive daughter. A sharp snap sounds as the Emperor demands to know Cadel's true scheme immediately. Cadel laughs as the Emperor notes the villain's personality hasn't changed a single bit. A steady tap sounds as Cadel walks past the bound and motionless princess's chair. Cadel holds a blade to Alicia's throat, vowing to end her life this very day. Alicia remains unfazed by the knife, internally dismissing his threats as total nonsense. Cadel offers to delay the execution if the Emperor personally comes to save her. Grinning, Cadel asks if the Emperor would save his daughter for even one more day. A sharp crackle sounds as the magical video message suddenly shatters into glowing purple fragments. Alicia stares in shock as the Emperor's transmission is abruptly and violently cut off. Shards fall through the air as Alicia wonders if her father intentionally severed the connection. Cruel, maniacal laughter sounds through the room as the princess's situation grows more dire. Cadel mocks Alicia, claiming her father clearly possesses no affection for her at all. Alicia admits Cadel is right as he questions what she will do without magic. A massive boom sounds as a sudden explosion rips through the dungeon stone walls. Standing amidst the smoke, Alicia calls her captor a wretched fool for underestimating her. Alicia glares with glowing red eyes, calling Cadel a monster far worse than the Emperor. A sharp smirk sounds as Cadel looks up, bloodied but amused by her hidden power. A steady tap sounds as Karase approaches Alicia to discuss the meaning of family. Karase questions Alicia's loyalty to a father she has barely known throughout her life. Alicia remains silent, her expression troubled as she considers her relationship with the Emperor. Karase urges Alicia to abandon the cold Emperor and join their side for survival. Karase formally invites the princess to pledge her loyalty to their kingdom instead. Alicia narrows her eyes, dismissing Carissa's proposal as completely absurd and insulting nonsense. Karase asks why Alicia clings to a father who has clearly discarded her already. Leaning in close, Karase continues her psychological manipulation to break the princess's resolve. A soft slap sounds as Alicia's shoulder is gripped, punctuating Karase's desperate proposal. A sharp smirk sounds as Karase smiles warmly, confident her words have reached the princess. Cadel explains they only want to borrow Alicia's immense magical strength for their own needs. Cadel demands a choice while a knife gleams dangerously near the bound princess's face. The memory of the Emperor's shattered image haunts the scene as the threat intensifies. Back at the palace, officials are stunned that the spirit mirror shattered on its own. The Emperor stares forward with cold intensity, his hand resting firmly on the table. The Emperor questions Cadel's plotting while Sedelt waits for his master's next command. The council erupts an argument, debating if saving the princess is worth another devastating war. A minister suggests the matter might resolve itself, much to the anger of his colleagues. An official shouts that the kidnapping is a declaration of war against the Empire's power. The Emperor looks down at the mirror shards, his silence more terrifying than the shouting. With cold eyes, the Emperor sternly orders his generals to mobilize the entire army. A peaceful sky hangs over the Grand Palace as preparations for conflict begin in secret. Cadel and Karase dine together in a grand hall, awaiting their guests' arrival. A heavy bang sounds as Karase looks up, startled by the dining hall door opening. A steady step sounds as Alicia enters the room wearing a stunning new dark dress. Karase smiles and invites the princess to join them for a meal and further discussion. Alicia enters the dining hall, labeling her red-haired captors as insufferable fools. Alicia takes her seat, questioning if Cadel and Karase are truly siblings. The red-haired pair sparkles in chibi form, proudly confirming their family bond.
Alicia recalls their crimes, suspecting they were behind the palace attack and auctions.
Cadel mockingly admits his dark magic skills aren't worth boasting about before her. A soft scrape sounds as Karase focuses on her meal, ignoring the tension. Alicia stares coldly at the siblings, asking if their claims are some joke. Cardell looks up sharply, his annoyance visible as Alicia continues her blunt questioning. A firm thud sounds as Cardell sits while Karase defends his previous actions. Alicia notes that Karase seems quite delighted for someone claiming her actions were unavoidable. Karase asks why she shouldn't be pleased with how things have turned out. Karase expresses pride in her dependable brother as Cardell watches with a stern gaze. Karase describes their meal as a meeting with a new family member on their side. Alicia remains unimpressed, asking for a further explanation regarding their true intentions. A dark potion bottle floats within a complex magic circle as Alicia questions their schemes. Alicia lists their crimes, from illegal auctions to planting dark magic users across the Empire. Alicia's red eyes glow with intensity as she demands the truth from her red-haired captors. Karase offers a hollow apology, claiming they never intended to cause chaos in the empire.
Karase suggests a cooperative future between the princess and their kingdom for mutual benefit.
Karase swears such violent incidents will never occur again if Alicia joins their cause. Alicia acknowledges the enmity between nations, asking what exactly they want from her now. Cadell smirks confidently, stating their full plan will be revealed once preparations are complete.
A quick slide sounds as Alicia places her gloved hand on the table, accepting their game.
Alicia offers a devious, sharp-toothed smile, ready to face whatever their plan entails. In a dark dream, Isabella sinks through deep water, lamenting her failure to protect Alicia. Isabella reaches out desperately in the blue depths, wishing she hadn't left her princess behind. A sharp gasp sounds as Isabella bolts upright, realizing she was only having a nightmare. Alicia leans over the bed, worriedly asking if Isabella had a bad dream. Relieved tears prick Isabella's green eyes as she looks up at her safe princess. A soft rustle sounds as Isabella pulls Alicia into a tight, emotional hug. Alicia gently checks on Isabella, asking if she is all right or injured anywhere.
Alicia lets out a bright, genuine laugh, amused by her nurse's intense reaction.
A soft sigh sounds as Isabella finally relaxes, her panic fading in Alicia's presence. Isabella looks around the grand room, questioning their current location and surroundings. Alicia reveals they are in the Kingdom of Reentries and will stay for a while. A gentle pat sounds as Alicia rests her hand on Isabella's, offering quiet comfort. Alicia offers Isabella the chance to return to the Empire if she truly wishes. Alicia smiles warmly at her nurse, her expression filled with genuine affection and care. Alicia continues her offer, looking confident and happy despite being in enemy territory. Isabella stares at her princess, stunned by the suggestion of leaving Alicia alone. A firm grasp sounds as Isabella takes Alicia's hands, refusing to abandon her princess. Isabella insists she will stay, fearing for Alicia's safety in an enemy nation. Framed by white flowers, Isabella declares she will be fine as long as she's with Alicia. Isabella smiles with her eyes closed, her loyalty to the princess stronger than ever. Isabella's chibi form expresses deep worry about the king's rumored use of dark magic. Alicia's chibi form nonchalantly suggests they just kill the king if things go south. A joyful laugh sounds as Alicia smiles amidst a field of blooming white flowers. Isabella gazes at Alicia with a soft smile, heartened by the princess's cheerful mood. The silver-haired emperor sits alone in his office, his expression heavy with silent thought. The emperor's red eye glows with fury as he stares at the shattered mirror shards. Summoning the army causes an uproar as council members debate the kidnapper's incredible skill. Ignoring warnings of grave danger, the silver-haired emperor decides to face the enemy alone. Sidelt looks on in total disbelief at his master's reckless and solitary rescue mission. A firm step sounds as ministers protest the emperor's return to the battlefield alone. Staring at mirror shards, the emperor finalizes his decision to set out at dawn tomorrow. Fueled by a disgusting feeling of provocation, the emperor's red eye glows with cold fury. He worries for Alicia, picturing her weeping and helpless inside a glowing magical binding circle. A soft knock-knock sounds as a maid prepares to serve tea within the palace. Relieving the maid, Sidelt takes the tray to personally attend to his brooding master. Sidelt informs the emperor that he will dismiss the arguing ministers immediately while tea is served. A sudden, violent cough splatters blood across the emperor's hand, revealing a dire internal ailment. Panic ensues as Sidelt calls for a physician while the emperor's bloody hand grips his arm. Collapsing under the weight of dark magic, the emperor struggles as shadows cloud his vision. A bright, clear sky hangs over the grand palace as the scene shifts to Reentries. Cadell and Karase host a tense breakfast, facing the silver-haired princess across the long table. Alicia glares through a wineglass, clearly disgusted by seeing her captors' faces so early. Grinning, Cadell announces that all preparations are finally complete for their grand and dark scheme.
Cadell invites Alicia to join them today, planning to borrow her immense strength for their cause.
Reaching out, Cadell emphasizes that the princess's role is the most vital part of their plan. Alicia remains stoic and cold, her sharp red eyes fixed on her red-haired tormentors. A soft rustle sounds as Cadell pulls a mysterious purple vial from his coat pocket. Alicia recognizes the vial as Kashanubal, a substance Cadell holds with a devious and mocking smile. Cadell explains that the drug acts as a lethal poison under certain magical conditions. A chilling smile spreads as Cadell reveals he has already fed the poison to the emperor. Total shock washes over Alicia as she processes the horrific news of her father's poisoning. Purple energy swirls around a floating vial as the dangers of dark magic are explained. The poison devours the soul, causing fatal internal injuries and instant death to any human victim. Having barely survived previous exposure, the Emperor faces certain doom from this final dose of Kishenabule. Alicia's expression hardens into a mask of pure hatred as she demands the plan's final details. Cadell looks to Karas, deciding it is time to reveal the rest of their treacherous plot. A glowing teleportation circle has been secretly drawn beneath the Emperor's very bed over many months. Time is running out as the unconscious Emperor's own magic begins repelling the dark energy. With a cruel smirk, Cadell explains the Emperor will soon be teleported directly to their location. Cadell leans forward with a murderous gaze, ordering Alicia to personally finish off her own father. Alicia recoils in horror, asking if he truly expects her to commit such a heartless atrocity. Cadell sneers, reminding Alicia that her father never showed her love and deserves only her resentment. He mocks her perceived lack of affection, questioning if the Emperor truly means anything to her. An oppressive silence fills the dining hall as the three face each other in a stalemate. Isabella bursts into the room, desperately shouting for her princess to refuse the wicked proposal. Annoyed by the interruption, Cadell reminds the brown-haired nanny that he is speaking with the princess. Isabella pleads with Alicia, warning that harming her father will prevent her from ever finding peace. Karas coldly tells Isabella she must follow whatever dark path the princess chooses to take. Driven by unwavering loyalty, Isabella vows to stop the assassination regardless of the personal cost. Alicia looks at her nanny with a softened and conflicted gaze as the psychological pressure mounts. A sharp grip sounds as Alicia's gloved fist clenches her dress in a moment of intense frustration. Reaching out, Isabella takes Alicia's hands in a desperate attempt to reach the princess's heart. Cadell's face contorts with rage as he demands the nanny stay out of their royal affairs. A heavy step sounds as Cadell turns to leave, ignoring Karas's attempt to stop his outburst. Looming over Isabella, Cadell calls her insolent for thinking a mere nanny could interfere with them. Terror fills Isabella's green eyes as she faces the full and murderous intensity of Cadell's glare. A sudden, sharp clang rings out as Karas's shock meets Alicia's icy, glowing fury. A heavy, dull thud sounds as Isabella suddenly collapses to the hard palace floor. Cadell and Alicia stand over the fallen nanny, the atmosphere thick with escalating tension. Her red eyes burning with internal rage, Alicia asks if Cadell just struck Isabella. Cadell dismisses the violence, claiming the nurse was being far too impudent toward royalty. A soft hum sounds as golden magical energy begins swirling around Alicia's tensed arm. Alicia declares that hurting her beloved Isabella was Cadell's biggest and final mistake. A massive boom echoes as a golden shockwave blasts through the entire dining hall. Alicia stands at the center of a brilliant, raging pillar of divine golden fire. Cadell and Karase are thrown backward by the sheer force of Alicia's magical awakening. A painful sounds as a bloodied Karas cries out during a dark explosion. Shaking in total disbelief, Cadell realizes their grand plans are ending in immediate ruin. The red-haired siblings lie utterly defeated on the floor before the silver-haired princess. A soft rustle sounds as Alicia gently touches Isabella's cheek to magically heal her. Looking weary, Alicia apologizes to her nurse and decides they must return home. Ornate floral designs frame the title card as the story enters Chapter 21. The sun sets over the grand imperial palace as the scene shifts back home. The silver-haired emperor rests peacefully in his grand, ornate bed within the quiet palace. Waking up, the emperor curses Cadell, suspecting a traitorous spy is within his palace. A sharp tap sounds as the emperor's bare foot unknowingly activates a teleportation circle. Sudden surprise flashes in the emperor's red eyes as the magical trap is triggered. The emperor's breath catches as the bright, swirling magical energy begins consuming the room. In a sudden flash, the emperor vanishes from his bed, leaving only lingering light. Bound and exhausted, the emperor wakes in a dark, cobwebbed dungeon cell far away. A soft slide sounds as the emperor looks up to see an approaching figure. The emperor's gaze hardens as he assesses his grim surroundings and his mysterious captor. Alicia stands in the shadows, reflecting on how she never had an ordinary childhood. Alicia notes that an ordinary child would have already become a cold, forgotten corpse. She asks the bound emperor if he understands his actions finally constitute high treason. A soft rustle sounds as she speaks of being cast aside so cruelly by him. Pointing to a sword, she suggests he should have just killed her at birth. A flashback shows the Emperor mourning a loss that he knows wasn't Alicia's fault. Back in the dungeon, Alicia stares down at the kneeling and bound silver-haired Emperor. A soft clench sounds as Alicia desperately begs her father to finally say something. The Emperor remains silent, his expression unreadable and cold in the dim dungeon light. Finally, the Emperor delivers a heartless blow, stating he never even wanted a child. A soft squeeze sounds as Alicia grips her dress tightly at his cold rejection. He continues, claiming he never once held expectations for trivial things like paternal love. Her eyes wide with shock, Alicia asks if he truly never wished for love. A sharp clash rings out as Alicia suddenly grabs the sword from the cold floor. Alicia pins her father against the wall, the sword's blade held near his throat. She admits she once wanted his love, but those feelings have finally withered away. A heavy clatter sounds as Alicia drops the sword, relinquishing her hatred and hope. Alicia declares she has heard his cruel and heartless answer loud and clear today. The Emperor stoically faces the blade, seemingly unmoved by the direct threat to life. A soft gasp sounds as the Emperor finally flinches and calls out Alicia's name. Tears streaming down her face, Alicia orders her father to disappear from her sight. A dark, violent slash of emotional energy marks the end of their painful conversation. A brilliant crash of yellow light erupts, signaling the end of the dungeon confrontation. Alicia stands alone under the bright sky, a soft swoosh sounding as she moves forward. A man urgently questions why the wedding celebration has already begun amidst colorful fireworks. Alicia watches from behind as the townspeople rush toward the festive palace wedding. High above on the decorated balcony, a joyous crowd cheers for the royal union. A young flower girl laughs heartily as pink petals drift through the sunny village air. The silver-haired Emperor Robel and his blonde bride stand regally in their magnificent wedding attire. Robel looks tenderly at his new empress, whose golden eyes sparkle with immense happiness. A soft wah sounds as the royal couple shares a romantic kiss before the cheering masses. Alicia stares in stunned silence, her red eyes reflecting the bittersweet memories of her parents. A soft swoosh sounds as Robel playfully covers Cecil's eyes to reveal a special surprise. A bright blue flash accompanies the activation of a glowing magical teleportation circle on the floor. In a garden of red roses, a brilliant sphere of light marks the destination of their journey. Reaching out, Cecil asks if this beautiful, sun-drenched forest is the surprise he intended to show. A massive weeping willow adorned with red roses hangs over a lush green meadow. A soft shh sounds as the memory reveals Robel once found peace resting under this tree. Alicia's expression remains solemn as she continues to witness the deep love of her parents past. Embracing tightly, Cecil thanks Robel for the beautiful sanctuary he has created for them. A heavy patter sounds as rain streaks against the palace window during a dark, somber night. A physician delivers the crushing news to the royal couple that the empress is infertile. Cecil sits in the shadows of her grand bed, her gaze downcast and filled with sorrow. Trying to be brave, Cecil assures Robel that she is fine despite the tragic diagnosis. A close-up reveals Cecil's golden eye glistening with tears as she apologizes for failing him. Robel's face contorts with pain as he desperately begs her not to speak such heart-wrenching words. Clasping her hands, Robel vows that her presence is enough and he never needed an heir. Kneeling in a beam of moonlight, Cecil desperately prays for a child to complete their family. A soft rustle sounds as a young, blue-haired Alicia hears her mother's voice echoing through time. Child Alicia wonders if her father truly wanted her, her heart aching for paternal affection. A single red eye glows with intensity as Alicia processes the weight of her mother's secret. Standing on a glowing magical platform, the present Alicia watches her mother's desperate prayer. Brilliant sparks fly as Alicia stands amidst a cosmic void, surrounded by swirling magical energy. A soft ha sounds as a bittersweet smile crosses Alicia's face against the backdrop of space. A luminous comet streaks across the giant moon, representing the unimaginable act Alicia has committed. Flashbacks show Robel in silver armor, questioning why he once hid his strength from the world. The scene shifts to a peaceful tea time where Robel and Cecil once enjoyed the garden. Alicia reflects on her strange nature while looking down at her sleeping, silver-haired father. Mystical text labels Alicia as the Lady of the White Night over a deep blue background.
Cecil continues her tearful prayer, her hands clasped tightly as she begs for a miracle.
Alicia stands at a distance, observing the ghostly image of her mother's past devotion. A translucent figure of Cecil appears behind Alicia, highlighting the girl's desire to feel loved. Her expression hardens into cold resolve as Alicia mentions placing a restriction upon her own magic.
Standing before a glowing celestial path, Alicia describes a spell born from a desperate wish. A sudden light fills the room as Alicia recalls her magic returning upon the Emperor's death.
A sharp crackle sounds as red energy sparks from a hand, revealing her wavering, unstable power.
Floating in a dark abyss, Alicia reflects on the unpleasant sensation of feeling truly unloved. A massive boom echoes as lightning strikes the dark palace spires during a violent midnight storm. Within a dimly lit chamber, servants and Roble gather around the Empress's final bedside. A soft gasp sounds as a physician warns that Cecil may not survive the night. Roble weeps at the bedside, declaring he cannot bear to live a single moment without her. With her final strength, Cecil smiles and begs Roble to promise to love their child. Roble mentions a legendary healing herb in the Black Forest that might save her life. Roble turns away in a desperate rush, determined to find the miracle herb at any cost. Alicia watches the frail Cecil, her spectral form a silent observer in the past. Cecil lies in bed, her golden eyes reflecting the weight of her terminal illness. Alicia flinches, wondering if her mother can actually see her standing in the room. Alicia asks if Cecil truly regrets making the wish that brought her into existence. A soft smile appears on Cecil's face as she looks back with tearful eyes. Alicia's hand clenches in distress as she experiences the depth of her mother's pain. Cecil gently tells Alicia she doesn't have to fulfill any expectations but her own. With a final, serene smile, Cecil closes her eyes as the memory begins to fade. Golden chains of divine energy suddenly bind Alicia as her latent power surges forth.
In the present, physicians report that Princess Alicia is in perfect physical health.
The head physician explains that Alicia likely fainted due to extreme emotional shock. A dark shadow falls over Emperor Roble as he looks down at his unconscious daughter. A painful flashback shows young Alicia tearfully ordering her father to leave her sight. Roble wonders how he could love the child who was exchanged for his beloved Cecil. The image of a silver-haired baby sleeping peacefully fills Robel's mind with bitter memories. Roble recalls his initial hesitation to hold the infant born from Cecil's sacrifice. Overcome with grief, Roble finally pulls the small infant close to his chest. The palace stands silent under a vast starry sky as Roble reflects on his choices. Roble admits he feared resenting the child, so he always watched Alicia from afar. Young Alicia laughs in the garden while her father observes her lonely play from a window. Stoic and distant, Roble remains in the shadows, unable to bridge the emotional divide.
Upon returning from war, Roble noticed Alicia's eyes were no longer those of a child.
Alicia's cold, red-eyed gaze seemed devoid of any desire for her father's paternal love. Alicia's hand clenches her dress, a silent testament to the hidden pain she endured.
Roble realizes too late that he completely misinterpreted Alicia's desire for his affection.
The Emperor realizes that beneath her cold exterior, Alicia was always yearning for love.
Regret washes over Roble as he stares at his daughter's pale, unconscious form.
A heavy, dark aura surrounds Roble as he sits by Alicia's bedside in the dim light.
Roble's eyes burn with rage as he questions why Alicia won't finally wake up. The physician trembles, repeating that Alicia is healthy despite her inability to awaken.
Roble loses his temper, preparing to strike the physician for his perceived incompetence.
A hand suddenly catches Roble's arm, stopping the Emperor from committing a violent mistake.
Seldel urgently warns Roble that killing the only doctor present will not help Alicia. Roble demands to know why he shouldn't vent his fury on the failing physician. Seldel argues that this position is their best hope for understanding Alicia's unique condition. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Roble listens as Seldel makes his desperate plea. A heavy clang sounds as Roble throws his sword down, relenting to his advisor's logic. Seldel looks at the sleeping Alicia, questioning if dark magic is at play.
The blue-haired man confirms there is currently no known way to resolve the princess's state.
A close-up shows Alicia's serene face as the grim reality of her condition sets in. Roble stands silently by the bed, his expression unreadable and cold once again. Roble orders Seldout to gather all mages capable of drawing teleportation circles immediately.
The Emperor declares his intention to travel to the Western Empire for a cure.
Seldout is shocked, reminding Robel that the war is currently moving toward that empire.
A sudden flash of light signals Alicia's eyes snapping open as she abruptly awakens.
Alicia sits up, clutching her aching head as she wonders where she is. Looking up with glowing red eyes, Alicia is startled by her unfamiliar surroundings.
Seldout and the physician panic, looking like they've seen a ghost now that Alicia's awake.
Alicia tries to remain calm, asking the two men to first explain the current situation. Alicia is stunned to learn her father threatened the physician's life during her long sleep. The brown-haired maid checks on the princess, while Chibi Alicia confirms she feels fine.
Alicia questions her father's whereabouts, surprising Seldout and the maid with her direct inquiry.
A soft gulp sounds as Alicia hydrates, wondering why the Emperor ventured into dangerous territory. The maid reveals the Emperor is searching for a rare magical healing herb to save her. Alicia's red eyes narrow as she realizes her father has risked the deadly Black Forest once again.
In a dark forest, Roble and Seldout arrive through a glowing, intricate magical teleportation circle.
A soft wah sounds as Seldout yawns while Robel orders him to stay and wait.
Roble walks into the shadows, his arrival marked by a subtle rustle from the nearby trees.
Robel reflects on the mysterious force that once barred his entry into this forest years ago.
Snarling wolves surround the Emperor, their teeth bared as they prepare for a feral attack.
A sharp slice sounds as Roble draws his sword, cutting down the wolves in a flash.
Roble stands blood-splattered and calm, noting his successful entry while more beasts growl from the darkness.
A wet squish sounds as Robel slaughters giant insectoid monsters that attempt to block his path.
Wiping blood from his cheek, Roble notices a brilliant light shining from deep within the forest. He finally locates the legendary herb, its glowing purple leaves radiating a powerful, shimmering magical aura. A soft patter sounds as Roble reaches toward the magical plant, his goal finally within reach. Roble is startled as a sudden force attacks, realizing the sacred herb is fiercely protected.
His eyes glow with resolve as he prepares to battle the unseen guardian of the miracle cure.
A heavy clang sounds as Roble's blade strikes a powerful, invisible barrier defending the legendary herb.
The ancient trees of the forest groan and shift, reacting violently to the Emperor's intrusive presence.
With a determined leap, Roble charges forward to claim the herb before his strength fails him.
A fierce whish sounds as Roble swings his blade with the desperate might of a father.
A massive boom echoes as an explosion of blue energy hurls the silver-haired Emperor backward.
Despite his tattered clothes and bloody wounds, Robel lands firmly, his gaze fixed on the herb.
Sensing a lethal, ancient presence, Roble's expression becomes one of cold, calculated survival and alarm.
Roble realizes he might die before saving Alicia if he continues, sensing the proximity of death. A quick tap sounds as Roble begins his tactical retreat, forced to leave the herb behind.
Red energy strikes the ground as Roble sprints through the forest, narrowly avoiding the lethal magic. Seldout waits at the teleportation site as Robel arrives with a sudden dash into the clearing. A final boom sounds as Roble activates the circle, demanding an immediate return to the palace.
Back in safety, Alicia eats her meal quietly, the silence broken only by a soft munch.
Alicia suddenly pauses, her eyes widening as if sensing a great, impending change in the atmosphere. Robel returns through a portal, his battered and bloodied state leaving the palace staff in shock.
Alicia watches him coldly, noting his appearance doesn't match someone returning from a simple errand.
Robel gasps Alicia's name, his relief at seeing her awake clashing with his exhaustion and pain. A violent rumble shakes the palace as a catastrophic event begins to tear through the air. Panic spreads as Seldout and the maid mistake the catastrophic tremors for a massive earthquake.
Alicia remains eerily composed amidst the tremors, her red eyes burning with a dark, knowing intensity.
With a stern voice, Alicia asks if Robel dared to touch the forbidden world tree.
Chibi Alicia desperately begs him to deny it, her small face filled with dread and worry.
Seldout observes the Emperor's grim face, realizing that a terrible doom has been unleashed upon them all.
A deafening crackle fills the sky as a massive bolt of lightning strikes the palace spires.
Servants scream in terror as the palace walls begin to crack under the pressure of magic. Alicia orders an evacuation as a massive boom signals the palace structure starting to collapse.
A dark-haired boy with pointed ears watches the ruin, mocking Roble for fleeing like a coward.
Alicia unleashes her magic, creating a vast golden hexagonal shield to protect the fleeing palace staff. Seldelt marvels at the power, noting he hasn't felt such lunar energy from her in years. The servants huddle behind the barrier, terrified and confused by the story behind Alicia's immense power.
As the energy surges, Roble asks if Alicia intends to tone down her deadly aura.
The pointed-eared boy sneers, mocking Roble's foolish choices while the palace burns in the background. Alicia's eyes widen in horror as she learns her father dared to strike the sacred world tree.
Seldelt grimly warns that the Emperor's reckless actions could trigger the total collapse of their empire.
The dark-haired boy with pointed ears declares he has come specifically to finish off the Emperor.
Chibi Alicia insists on protecting her blood relative, but the pointed-eared boy mocks her childish state.
Alicia realizes she must lure the boy into a confrontation to distract him from her father.
A sinister smile plays on Alicia's lips as she realizes her opponent has fallen into her trap. A massive boom echoes through the palace as a violent explosion of purple magical energy erupts.
Hovering above the ruins, the dark-haired boy notes with satisfaction that the palace has been evacuated.
Alicia narrows her red eyes, revolted by the overwhelming stench of the boy's foul dark magic. Surrounded by swirling golden energy, Alicia prepares to unleash her true power against the arrogant intruder. Concentrated light gathers in Alicia's palm, the air humming with the intensity of her divine lunar magic.
Alicia vows to reduce everything to dust as she releases a blinding, catastrophic blast of golden energy. The dark-haired boy stands amidst the rubble, startled by the sheer scale of the princess's hidden power. A deafening crash resounds as the golden beam obliterates the structure where the boy was just standing.
Stepping forward through the smoke, Alicia coldly tells Kashan that their battle must end right now.
Alicia demands to know why he is destroying her palace before narrowly dodging a sudden purple projectile. With a swift motion, Alicia conjures a golden shield to deflect a lethal spike of dark energy. Dark magic spears rain down upon her, but Alicia stands firm, repelling each attack with effortless grace. The air crackles as Alicia's golden barrier shatters the boy's relentless assault of shadowy purple energy. Brushing dust from her face, Alicia remains undeterred as the magical fallout begins to settle around her. Searching through the haze, Alicia wonders where the elusive boy has managed to hide his presence.
Kashan suddenly lunges from the shadows, his speed caught in a blur as he strikes at the princess.
Alicia gasps as a stray blade of magic shears her silver hair, sparking her lethal cold fury.
Smirking, Kashan manifests a dark orb and taunts Alicia, stating he never intended to be caught.
A low hum vibrates from the dark-haired boy's hands as he compresses a sphere of volatile shadows.
Kashan prepares to hurl his strongest attack while Alicia braces for the coming painful impact. Shifting the atmosphere, a sudden whish sounds as the silver-haired emperor desperately lunges to protect his daughter.
Alicia's eyes fill with shock as she realizes her father is putting himself in the line of fire.
Roble throws his body over Alicia, acting as a human shield against the boy's incoming dark magic.
A thunderous boom rocks the area as the dark energy collides with the Emperor's defenseless back. Roble collapses in agony, his arm blackened and smoking from the touch of the lethal dark curse. Seldelt cries out in panic as he sees the Emperor's mangled limb, demanding a physician immediately. Alicia glows with a fierce protective aura, ordering Seldelt to prioritize returning the Emperor to safety.
Standing behind her, Kashan sighs and dismisses the dramatic human reaction to the Emperor's dire injury.
A sharp crack sounds as Alicia delivers a powerful kick, punishing the boy for his insensitive remarks. Alicia stands alone in the wreckage, her red eyes burning with a silent, terrifying promise of retribution. Seldelt and a maid struggle to carry the unconscious Emperor away from the site of the battle. Back in the palace, a somber Alicia watches over her father as the royal physician arrives. Roble winces in his sleep, his face pale and covered in sweat as the curse takes hold. Alicia stares at her glowing hand, relieved that her latent magic can finally protect those she loves. Alicia reflects on the grim reality that her father is as good as dead from Kashan's strike. The brown-haired physician looks on helplessly as the dark curse continues to rot the Emperor's arm.
Alicia knows that the only one who can reverse this lethal dark magic is Kashan himself.
Now in her adolescent form, Alicia looks down with a heavy heart, burdened by her father's condition.
Alicia enters the solar, finding Kashan lounging comfortably on a sofa as if he owns the palace. Kashan mocks Alicia's sudden concern for her father, finding her change of heart incredibly annoying. Frustrated, Alicia glares at the boy while he complains about his years of mistreatment in the shadows. A soft slurp sounds as Kashan drinks tea, casually mentioning he killed the king who contracted her. Kashan asks if Alicia truly intends to leave her father to die from the spreading dark curse. Alicia remains silent, her expression pained as Kashan asks if the human burden is too much for her. Alicia stands up abruptly, her silver hair shimmering as a frustrated, "Ugh, damn it." Kashan asks where she's going, mocking her terrible temper as Alicia turns to leave. A soft tink sounds as Kashan sets his tea down, musing on the Emperor's luck. Smiling, Kashan notes that Robel is lucky to have a daughter who will save him. The scene shifts to the Grand Palace standing silent under a bright full moon. Robel lies unconscious in his chambers, his arm blackened by the curse while staff watches. Alicia enters with a glowing aura, asking the staff to leave her alone with him. The staff bows as Alicia coldly confirms she is well aware of the dire situation. Alicia sits silently by her father's bedside, watching the dark corruption eat at his arm.
A sinister crackle sounds as the dark curse continues to rot the Emperor's bandaged limb.
Alicia places her hand on Robel's head, her golden magic beginning to soothe his pain.
Robel wakes gasping Alicia's name, asking why she deliberately took the blow for him. Robel looks somber, explaining that even if sacrifice is purposeless, the pain remains very real. Alicia scoffs with a mocking smile, calling her father's desperate act of protection utter foolishness. Robel looks down in silence as Alicia's cold words continue to pierce through his regret. Alicia admits she was wrong for his confinement, her expression remaining distant and unreadable. Robel breaks down, weeping as he begs Alicia not to leave him like Cecilia did. Alicia's eyes widen in genuine shock as she witnesses her father's raw, emotional breakdown. Alicia grips her dress tightly, her resolve wavering as she watches the mighty emperor cry. Robel stares at her with tearful red eyes, his heart heavy with a desperate longing. Alicia's eyes burn with cold intensity as she tells him to remember his sins forever. Turning her face away in shadow, Alicia prepares to leave this silent, mournful room. A soft brush sounds as Alicia reaches out to touch his bandaged, cursed hand. Robel's eyes widen in shock at her touch, his expression filled with dawning realization. Threads of golden magic swirl over the cursed arm, signifying that the past cannot be undone. Robel sits up, looking at his hand as Alicia thinks she won't forgive him easily. Standing with a radiant aura, Alicia declares her intention to seize the imperial crown herself. Alicia grips her skirt, vowing to rule through her own strength rather than magic. Robel tells Alicia there's something he wants to show her within the palace. Robel leads Alicia through the grand, moonlit corridors toward his private wing of the palace. They enter a room where the imperial crown sits alone on a velvet pedestal. Alicia notices several framed portraits on the wall depicting her father and her younger self.
A sharp gasp sounds as Alicia's eyes widen, seeing the sentimental memories Robel has kept.
One portrait shows Robel in silver armor tenderly cradling his daughter when she was a baby. Alicia asks if he is trying to stir her pity with these relics of the past. Robel declares he is prepared to spend his remaining life atoning for his sins. Robel states he won't declare her the heir, challenging the notion of imperial authority. Alicia stares as Robel explains that anyone with competence should be able to rule. Alicia smiles with cold resolve, declaring that she doesn't need his support to take control. The ornate crown glimmers under the light, representing the ultimate prize of their shared power. Robel challenges her to seize the crown. Alicia vows she will claim it without fail. Alicia smiles with a burning new ambition as she faces the challenge of the throne. The scene shifts to a festive town at sunset as citizens celebrate the princess's birthday. A young Alicia walks through the night market with her brown-haired companion, Isabella. Isabella asks if a simple stroll is enough of a birthday celebration for the princess. Alicia points to a play poster, expressing interest in a romantic theater performance. Isabella gushes about the story of lovers reuniting after thousands of years of separation. They sit together in the theater, watching the beautiful, romantic story unfold on stage. A happy munch sounds as Alicia eats market food, looking content and unusually relaxed. Isabella leads the smiling princess through the market, the evening filled with warm, festive light. A vibrant cityscape glows under a full moon as festive lights fill the night. Isabella enthusiastically points out animal masks at a market stall to the young princess. Alicia dons a white cat mask and wonders why Isabella chose that specific animal.
Isabella laughs heartily, insisting the cat mask is a perfect match for the princess.
A shadowy, distorted figure asks Alicia if she feels amazing wearing the mask. A fragment of a distant memory triggers Alicia's confusion as she reflects on the past. Isabella asks if she is all right, pulling Alicia back from her lingering, distant thoughts. The two companions walk hand in hand through the lively market, the evening air warm. Fireworks burst in brilliant colors above the market, while Alicia watches in quiet awe. Alicia walks away through the crowded street, the sky still ablaze with celebratory light. Bathed in soft light, Alicia stares into the distance with a somber, unreadable expression. Narrative panels describe the rapid passage of time through blooming and withering seasonal flowers. Seasons change over the imperial palace, from the golden leaves of autumn to winter's snow. Now an adolescent, Alicia watches the falling snow, feeling tired of the repetitive cycle. The grand palace stands majestic under a clear sky as a new chapter begins. Alicia prepares for her outing, carefully selecting elegant jewelry from her personal collection. A maid attends to Alicia's long silver hair as the princess readies herself. Alicia selects a stunning pink gown from the options presented by her cheerful maid. A soft rustle sounds as the maid gushes over how beautiful the princess looks. Alicia stands regally in her pink dress, her elegance drawing praise from her staff.
The maids wonder if the emperor will host a grand birthday celebration this year.
A chibi flashback depicts a silent, awkward meal shared between Robel and his daughter. Maids anticipate a mountain of gifts if the palace hosts a formal birthday party.
A maid asks Alicia if she has prepared a special gift for the emperor.
Alicia is visibly stunned, realizing she hasn't considered a gift for her father at all.
Alicia and Elizabeth exit a shop as a bell rings, concluding their afternoon shopping.
Elizabeth heard of asks if Alicia is truly satisfied with her choice for the gift.
Alicia clarifies her choice as they stroll through the palace gardens in the sunlight.
Elizabeth asks about Alicia's trip with her fiancé, and the princess confirms it went well. Elizabeth blushes while gushing over a bouquet of blue roses, lost in romantic thoughts. Alicia smiles gently to herself, her expression softened by a moment of rare peace. Elizabeth asks if the princess has any thoughts about her own upcoming marriage prospects.
A soft tap sounds as Alicia walks away, stating it isn't too late yet.
Panic erupts in the street as a thief flees with a bag, citizens screaming. The thief shouts for people to move while a sudden punch sound echoes out. Elizabeth worries as the thief approaches, wondering where the imperial guards have gone. Alicia steps forward with a cold gaze, prepared to handle the criminal herself. Alicia's eyes glow with magic as she focuses her power on the fleeing thief. A sudden whish sounds as magical threads trip the thief, sending him sprawling. The thief is hoisted into the air by Alicia's magic, crying out in terror.
Alicia stands composed, her mana swirling around her as she effortlessly restrains the man.
The thief groans in pain, bound tightly by Alicia's glowing blue magical ropes. Chibi Alicia holds the stolen bag, surprising Elizabeth with her swift magical display. Alicia returns the stolen bag to a tearful citizen as Elizabeth watches in awe.
Elizabeth praises Alicia for her timely intervention, relieved that the princess was present.
Alicia asks Elizabeth to step ahead for a moment, her eyes fixed on the criminal. A sharp thud sounds as Alicia drops the bound thief roughly onto the cobblestones. Alicia smirks with cold intensity, vowing to hand the thief over to the authorities.
The grand imperial palace stands silent and imposing under the light of the stars.
Robel and Alicia eat dinner in silence, the tension between father and daughter palpable. Alicia dines in somber silence, mentioning news she has recently heard regarding the city. Robel cuts his steak, noting the reports of a recent commotion on Central Street.
Alicia dismisses the incident as insignificant while focusing on her meal with a cold expression.
Flashback shows Alicia questioning if the Imperial Knights are truly competent enough to protect her. Robel inquires about the princess's decision to dismiss the Baron managing the constabulary. Memories reveal the Baron begging for mercy before Alicia ruthlessly fired him for embezzling funds. Alicia continues eating, privately noting she spared his life by only choosing to fire him. Alicia challenges her father, asking if her unilateral actions as a princess have displeased him. Robel maintains a calm demeanor, simply stating he is not upset with her bold decisions. A heavy silence hangs between them as Alicia reflects on the lingering, unspoken tension. A soft clink sounds as the narration notes the Western Empire's delegation arrives in 6 days.
Robel announces the upcoming birthday party, catching Alicia by surprise during their quiet dinner.
Alicia feels a quiet sense of relief for having already secured her father's birthday gift. Alicia asks for more specific details regarding the visiting delegation from the Western Empire.
A rhythmic clatter sounds as a carriage carries a mystery guest in formal military attire.
A brown-haired attendant notes that His Highness seems to be in a particularly good mood.
The guest is asked what he is looking forward to most during this diplomatic visit. The blue-haired man tilts his head, his thoughts clearly lingering on someone specific. The carriage approaches the palace as the man cryptically mentions his interest in a woman. A warm smile touches the man's face as he looks ahead with dawning anticipation. Adrian Arland, Crown Prince of the Western Empire, expresses his desire to arrive quickly.
The Grand Palace remains bathed in moonlight, awaiting the arrival of the foreign royal guests.
A soft creak sounds as Alicia enters her private chambers, carrying a large, ornate book.
Alicia stops suddenly, noticing her companion Isabella working late to tidy the silk bedding. Isabella turns with a bright smile, greeting the silver-haired princess with a cheerful heart. Alicia urges Isabella to rest, reminding her that new staff should handle the menial chores.
Isabella insists on personally preparing for the princess's outings with deep, heartfelt devotion.
Alicia watches her companion with a soft, affectionate gaze as Isabella continues her work. Alicia casually asks Isabella if she has any current plans or desires for marriage. Isabella looks back in surprise, flinching slightly at the princess's sudden and personal question.
Chibi Isabella denies interest in men, teasing that the princess is at a better age.
Alicia explains she is studying the complex background of the Western Empire's upcoming crown prince. A soft flip sounds as Alicia opens a book to a portrait of Adrian Arland. Narrative panels describe Adrian's birth to a maid who later became a royal concubine.
Adrian's childhood was marked by isolation and the cruel, judgmental fingers of those around him.
Despite his origins, Adrian secured his title through unmatched academic and tactical brilliance. A firm tap sounds as Alicia closes the book on the prince's tragic history. Alicia smirks with cold ambition, intrigued by the powerful rival soon to arrive at court. Sunlight bathes the palace as the day of the delegation's arrival finally begins. The grand throne room is filled with tension as the delegation from Arland is announced. A heavy creak sounds as the massive doors open to reveal the blue-haired crown prince.
Alicia observes the prince's silver eyes, noting his lack of resemblance to the Western emperor.
Adrian Arland offers a charming smile as he approaches the imperial thrones. Alicia watches with an intense, suspicious gaze, analyzing the man standing before her throne. Adrian bows deeply, offering formal greetings to Robel, the son of the empire. Attendants present a mountain of exquisite gifts brought as a token of the Western Empire's joy. Robel welcomes the delegation, inviting them to rest before the evening's formal banquet begins.
Adrian accepts the invitation with a gracious bow and a polite, smiling expression.
Adrian announces he has a specific proposal to offer to the Eastern Empire of Levethsir.
Adrian locks eyes with Alicia, signaling that his proposal directly involves the seated princess.
Adrian proposes that Alicia enroll in the Western Empire's prestigious Royal Academy.
The blue-haired prince smiles charmingly, awaiting the silver-haired princess's immediate response.
Alicia reacts with sharp, visible defiance, questioning why she should ever go. A heavy thud sounds as noblemen argue for a rare cultural exchange. Officials insist the Academy offers immense benefits Her Highness cannot afford to ignore.
Chibi Alicia flatly refuses the idea, much to her father's silent, awkward chagrin.
A mustachioed official challenges Alicia, citing her lack of demonstrated real diplomatic skill. The man critiques her past engagements, labeling them as shallow and entirely meaningless. A sudden bang sounds as he demands the princess prove her worth once again. A heavy silence hangs over the council as Alicia faces the dismissive, challenging nobles. A soft tapak sounds as Alicia smirks, rejecting the proposal with cold confidence. Radiant golden magic erupts from her chair as a soft sayarak sounds. The nobles cower in shock as Alicia's powerful mana floods the silent room. A soft suek sounds as Robel notes the foreign delegation's stay is temporary.
Robel suggests Alicia might reconsider her firm decision before the royal guests depart.
Melodic music notes drift through the air during the palace's grand evening banquet. A soft sip sounds as Alicia enjoys her wine while avoiding the crowded ballroom.
Alicia is startled from her quiet thoughts as a young nobleman suddenly approaches her.
A smiling young man offers his hand, politely requesting a dance with the princess.
Alicia gracefully declines the invitation, claiming she has slightly twisted her ankle.
A soft kubyok sounds as the noble bows respectfully and walks away disappointed. A sharp zeet sounds as her aide with glasses calls out her name. The aide with the ponytail looks deeply annoyed by the princess's antisocial behavior.
He scolds Alicia for making an older man act as her only dance partner. A soft whoosh sounds as Alicia runs away to escape her aide's persistent scolding.
Alicia sighs in frustration, clearly not in the mood for another lecture tonight. Adrian appears bathed in soft light, warmly asking if she is enjoying herself.
Alicia stares at the blue-haired prince, momentarily frozen by his sudden close presence.
A soft sururu sounds as Adrian nervously excuses himself from their awkward encounter.
Adrian wonders privately if Alicia could possibly remember their fateful childhood meeting.
The two royals stand together in the ballroom, the silence between them growing heavy.
Adrian watches Alicia with eyes full of hope and a lingering, unspoken fear.
Memories reveal Adrian's tragic childhood as the bullied, unloved son of a maid. Adrian resolved to claim the throne to protect his mother from cruel isolation. 9 years ago, the young prince stood alone and despondent at Kraken Lake. Young Adrian felt the crushing weight of failure as he faced the impossible test. A terrifying kraken rose from the waters, threatening the terrified young prince's life. Adrian felt like a subject of mockery until magical golden chains suddenly appeared. The young prince looks up in sheer disbelief as his dark fate suddenly shifts. A sharp twa sounds as young Alicia effortlessly binds the massive sea beast.
Adrian watched with wide eyes as the mysterious girl performed a true miracle. Chibi Alicia tells him to take the beast, saving his entire imperial future.
Alicia warned of hidden dangers while the young prince stared in silent awe.
Adrian's eyes filled with tears as he looked at his brave, silver-haired savior.
In the present, Adrian's face flushes deep red from the sudden, overwhelming memory. Adrian asks the silver-haired princess if she truly has no memory of him. Alicia gazes at him with an unreadable expression, offering no immediate sign of recognition. A soft kultuk sounds as Adrian swallows his nerves, breathlessly awaiting her answer. Adrian points toward her in disbelief, unable to hide his growing emotional turmoil. Panic ensues as Adrian's attendant interrupts the awkward, tense moment between the royals. Baron Blanche addresses Adrian while Alicia stands with her back turned to the group. Baron Blanche introduces himself as an attendant of the Western Empire's delegation with a bow. The brown-haired baron informs the blue-haired prince that others are searching for him elsewhere. Adrian bids the silver-haired princess farewell, and Alicia politely wishes him a pleasant time. Alicia watches with a cold gaze as Baron Blanche and Adrian walk through the hall. Turning back, Baron Blanche condescendingly questions Alicia about her lack of a gift for Robel. TB Alicia panics internally for forgetting, but outwardly lies about giving the gift early. The mustachioed baron remains skeptical, mockingly curious about what a princess could possibly offer. Alicia's eyes flash with irritation at the baron's thinly veiled insults regarding her worth. Baron Blanche makes a sexist remark, suggesting diplomatic efforts are too difficult for a lady. Alicia smirks dangerously, claiming there is no better gift than the fur of a wolf.
A sharp tuck sounds as radiant light erupts during Alicia's sudden, magical teleportation.
A soft whick sounds as the baron frantically turns, realizing the princess has vanished.
Stunned silence follows as the realization that Alicia utilized powerful teleportation magic sinks in.
The baron grabs Adrian's arm in shock as a dark, heavy energy fills the ballroom. Alicia reappears instantly, standing triumphantly atop the massive carcass of a slaughtered mountain wolf. Noble guests recoil in sheer horror at the sight of the bloodied monster inside the palace. Standing before the trembling baron, Alicia coldly asks if he finds her gift satisfactory now. The princess's red eyes glow with malice as she challenges the baron's earlier disrespectful assumptions. Alicia reflects on her refusal to back down from a fight or ignore a challenge. Later in the garden, Adrian bows deeply to apologize for the baron's boorish behavior. Alicia dismisses the apology, noting the prince isn't responsible for his subordinate's lack of manners. Adrian looks at her with hope, asking if she truly intends to visit his empire. Standing under the moonlight, the blue-haired prince wonders why she is suddenly interested in coming. The scene shifts to the bright moon shining through the dark silhouettes of the trees.
Adrian looks at the princess with a soft, affectionate expression and a slight, nervous blush.
Placing a hand over his heart, Adrian reveals his feelings have persisted for quite some time. Alicia's red eyes widen in genuine surprise as she processes the prince's unexpected emotional confession. Adrian offers a gentle, genuine smile that reaches his eyes, revealing his true, warm nature. Alicia stares at the prince, her typical cold composure replaced by a look of bewildered curiosity. The moon remains high in the sky as a voice asks where she is going. A black-haired boy with pointy ears asks Alicia to accompany him to the Royal Academy. The chibi boy teases Alicia about her need for him, and she begrudgingly agrees. Looking away with a serious expression, the dark-haired boy seems preoccupied with distant, complex thoughts.
Alicia watches him closely, questioning if her absence would cause trouble for the Eastern Emperor.
Adrian walks away with his attendant, privately noting that the silver-haired princess has intrigued him.
Alicia gazes downward, her thoughts lingering on the enigmatic and charming Crown Prince of Ireland.
Chibi Alicia recalls Adrian's claim that he fell for her the moment they first met. A small chibi version of the black-haired boy falls over, defeated by Alicia's blunt rejection. Outside the palace, a white carriage waits as the morning sun illuminates the stone steps. An aide with light blue hair and glasses bows respectfully to the departing imperial guests. The aide conveys Robel's apologies for his absence, which Adrian accepts with a polite smile.
Chibi Alicia rolls her eyes, suspecting her father is simply avoiding work in his private office.
Adrian turns to the princess one last time before his departure, calling out her name softly.
Alicia offers a cheerful, exaggeratedly polite farewell while wondering if her act is too transparent. Adrian reaches out, his gloved hand moving toward Alicia's in a bold, lingering romantic gesture.
The blue-haired prince leans down toward the surprised princess, his silver eyes filled with intensity.
Adrian presses a gentle kiss onto the back of Alicia's hand, shocking the silver-haired princess.
The prince gazes at her with a look of pure devotion, his silver eyes shining brightly.
Alicia stands frozen in place, her red eyes wide with shock at the prince's parting affection.
Alicia and Adrian share a quiet, lingering moment before the scene shifts to the palace. In his grand office, Robel focuses intently on a stack of official documents.
A hand holds the formal admission proposal for the prestigious Imperial Academy.
Alicia's red eyes glow with determination as radiant blue mana swirls around her.
A sudden "talk" sounds as Alicia teleports directly into her father's private office.
Startled, Robel looks up from his desk to see the princess standing before him.
Alicia explains she came to discuss her future since he remained silent during the departure.
Robel mentions receiving a report, assuming Alicia had already decided against the academy.
Alicia boldly declares her intention to attend the Western Empire's academy while a pen signs.
Robel continues his work, noting that diplomatic exchanges are not currently a priority.
The silver-haired princess stands firm, stating her decision is entirely her own choice.
Robel stares at his daughter with a stoic, unreadable expression after her firm declaration.
Asking if she has any regrets, Robel listens as Alicia confidently replies she has none.
Alicia urges her father to finalize the paperwork and stamp his approval on the document.
Looking at her father, Alicia waits expectantly for him to accept her sudden decision.
Chibi Robel teasingly questions if Adrian is the real reason for her sudden departure. Surrounded by palace staff, Alicia prepares to depart for her long journey. Alicia offers a bright farewell while the black-haired boy, Kashan, stands silently behind her.
A group of bespectacled researchers tearfully begs the princess not to leave them behind.
Alicia gazes toward her future, her red eyes reflecting both excitement and a secret resolve.
An aide with light brown hair and glasses adjusts his spectacles with a slight smile. Alicia sternly reminds her associate to continue his research diligently while she is away. The green-eyed maid, Isabella, looks visibly distressed by the princess's sudden, imminent departure. Grasping Isabella's hands, Alicia promises to write letters to her every single day.
Isabella tearfully begs Alicia to take care of her health and eat regular meals.
Alicia reassures her loyal maid, wishing Isabella well while she is gone. Kashan looks deeply annoyed, complaining that the princess is taking far too long to say goodbye. A sharp whish sounds as Kashan activates a complex, glowing red teleportation circle. Isabella gasps as Alicia suddenly vanishes, leaving only a faint, empty outline behind. The scene shifts to the magnificent towers of the Western Empire Academy under clear skies. A loud, angry shout echoes across the academy grounds as someone calls Kashan an idiot.
Chibi Kashan looks bewildered as nearby students stare at the chaotic scene unfolding.
Furious at being interrupted, Chibi Alicia aggressively shakes Kashan for his impulsive teleportation. Kashan lies defeated on the ground as Alicia huffs in annoyance before the stunned maids. A dizzy Kashan rubs his head in pain, wondering why he was just attacked. A maid presents a heavy bag to Kashan, leaving him confused about the luggage distribution.
Dressed in her elegant traveling outfit, Alicia stands triumphantly as she arrives at the academy.
In a corner, Chibi Kashan sulks in the shadows after being thoroughly scolded by Alicia. A dark aura surrounds the shivering Kashan as he continues to lament his poor luck. Kashan trudges toward the academy entrance, lugging a heavy suitcase behind him. Alicia giggles at the sight of the grumpy Kashan struggling with her bags. Alicia's attention is captured by a sudden, unexpected presence in the courtyard. A bald man with a mustache rushes forward, beaming with overwhelming joy at meeting her.
Mushu introduces himself as the guide assigned to assist the princess during her stay.
Mushu bows deeply, apologizing profusely for being late to welcome the imperial guests. Alicia smiles kindly, explaining that Kashan's sudden teleportation was the cause of the confusion. Mushu prepares to lead them to their hotel as a blonde girl approaches.
A voice calls out, questioning the presence of the newcomers at the academy.
The blonde-haired girl offers a radiant smile, her purple eyes sparkling with warmth.
Mushu is completely charmed by the blonde girl, his face flushing deep pink in admiration.
Silver-haired Alicia questions the identity of the blonde girl standing before her.
Mushu introduces the girl as Erica Bellaria, daughter of a prominent Western Empire ducal house. Alicia observes the smiling Erica, noting she is destined to become her academy junior.
Alicia stares intently at the blonde girl, sensing an underlying tension behind her smile.
Erica offers a bright, radiant greeting, apologizing for her late introduction to the princess.
Erica formally identifies herself as a noble of the House of Bellaria in the Western Empire.
Alicia politely welcomes Erica, returning her cheerful, sunny demeanor with a soft hee-hee sounding.
Erica expresses her deep honor at meeting Alicia, noting her midterm transfer to the academy.
Mushu mentions the Crown Prince's personal escort, while Alicia acknowledges Erica's quick acquisition of news.
Surrounded by sparkling roses, Erica reveals she shares the same academic year as the prince.
Chibi Alicia dryly acknowledges the information, privately noting she never asked for those specific details.
Erica maintains her graceful smile as she continues to engage the silver-haired princess.
Alicia offers her future assistance to Erica, promising to help whenever the noble lady needs it.
The two girls stand together under clear skies as their initial meeting concludes.
A few days later, the Western Empire Academy celebrates its grand entrance ceremony.
A bright tuck sounds as the audience claps within the magnificent, high-ceilinged Academy Hall.
Alicia yawns widely, finding the lengthy and formal entrance ceremony incredibly boring and tedious.
Alicia complains about her extreme exhaustion while her companion claps enthusiastically for the speaker.
A black-haired man at the podium prepares to present an award to the top student. A handsome boy with black hair steps forward, eliciting a surprised "huh" from the princess.
Nearby students whisper in awe, completely captivated by the top student's striking good looks.
The black-haired Kashan receives his award for the highest score in the Academy's magic exam.
Watching the boy, Chibi Alicia notes his good fortune while he wears a smug expression. New students gather around the announcement board to check their assigned dormitory room partners.
Alicia stares at the notice stating dorm partners will remain unchanged for 3 years.
The assignment list pairs the silver-haired Alicia DeFacier with a girl named Isabel Rona.
Lugging their heavy suitcases, Alicia and Kashan walk through the ornate palace-like dormitory hallway.
Kashan hums a happy tune, advising Alicia to build positive relationships with fellow humans. Stopping abruptly, Alicia bluntly declares she doesn't have anything as sentimental as a friend.
Kashan is left speechless, his face pale with shock at Alicia's cold, antisocial revelation.
Kashan recoils in comic despair, calling her a nemesis, while Alicia remains entirely unfazed.
Alicia stands before her dormitory room door, ready to meet her new assigned roommate.
Entering the room, Alicia tries to recall her partner's name, thinking it was something like Isabella.
A short-haired girl with orange hair is seen from behind, busy preparing her bed.
The girl turns with a startled look as she notices the princess entering the room.
Bowing frantically, the orange-haired Isabel Rona nervously introduces herself to the silver-haired princess. Isabel looks flustered and anxious as Alicia reaches out toward her during their first meeting.
Alicia offers a warm, dazzling smile, instantly melting the tension and charming her new roommate.
Isabel blushes a deep pink, clearly starstruck by the silver-haired princess's radiant, kind expression. Alicia politely asks to take a specific bed, and Isabel enthusiastically agrees to her choice. Alicia watches Isabel closely, noticing her roommate's slightly downcast and self-conscious behavior.
Calling her name, Alicia captures Isabel's attention as the orange-haired girl turns back. Alicia asks about Isabel's department, and the girl reveals she is in the swordsmanship department. Sitting on her bed, Alicia offers a kind compliment, saying the department suits Isabel.
Isabel looks down shyly, doubting her own suitability for the physically demanding swordsmanship path. Alicia notices her roommate's sudden drop in confidence as Isabel sits dejectedly on her bed.
Alicia leans in with a serious gaze, firmly stating that Isabel suits being a swordswoman. The princess offers a genuine, supportive smile to her flustered and appreciative new dorm partner.
Isabel is visibly moved, her eyes wide with shock and newfound devotion toward Alicia.
Isabel thanks the princess as sunlight fills the room, marking the start of their bond. Startled by the sudden address, the silver-haired Alicia turns toward her nervous roommate. Fidgeting on her bed, the orange-haired Isabel asks Alicia to call her Bet. Alicia offers a kind, warm smile while agreeing to use the nickname Bet. Overwhelmed by the princess's beauty, Bet blushes deeply while covering her mouth. The grand dormitory building stands silently under a starry sky filled with glowing butterflies. Students gather in the academy's ornate dining hall for their evening meal. Two menacing male students loom over a sitting girl, making uncomfortable comments.
Daisy looks disgusted, lamenting that she encountered these creeps instead of the handsome prince.
A hand reaches out to touch Daisy's shoulder, increasing the tension in the room. The taller man leers at Daisy, suggesting they move to a private location together.
A sharp talk sounds as a glass is slammed down with sudden, deliberate force.
A sudden chwa sounds as Daisy splashes water directly into the faces of the harassers. Daisy looks shocked by her action as the man begins shouting at her in rage. The enraged man raises his hand to strike while Daisy cringes in fear.
A quick tat sounds as a hand firmly intercepts the man's wrist mid-swing.
The man looks back in shock, his face dripping with water and confusion. With a powerful burst of light, Alicia slams the man's head into the table. Alicia stands over the groaning man as stunned students whisper in the background.
Daisy stares up at the silver-haired princess, her eyes sparkling with immediate, intense admiration.
Alicia remains stoic and elegant, surrounded by a radiant, flowery aura of authority. High in the academy tower, a formal voice announces the conclusion of a meeting.
The blue-haired council president sits at his desk reviewing documents under the candlelight.
The handsome blue-haired boy looks up, his expression calm and focused.
Erica Valeria presents her completed work, receiving a brief compliment from the president.
The blue-haired boy offers a soft, gentle smile toward his diligent vice president. Erica expresses her loyalty before the two prepare to finish their duties for the night.
Watching him walk away, the blonde-haired Erica considers asking the prince to dinner.
Erica calls out tentatively, stopping the prince as he prepares to exit the room. Blushing, Erica invites the prince to dinner, hoping for a moment of his time. Erica pauses, wondering what has captured the prince's attention through the distant window.
From the tower, Erica watches as Alicia walks outside with the rescued student, Daisy.
The blue-haired prince lets out a soft ah as he spots a familiar figure. Distracted by the view outside, the prince asks Erica to repeat her previous question. Erica dismisses her invitation with a strained smile, hiding her true disappointment. The prince abruptly decides to leave, citing an urgent matter that suddenly arose. Erica watches silently as the prince walks away, his attention clearly elsewhere. Standing alone by the window, Erica gazes out at the dark academy grounds. Erica's eyes narrow as she thinks about the princess from the Eastern Empire. Outside the gazebo, Daisy expresses her heartfelt gratitude for the princess's intervention. The brown-haired girl formally introduces herself as Daisy Innocence with a respectful curtsy. Alicia dismisses the praise, explaining she only intended to stop the cafeteria disturbance. Daisy's expression changes suddenly, becoming intensely focused on her new silver-haired savior. Daisy recalls the ugly harassers, finding Alicia's radiant appearance a welcome, healing sight.
With sparkling green eyes, Daisy beams at Alicia, completely captivated by her presence.
Alicia looks startled by the sudden, overwhelming intensity of Daisy's fanatical gaze. Daisy admires Alicia's radiant silver hair and the cold, gentle pink of her eyes. Remembering Alicia's courageous actions, Daisy reflects on the princess's bravery in helping others. Daisy looks up with pure adoration, her heart completely won over by the princess. Gripping Alicia's hand, Daisy admits her heart is fluttering for this silver-haired princess. Surrounded by blooming flowers, Daisy gazes devotedly at the bewildered and blushing Alicia. Daisy cheers wildly with an enthusiastic yak while the silver-haired princess remains calm. Alicia enjoys being praised while Daisy is overcome with emotion in the corner. Daisy looks deeply moved, her face flushed as she gazes at her silver-haired savior. With a dramatic whoosh, Daisy poses energetically, completely won over by the princess's presence. Alicia maintains a composed, slightly distant expression as she contemplates her next steps. The blue-haired crown prince offers a gentle greeting, noting it has been some time. While the prince explains his busy schedule, Chibi Alicia offers a bored, indifferent meh response. The handsome blue-haired boy offers a soft, hopeful smile toward the silver-haired princess. Alicia reflects on the awkwardness of meeting the boy she previously rejected after his confession. Maintaining her poise, Alicia stands with crossed arms while engaging with the blue-haired prince. The prince promises to be accommodating while Chibi Alicia considers using informal speech with him. A posted notice announces the upcoming freshman welcome party, which Alicia hears about during dinner. Alicia stands with elegant authority, her gaze fixed forward as she prepares for academy life. The sun shines over the academy's grand clock tower as the welcome party finally begins. Musicians play a cello and violin, filling the ornate hall with melodies for the students. Looking around the crowded ballroom, Daisy searches for any sign of the missing silver-haired princess. Daisy admits she hasn't found Alicia yet, wondering where the princess could have possibly gone. A red-haired man walks briskly through the quiet hallway, his footsteps echoing with a sharp tuck. A pair of hands carefully places an ornate, red-covered book onto a wooden library table. Sitting alone in the dimly lit library, the red-haired man focuses intently on his study. The red-haired boy remains engrossed in his book, unaware of any presence nearby. A close-up reveals the boy's focused gaze as he continues reading in the quiet library. Alicia watches the boy silently, her red eyes reflecting curiosity about his intense academic focus. Surprising him, Alicia leans over and remarks on his intelligence, catching him completely off guard. The red-haired boy looks back in shock, stunned by the princess's sudden and quiet approach. He wonders how long she has been there, frustrated by his own lack of situational awareness. Alicia peers closer at his book, curiously asking if he finds the difficult material confusing. Chibi Alicia notes the extreme difficulty of the text while the red-haired boy looks away awkwardly. The boy's eyes widen in alarm as he realizes the princess is scrutinizing his private studies. With a sudden build-talk, the red-haired boy stands and aggressively denies her observation, startling Alicia. The boy flees the library with a frantic kwang, leaving a bewildered Alicia standing alone. Alicia remains composed, though slightly puzzled by the red-haired student's explosive and sudden departure. A faint, amused smile plays on Alicia's lips as she reflects on the boy's strange reaction. Watching him walk away, Alicia considers the encounter before turning back to her own business. Standing amidst a floral aura, Alicia exudes grace and mystery as she navigates the academy grounds. A loud yawn echoes through the empty library, signaling Alicia's growing boredom with the festivities. Sitting alone on a high ledge, Alicia kicks her feet while wondering when the party ends. Alicia recalls refusing the prince's invitation just to avoid the hassle of the social gathering. A voice suddenly calls out to the princess, interrupting her moment of quiet, bored solitude. The orange-haired Isabel, known as Bet, happily announces that she has finally found her roommate. Bet questions why the princess is hiding away instead of enjoying the grand welcome party. A hand reaches out and firmly grabs Alicia's arm, urging her back toward the main event. In the main ballroom, silhouettes of students dance gracefully under the sparkling chandeliers and flowers. Several noble ladies surround Alicia, formally greeting her as the star of the Eastern Empire. Sipping her drink, Alicia politely accepts the greeting while privately lamenting that she attended at all. A wave of anxiety hits Alicia as she worries about accidentally encountering the crown prince again. Nearby, the blue-haired prince looks dejected, deeply saddened by Alicia's refusal of his dance invitation. A sudden greeting rings out, drawing Alicia's attention as she stands near her orange-haired roommate. The blonde Erica Baleria appears with her companions, offering a bright and formal greeting to Alicia. Erica prepares to introduce her group to Alicia, maintaining her role as a prominent noble lady. Erica introduces Lady Francie, an orange-haired magic student, to the silver-haired Princess Alicia. Erica suggests that Francie could be a valuable ally if Alicia ever needs help. Erica persists in her offer while Alicia listens with a polite but distracted silence.
A soft ah escapes Alicia as she notices a familiar face across the ballroom.
Alicia recognizes the red-haired boy from the library moving through the festive noble crowd. Chibi Alicia is completely distracted by the boy while Francie watches with confusion. Erica asks the princess to repeat herself, noticing her sudden and obvious lack of attention. Alicia offers a polite but distant response to the girl's offer of academic assistance. Maintaining her royal grace, Alicia formally thanks Erica for her persistent and insincere concern. Alicia inwardly scoffs at the idea of Francie being of any actual help to her. A student plays a violin with intense focus, the rhythmic music filling the ballroom hall. Daisy excitedly notes the beginning of the ball as couples take to the dance floor.
Erica gazes around the ballroom, wondering where the blue-haired crown prince could possibly be.
A sudden greeting stops Alicia and Erica in their tracks as the prince finally arrives. The handsome blue-haired crown prince offers a hopeful smile while greeting the silver-haired princess. Erica blushes, hopeful that the prince's attention is finally turning toward her own presence. To Erica's dismay, the prince approaches Alicia and asks for her hand in a dance.
Alicia realizes she must accept for appearances, despite her strong desire to turn him down.
Sparkling chandeliers and floral decorations create a grand atmosphere as the first dance begins. The prince and Alicia begin their dance, captivating the entire crowd in the ballroom hall. Alicia bluntly reminds the prince that she had already rejected his previous dance invitation. The prince asks if he made her uncomfortable, while Alicia maintains a cold, distant expression. Erica watches the couple from behind, her long blonde hair cascading down her back.
A dark shadow falls over Erica's face as she trembles with intense, barely contained rage.
Erica's eyes burn with malice as she seethes over Alicia's success at the welcome party.
Francie blushes as the red-haired boy from the library walks past her in the ballroom.
Alicia dances with practiced grace, her silver hair flowing as the prince leads the step.
The red-haired boy looks back with a dazed expression, seemingly affected by a sudden illness. The pair dances elegantly while gossip begins to spread about the Eastern Empire's rising star. The prince addresses the silver-haired princess during their dance, his expression unreadable from behind.
A cry of frustration echoes over the academy building as the ballroom gossip continues.
Several noble ladies whisper about the prince's choice, confused by his preference for Alicia.
Erica seethes with anger over Alicia snatching our spotlight while drinking her tea alone. Attempting to maintain her dignity, Erica tells her friends to calm down and remain composed.
Erica forces a bright, benevolent smile to hide the darkness and envy growing within her.
The noble girls praise Erica's mercy, unaware of the calculated hatred behind her beautiful smile.
Francie suggests they must do something about the princess before she gains even more influence. Francie proposes a public humiliation for Alicia, her expression turning mischievous and cruel.
Erica and Francie sit together, the atmosphere turning cold as they contemplate their next move.
Erica watches her reflection in the tea, her mind fixed on eliminating her new rival.
Erica firmly rejects the suggestion, stating that such crude methods do not fit their noble standards.
Erica lectures Francie on dignity while the orange-haired girl apologizes for her rash, improper idea.
Erica's eyes glow with dark intent as she agrees that the sprout must be crushed.
A splash sounds as the tea ripples, mirroring Erica's cold determination to destroy the princess. The sun shines over the academy's grand courtyard during a peaceful and quiet afternoon.
Alicia lets out a long yawn while reflecting on the boring tranquility of her life.
Alicia reviews her past chaotic adventures, concluding that a life with nothing happening is best. Sitting on a ledge, Alicia's gaze suddenly snaps toward a disturbance in the nearby garden.
Alicia's sharp red eyes narrow as she focuses her attention on a figure moving below.
The red-haired boy stumbles through the trees, clutching his head in sudden, agonizing physical pain.
The red-haired boy sits on a garden bench, deeply engrossed in his book.
A single green leaf drifts down, landing softly upon the pages of his open book. Pausing his study, the boy looks up as he notices the small, natural disturbance. Alicia suddenly appears before him, her quiet approach catching the boy completely off guard. Beaming with a radiant expression, Alicia offers a bright and cheerful smile to the student. Chibi Alicia gleefully asks if her stealthy arrival was amazing, startling the wide-eyed boy. Alicia reflects on how she successfully used her abilities to mask her presence earlier. Blushing from the sudden interaction, the red-haired boy looks away with a flustered expression.
Alicia observes his reaction, privately noting his shy and curious personality as she stands nearby.
Looking at the text, Alicia realizes he is even more studious than she initially believed. Alicia gazes at the boy with a soft, knowing look, her silver hair catching the light. The boy quickly answers her, his face heating up as he maintains eye contact with her. Alicia asks what book he is reading, offering to share information if he tells her first. He explains that his book is about the legendary White Knight Witch, surprising the princess. Chibi Rowan asks if the legend is her favorite, while Alicia looks on with interest. A gentle, sincere smile plays on Rowan's lips as he continues their academic conversation. Intrigued by his response, Alicia lets out a happy laugh while her eyes sparkle. Sitting beside him, Alicia offers to tell him a story that isn't found in any book. Pages turn rapidly as she begins to recount the true origin of the ancient legend.
She describes a child whose prayer to heal her father awakened a long-dormant witch's power.
A soft breeze rustles the trees as the pair sits together in the quiet garden.
Rowan stares at the princess with an intense, unblinking focus, seemingly captivated by her words. Feeling scrutinized, Chibi Alicia bluntly asks why he is looking at her with such intensity.
Rowan remarks on the princess's face, his expression becoming serious as they sit close together.
A quiet moment of connection passes between them as they gaze into each other's eyes. The boy reaches down toward the ground as he notices something unusual fallen nearby. Formally introducing himself, Rowan Orfel offers a respectful greeting to the silver-haired princess. Alicia remains composed and curious, watching Rowan with her arms crossed over her chest. Rowan looks toward the trees, his attention suddenly diverted by a movement on the ground. A look of mild concern crosses his face as he investigates the source of the noise. Rowan senses that something has dropped from the branches above, breaking their quiet moment. The pair walks through the sun-dappled grass, searching for whatever fell from the tree. Rowan stops and looks down, his expression turning to one of surprise and pity. Alicia follows his gaze, curiously asking what he has found hidden in the garden. Rowan carefully cradles a small, soaking wet bird in his palms, showing it to Alicia. He confirms that the creature is indeed wet, looking bewildered by its strange condition. Both wonder why the bird is wet, considering it is a bright and clear day. They scan their surroundings, noting the lack of rain or any nearby water source. Alicia ponders the mystery of the damp sparrow, her hand held thoughtfully to her chin. Rowan decides to take the bird to the dorm to dry its feathers and help it. Alicia interjects, her hand glowing with golden magic as a soft swah sounds in the air. Warm magical energy surrounds Rowan's hands, gently drying the bird's feathers in an instant. A close-up reveals the bird's feathers twitching as the moisture disappears under Alicia's magic. The sparrow stands fully dry and revived in Rowan's hand, chirping with newfound energy. With a quick flutter, the bird takes flight, soaring away into the bright garden trees. Rowan watches the bird depart, his eyes wide with amazement at Alicia's effortless magical skill. Alicia offers a pleased smile while Rowan looks at her with a profound sense of wonder. Looking directly at her, Rowan speaks softly to the princess, his expression full of admiration. Rowan leans in very close to Alicia, catching her by surprise with his sudden proximity. Reaching out, Rowan gently moves to pick a stray leaf from Alicia's long silver hair. Rowan gazes tenderly at Alicia as she rests against a soft floral-patterned background. Alicia stares intensely into Rowan's eyes, causing the red-haired boy to blush and look away. The pair stands together in the sun-drenched woods, surrounded by lush green academy foliage. Rowan bows in a flustered apology while Alicia watches him with a perplexed expression. Rowan's face flushes a deep red as he struggles to maintain his composure after their contact. Alicia's striking red eyes fixate on the boy, her expression calm and unreadable. Rowan awkwardly suggests returning now, and Alicia gives her blunt and casual agreement. As they walk, Alicia's gaze snaps toward a sudden, rustling disturbance in the nearby trees. Alicia pushes Rowan aside as a massive surge of blue magic erupts from the forest. A huge splash of water hits the ground exactly where the two had been standing. Rowan looks back in alarm, noticing Alicia's hand is dripping with water from the spell. Rowan frantically asks if the princess is all right while she remains perfectly calm and composed. Alicia looks at her wet hand, dismissively noting that it is just a bit of water. A green-haired student rushes forward, shouting a frantic apology for his failed magical practice. The green-haired boy explains his spell went astray, while Chibi Alicia watches with suspicion. Alicia offers a blunt lecture on water magic, leaving the green-haired student stunned and confused. Alicia effortlessly conjures a perfect orb of swirling water to demonstrate the correct mana flow. Rowan and the green-haired student stare in absolute awe at Alicia's flawless magical control. Alicia tells him to focus on the flow, and the student enthusiastically agrees to try. The two continue their walk, the forest canopy bathing them in warm, golden afternoon light. Rowan praises the silver-haired princess for her incredible and free-spirited handling of powerful magic. Chibi Alicia looks smug, while Chibi Rowan is left speechless by her casual display of talent. Alicia considers Rowan's question about her magic's limits while standing near a vine-covered gazebo. Alicia looks back with a soft, thoughtful gaze, her silver hair shimmering in the sun. Alicia privately observes that Rowan's eyes seem to change whenever his academic curiosity is piqued. With a radiant smile, Alicia extends her hand, inviting the blushing boy on an adventure. Rowan looks at her offered hand with a mix of surprise and quiet, growing affection. A shimmering light fills the air as their hands slowly move to meet each other's. Rowan's eyes widen in shock as a sudden, blinding flash of white energy envelops them. Magical beams shoot across the landscape as the pair teleports into a bustling town square.
They arrive in the city streets where Rowan is immediately left doubled over in distress.
Alicia observes the Western Empire while Rowan continues to gag in the bottom corner.
Alicia asks if he's okay, and Rowan weakly admits it's his first time teleporting.
Rowan gazes down a long street toward the Grand Academy building towering in the distance.
Rowan asks Alicia how she teleported without using a magic circle, looking completely bewildered. Rowan stares at the princess with a blushing face, enamored by her overwhelming magical talent. Chibi Rowan declares Alicia's magic to be unparalleled in the entire empire, while she looks pleased. Alicia mentions a single problem as she looks toward the distant academy over the roofs. Rowan looks puzzled by her comment, while Alicia keeps her mysterious and knowing smile. Alicia's expression turns mischievous, her red eyes gleaming with a hint of hidden, wicked intent. A brown-haired girl watches the busy streets, where people go about their afternoon business. Rowan wonders if they moved to an unfamiliar location, his expression full of concern. Chibi Alicia admits she hasn't had much time to see the sights, while Rowan listens. Rowan gazes at the city scenery, his profile illuminated by the bright afternoon sun. Chibi Rowan identifies the Commoners District, while Chibi Alicia thinks about looking around comfortably. Rowan watches Alicia's back, his expression turning serious as he ponders their next move. Alicia turns around with a curious look, her long silver hair flowing behind her.
Rowan suggests they should return now, but Alicia looks surprised that the trip is short.
Alicia protests that they won't get to come out again, but Rowan mentions lunch. Alicia worries about getting caught by a guard, leading Rowan to suggest using teleport magic again. Alicia dismisses the difficulty of consecutive teleportation magic, leaving Rowan questioning the true extent of her vast power. Rowan offers a quick apology, admitting his thoughts were clouded as he struggles to comprehend the princess's capabilities.
Alicia stands confidently with her arms crossed, while Rowan ponders the logistics of returning to their destination.
Rowan takes a serious tone as he adjusts his necktie, preparing himself for whatever comes next. Standing before a bright floral background, Alicia remains composed and unreadable despite the boy's lingering gaze. Rowan asks for a brief moment of her attention as he reaches out to take the princess's hand. Startled by the sudden physical contact, Alicia's red eyes widen in surprise as she looks at the boy. A deep blush colors Rowan's face as he turns his head away, struggling to maintain his composure. The pair walks hand in hand through a bright, sun-drenched garden, their silhouettes soft against the morning light. A stern, brown-haired guard blocks the path forward, standing before a grand iron gate with his arms crossed. Hiding behind a nearby tree, Rowan notes the guard's lack of movement with a look of concern. Alicia watches the guard from her hiding spot, her expression neutral as she evaluates their next move. Alicia's striking red eye narrows in focus as she prepares to use her magical perception on the gate. Alicia extends a finger, conjuring a thin, glowing thread of magic that snakes toward the unsuspecting guard. The magical energy weaves through the air, following a sign pointing toward the building's manager's office. Deep inside the facility, the magic thread observes a man working diligently at his desk in a quiet room. Viewing a posted schedule through her magic, Chibi Alicia realizes the next shift change is 30 minutes away. The magical probe continues its search through the hallways, floating past a man speaking with two female students. Watching the interaction, Chibi Alicia expresses her disdain for the man's overly polite and fake smile. The black-haired man continues his conversation with a pleasant expression, unaware that the princess is scrutinizing him. Alicia's eyes intensify with magical energy as she attempts to probe deeper into the suspicious man's presence. A mysterious black-haired man with a single piercing red eye looks up, sensing the magical intrusion. A sinister and knowing smile spreads across the man's face as he reacts to the princess's surveillance. A hand clenches into a tight, powerful fist as purple magical energy crackles violently in the air. Feeling frustrated and annoyed by the encounter, Alicia clutches her forehead and complains about the man's irritating nature. Rowan asks if something is wrong, noticing the princess's sudden change in mood and physical distress. Chibi Rowan looks on in confusion, while Chibi Alicia turns her back to the gate, deep in thought. They both conclude that getting past the stern guard at the front gate will be an impossible task. Rowan suggests they look for an alternate route around the garden's perimeter to avoid further detection. Alicia agrees with a subtle and elegant smile, her long silver hair flowing behind her as she turns.
The vast garden wall and gate loom above the pair as they search for a gap in the defenses.
Looking up at the formidable height, Rowan admits that attempting to climb over the wall will not work. Alicia prepares her hand for a spell, privately deciding it is time to send the red-haired boy back.
A voice suddenly calls out for Bet, causing Alicia to freeze and deactivate her glowing magical energy.
The pair turns toward the academy building as Alicia responds to the inquiry from the approaching student. Chibi Bet reports that Lord Kashan sent her to check on them, much to Alicia's annoyance.
Bet looks up curiously toward the wall and offers to bring a rope to help them climb.
A sudden, loud shout from a guard startles the duo, demanding to know who is hiding in the garden.
Alicia urgently tells Bet to retreat as she grabs Rowan's hand to prepare for a quick escape.
Their hands lock together tightly as the princess prepares to use her powerful teleportation magic once again.
A massive, glowing magic circle erupts beneath them, bathing the entire area in a blinding golden light.
The scene shifts back to the quiet academy grounds, where an empty wooden bench sits under the shade.
With a bright flash of magical energy, the pair materializes on the bench, leaving Rowan completely disoriented.
Dazed and shaking, Chibi Rowan asks what just happened, while Chibi Alicia sighs in relief at their escape. Alicia smirks at the confused boy, who sits on the bench with a stray leaf resting on his head. Rowan questions why they went through the trouble of walking if she could teleport them all along. Alicia leans in close, tilting Rowan's head back as she gazes intensely into his blue eyes. High above the academy, a grand clock tower marks the time as white birds fly through the sky.
The pair remain seated together on the park bench, a quiet moment of connection in the afternoon sun.
A soft tick-tock sounds as Alicia lets the leaf fall from her fingers, concluding their secret garden adventure. Rowan blushes deeply while suggesting they meet again in the near future. Alicia beams with a radiant smile as she bids the boy a graceful farewell. The scene shifts to the academy lecture hall where Kashan approaches Alicia. Resting her chin on her hand, Alicia listens as a sudden tap sounds. Startled by the interruption, Alicia looks up as Kashan places a book down. Smiling brightly, Kashan asks if she enjoyed their little magical game. Alicia sarcastically thanks him for the trouble, while Kashan expresses his genuine satisfaction.
Kashan confesses to sending away the gate administrator just to heighten her excitement.
Alicia's expression turns to outrage as she realizes Kashan's reckless meddling. Surrounded by magical flames, Alicia threatens Kashan while he mentions sending Elizabeth too.
Professor Patrick Dean enters the room and commands the students to take their seats. Alicia remains annoyed by the interruption, while Kashan breathes a sigh of relief. The professor opens a textbook, revealing a complex and ancient magic circle. Professor Patrick begins the lecture by explaining the fundamental concepts of magic. Students listen attentively as the professor prepares a demonstration at the front of the hall. Watching the professor with a mischievous grin, Kashan plots a new distraction. Patrick explains that magic involves materializing mana to create something from nothing. Turning to the chalkboard, the professor writes down formulas for unnatural magical creations. Alicia considers the accuracy of the lecture, but decides she needs to focus more. A soft tap on her arm draws her attention away from the professor's words. Alicia turns in shock to see a tiny button-eyed doll of Rowan. Kashan commands her to watch carefully as the miniature Rowan doll begins to move.
Raising its arms, the tiny clone begins to glow with an intense golden light.
Alicia panics as Kashan's magical clone explodes into a blinding flash of energy. Kashan cries out in mock despair as his magical creation shatters into pieces. Parts of the broken clone fall toward the desks below, causing a star. The doll's head tumbles across the floor, coming to a stop near the professor. Professor Patrick looks down at the strange object with a stern and suspicious gaze. Alicia and Kashan break into a cold sweat as they face the professor's wrath. The classroom erupts into quiet murmurs as students witness the odd disruption. Holding the miniature doll, Professor Patrick ends the lesson early as a bell tolls. The professor calls out for Kashan, who jumps up with a frantic and guilty yell. Patrick orders Kashan to his office before walking out of the lecture hall. Alicia watches with a smug smile, mocking Kashan's unfortunate and well-deserved fate. A sudden movement catches Alicia's eye, causing her to stop and look closer. Alicia notices Rowan walking away with his back turned and his fists clenched tightly. The afternoon sun pours through the tall windows of the Grand Academy hallway. Rowan stands alone in the corridor, looking toward the professor's office with hesitation. A look of worry crosses the boy's face as he contemplates his next move. Alicia suddenly leans in from behind, startling the unsuspecting boy in the quiet hall. Rowan screams as he jumps back, while Alicia wonders about his strange, flustered behavior.
The pair questions each other's presence in the hallway as the sun begins to set.
Rowan admits he came to ask Professor Patrick a question, though he seems nervous.
Alicia finds it suspicious that a politics major would seek out a magic professor. The princess offers a knowing smirk, clearly seeing through the boy's flimsy excuse.
Alicia offers to explain the magic lesson, but Rowan quickly declines her assistance.
Alicia is surprised by the refusal, confident she could explain it more accurately anyway.
Looking away, the boy insists that his business with the professor is not important.
Rowan covers his face in embarrassment, unable to look the princess in the eye. Alicia's frustration boils over as she shouts at the stubborn and flustered boy.
Rowan's face turns beet red as Alicia firmly pinches his cheeks in the hallway.
Alicia demands to know why the flustered boy has been avoiding her gaze lately.
Rowan begs the princess to let go while someone watches them from a distance.
Alicia continues her intense questioning, unaware that she is being observed by a newcomer. The crown prince approaches, his dark blue hair catching the light in the grand hall. A bead of sweat rolls down Rowan's blushing face as the prince asks their business.
Alicia explains they had some business as the three students stand together in the hall.
Rowan reacts with a start, noticing the sudden and intimidating presence of the crown prince.
The crown prince stares coldly at Rowan, demanding to know who the boy is. The blue-haired prince questions if Rowan and Alicia belong to the same academic department.
Bowing low, Rowan introduces himself as a first-year politics student to the student council president.
The president coldly dismisses him, stating there are simply too many students to remember everyone.
Rowan offers a nervous smile, clearly intimidated by the prince's cold and distant demeanor.
An awkward silence falls over the Chibi trio as they stand in the sunlit corridor.
Alicia suddenly stops and looks back, sensing something strange about the prince's arrival.
Before another word is spoken, Rowan suddenly sprints away as fast as he can.
Alicia watches in total bewilderment, wondering why Rowan fled the scene so abruptly.
The crown prince closes his eyes, seemingly lost in thought after Rowan's sudden departure.
Alicia asks the blue-haired boy why he is staring at her with such intensity.
The prince's face flushes with a deep blush as he avoids Alicia's direct gaze.
Alicia's red eye widens in surprise as she captures the prince's unexpected and intense reaction.
Alicia demands an answer, but the blue-haired boy turns away with a flustered expression. Confusion fills Alicia as she wonders what she did to trigger the prince's sudden jealousy.
A door swings open suddenly, interrupting the princess's internal monologue with a sharp movement.
Kashan enters the hallway, curiously asking the pair what they are doing together.
Chibi Alicia beams with delight, claiming Kashan arrived at the absolute perfect time.
Shouting in protest, Kashan is dragged away by Alicia as the blue-haired boy watches.
The crown prince stands alone in the hallway, looking dejected after Alicia's quick exit.
The academy towers are bathed in a beautiful golden light as the sun sets.
Alicia and Kashan sit together on the tiled roof discussing stolen research materials.
Kashan shows Alicia a document explaining the Western Empire is also researching the forest.
Chibi Kashan smirks while Chibi Alicia labels him an evil bastard for his recklessness.
Alicia questions if his conflict with Professor Patrick was strictly due to the research. Kashan explains how he used dark magic to test if the professor could detect him. A chibi drawing shows Kashan mocking the oblivious professor while he holds a doll.
Alicia giggles at the story while Kashan reacts with a cross and annoyed look.
Chibi Alicia continues to tease Kashan about his father, much to his visible frustration. Kashan turns to Alicia and asks why she was even at the scene earlier.
Alicia's expression freezes as she is caught off guard by the black-haired man's question. Deep inside his office, Professor Patrick frantically tears through stacks of papers on his desk. The professor shouts in absolute despair, realizing 2 years of research data have vanished.
A sudden knock at the door catches the attention of the frantic and sweating researcher.
Rowan pushes the door open and steps into the office with a look of concern.
Rowan is startled by the professor's radiant and glowing face as he offers a greeting.
Bowing politely, Rowan introduces himself as a political science student to the distracted professor.
Professor Patrick sits back in his chair, disappointed to learn his visitor is not a magician.
Rowan explains he has a specific question he wanted to ask the renowned magic professor.
Rowan recalls a memory of Alicia effortlessly casting magic without using any magic circles.
He remembers her talented boast, wondering just how she managed such an impossible feat.
Professor Patrick turns around with a sharp look, surprised by the student's unexpected line of inquiry. Professor Patrick denies Rowan's claims, asserting that casting magic without circles is impossible.
Patrick coldly dismisses the boy, telling Rowan to leave his office immediately.
Despite Rowan's protests, the frantic professor slams the door, claiming he's too busy. Rowan sulks in his wolf-like chibi form after a loud "Kong" sounds from the door. Watching through a window, Rowan observes the professor's distress as a magic orb appears. A glowing blue orb of mana floats gracefully toward the startled boy's face. The blue sphere makes a light magical tuck as it touches Rowan's nose. Rowan is suddenly engulfed in a powerful vortex of blue magical energy. The boy screams as he is whisked away through the Grand Academy hallways. Magical trails spiral through the air as the sun begins its evening descent. A flash of light deposits Rowan onto the tiled roof of the Academy towers. Disoriented, the boy looks around the rooftop and wonders how he got there. A bright spark marks Rowan's sudden appearance atop the massive, sprawling Academy building. Alicia appears beside the startled boy, assuring him that she won't let him fall. Kashan waves from his seat on the roof, introducing himself as the top-ranking student. Alicia explains she summoned Rowan after seeing him get flustered by the pathetic professor. As Rowan and Alicia argue, Kashan watches them, labeling their interaction as simple play. Surrounded by a radiant aura, Alicia vents her fury over Rowan's poor treatment. Rowan stands speechless, taken aback by the princess's intense and unexpected defense of him. Against a sunset sky, Alicia instructs Rowan to feign ignorance when the professor arrives. A sly and knowing smile spreads across Alicia's face as her plan takes shape. Arms crossed, the white-haired princess stands triumphantly amidst a shower of flower petals. Alicia vows to protect Rowan, calling him her cat, while Kashan watches with disdain.
Professor Patrick marches through the blue-lit corridors with a look of grim determination.
The professor realizes he must report the discovery of circleless magic to the chairman.
Patrick stops in his tracks as he overhears students discussing the very same magic.
Patrick hides and listens as a student describes controlling water magic without a circle. Rowan questions the possibility of such magic as the professor listens in shock. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the professor's eyes widened in sheer shock. The following day, Professor Patrick visits Rowan to apologize for his previous sudden outburst. Professor Patrick offers a warm and unusually friendly smile as he sits with Rowan. Rowan remains wary, noting to himself that Alicia's prediction about the professor was correct. The nervous boy lets out a quiet gulp as the professor asks for details. Patrick claims his interest is merely personal curiosity, while Rowan maintains his guarded stance.
Rowan looks away solemnly, sticking to the plan of feigning ignorance about the magic.
The boy insists there was nothing to report, leaving the professor visibly sweating and suspicious. A heavy de-yong sounds as the professor suddenly grabs Rowan's leg to stop him. Patrick admits he also knows someone capable of casting magic without a magic circle. Rowan pulls away and politely declines, stating he cannot be of any help here. The scene shifts back to the Grand Academy lecture hall filled with many students. Several students turn their heads in curiosity as a sudden announcement of duet sounds. Alicia giggles at her desk, having enjoyed observing Rowan's interaction through her magic.
Chibi Alicia continues laughing, while Chibi Rowan worries if he was being too rude.
A student's hand slides a large, leather-bound book onto Alicia's desk with a soft sound.
A cheerful girl with brown pigtails introduces herself to the princess as Francie Stain.
Alicia greets her with a polite smile, though she privately admits she doesn't remember her. Professor Patrick enters the hall looking exhausted, ordering the students to take their seats. Alicia's intense red eye narrows as she watches the professor with a calculating gaze. Standing at the front of the class, Patrick prepares his materials for the next lecture. The professor announces to the attentive students that they will be practicing fire magic today. Professor Patrick activates a fire magic circle, instructing his students to follow suit. While students struggle, one girl successfully conjures flames at her desk with a focused expression. Resting her head, Alicia looks bored while her classmate, Francie Stain, remains diligently attentive. Francie Stain mocks the princess, wondering aloud if Her Highness is unable to create fire. Alicia remains unfazed as Francie explains that simply gathering mana in the hand isn't enough. Francie triumphantly displays a small flame in her palm, hoping to outshine the bored princess. Stunned, Francie's eyes widen as Alicia manifests powerful fire without using any magic circle. Alicia explains that magic requires guiding the flow of mana rather than relying on theories. Alicia raises her hand, letting a vibrant pillar of fire erupt effortlessly from her fingertips. A massive explosion sounds with a loud pong as Alicia's overwhelming magic fills the hall. Students watch in stunned silence as the remnants of Alicia's magical display sparkle above them. Alicia asks Francie if it was easy, leaving the girl utterly stunned and visibly sweat-dropping. Professor Patrick approaches Alicia, commending her for going beyond simple magical force control. Patrick offers a nervous, sweat-beaded smile, secretly celebrating that he has finally found her. Alicia watches the professor depart, her calm expression hiding her true thoughts about his interest. A devious and charming smile spreads across Alicia's face, her red eyes gleaming with intent.
The scene shifts to a serene blue sky where birds soar gracefully above the clouds.
The sprawling towers of the Magic Academy are bathed in the bright light of midday. A chibi Francie looks around nervously, sensing a strange and uncomfortable pressure nearby. Alicia eats peacefully while Professor Patrick peeks over the dining table with a suspicious glare. Patrick continues to stalk Alicia through the library, hiding in the shadows behind a bookshelf. Sunlight filters through the garden as Kashan walks with Alicia while Patrick watches from a tree.
Kashan wonders why it feels so hot behind him while Alicia remains perfectly cool. Kashan demands that Patrick leave the princess alone, noting the man's intense and suffocating pressure.
Kashan labels the professor's constant following as diabolical, while Alicia walks away humming a tune. Hiding behind a tree, Patrick desperately wonders how to approach Alicia without her avoiding him.
Patrick looks sulky, lamenting that Alicia is intentionally denying him any chance to speak. Patrick decides he must change his approach and ask her directly to help with research. A student raises a heavy, leather-bound book high, ready to strike the oblivious, stalking professor. Alicia and Kashan turn back, startled by a sudden noise erupting from the garden greenery.
Shaking with pain, Patrick clutches his head after being caught by the angry student.
Daisy shouts at the cowering professor, accusing him of watching the princess with perverted eyes.
Alicia calls out to Daisy, clearly surprised by the sudden and violent confrontation.
Patrick shouts in absolute desperation, trying to convince the girl that he is a professional professor.
Daisy remains unconvinced, narrowing her eyes in judgment as Patrick continues his frantic, angry denials. Alicia and Kashan watch the loud argument with visible exhaustion, wondering what to do next. Looking up at the bright sky, a voice notes that the situation has become completely messed up. The camera pans over the academy grounds, capturing the peaceful scenery despite the ongoing drama. Alicia sits elegantly on a green sofa, sipping tea while thanking her guest for their time. Professor Patrick sits across from Alicia, explaining he has a specific question for the lady. Chibi Patrick swears he isn't a pervert, causing Alicia to spit out her tea in amusement. Recovering his composure, Patrick mentions he became certain of her skills during the last lecture.
Alicia recalls the memory of manifesting flame magic without a circle, confirming he saw correctly.
Alicia looks directly forward, her red eyes sparkling as she listens to the professor's proposal.
Patrick sets his teacup down with a soft sound, formally asking for her help with research. Alicia beams with a radiant smile, seemingly delighted by the prospect of helping the renowned researcher.
Patrick stands up excitedly, imagining how Alicia's help will lead to a historic discovery.
Alicia's expression turns cold and calculating as she privately notes that his joy won't last. The scene shifts to the academy hallway the following day, bustling with students in conversation.
Students whisper excitedly about Professor Patrick's research lab as Rowan walks past the gossiping duo.
Rowan pauses as he overhears that the professor personally invited Alicia to join his research. The news of the princess joining the research leaves Rowan visibly stunned and deeply confused.
Rowan wonders if this unexpected development is connected to the professor's previous suspicious and odd behavior. Thinking of the princess's safety, the boy begins to hurry with a worried and determined look. High on the roof, Alicia enjoys the sunset and suddenly asks Rowan to stop the wind. Alicia's intense red eyes meet his as she repeats her mysterious request for a moment of silence. A sudden, loud pwah sounds as Alicia bursts into laughter at the boy's dramatic, serious reaction. Rowan grumbles in annoyance while Alicia continues to giggle uncontrollably at his stern demeanor. And mocking voice questions what kind of melodramatic daydream the boy was just having to himself. Rowan shouts in frustration as the princess playfully teases his serious attitude atop the academy roof. Alicia's gaze softens, her red eyes gleaming with a hidden, calculating, and slightly mischievous depth. Below, Rowan searches the academy grounds, wondering where the elusive and unpredictable princess has gone. The boy looks up, still searching for her presence amidst the sprawling towers of the academy. A sharp "talk" sounds as Alicia snaps her fingers, igniting a sudden surge of blue mana. Rowan lets out a startled "ah" as he is suddenly swept up by the princess's magic. Landing gracefully, Rowan finds Alicia waiting for him with a knowing, playful question about his search. Surrounded by a warm evening glow, the white-haired princess looks back at him with a smile.
Rowan looks at her, momentarily captivated by her radiant presence in the fading midday light.
Alicia gently takes his hand, her touch surprising the flustered and visibly blushing boy. Rowan asks what she truly plans to do regarding the professor's suspicious research request. Alicia offers a polite chibi smile, though Rowan remains wary of her true hidden intentions. The princess laughs brightly, clearly enjoying how easily she can unsettle and tease her companion. Alicia reaches out, her hand moving toward Rowan's head with a sudden, gentle, and comforting motion. A soft patting sound accompanies Alicia's hand as she affectionately comforts the stunned and speechless boy.
Alicia gives him a serene, breathtaking smile that hides her deeper, more complex and secret thoughts.
The chibi princess continues to tease, calling Rowan her cat while he sighs in quiet defeat. Kashan watches their interaction from a distance, noting Alicia's strange playfulness with a look of disdain. A firm thud sounds as a foot steps onto the red carpet of the Dark Academy. Professor Patrick marches through the dark halls, desperate to salvage his failing and ruined research. Patrick adjusts his gloves with a sharp snap, preparing for a dangerous and forbidden magical experiment. He holds a dark potion, wondering how the princess manages to cast magic without any circles. Alicia recalls her childhood visit to a dragon's lair as the professor listens to her story. A quick scribbling sound follows as Patrick frantically takes notes on every word Alicia says. Alicia admits she isn't certain why she doesn't use circles, leaving Patrick even more obsessed. A heavy thud sounds as Patrick approaches the legendary, mysterious, and glowing sealing stone. The professor identifies the ancient floating artifact as the key to his ultimate academic success. Patrick stands before the glowing stone, believing it holds the power he so desperately craves. He notes the stone's terrifying ability to absorb surrounding mana and claim it as its own. A devious smile crosses Patrick's face as he plans to combine the artifact with dark magic. The air crackles with energy as dark purple magic begins to swirl around the ancient altar.
Patrick pours the forbidden potion, begging the stone to grant him immense and powerful magical energy.
A single tick-tock sounds as a drop falls onto the yellow gem, triggering a violent reaction. The stone turns an ominous dark black, erupting with a powerful surge of corrupt magical energy. Patrick screams in triumph, believing he has finally achieved his life's work and ultimate goal. A sudden, sharp smack resounds as the experiment takes a terrifying, violent, and unexpected turn. Patrick is thrown back by a violent whoosh of dark energy as the unstable ritual fails. Horrified and reeling, the professor realizes the dark power is far beyond his meager control. In her room, Alicia sits on her bed, sensing the distant magical disturbance, while Daisy watches. Alicia's eyes narrow with an intense, knowing look as she realizes the trouble has finally begun. Alicia suddenly senses something wrong, turning her back on the confused orange-haired girl. Her red eyes narrow as she feels an oppressive and chilling presence nearby. A sudden crash echoes as the window shatters, releasing a plume of dark smoke. A violent explosion rocks the room, prompting Alicia to shield Bet from the blast. Manifesting a glowing hexagonal barrier, Alicia protects them from the intense flames and debris. Surveying the devastation, Alicia realizes the red energy is actually powerful black magic. Alicia wonders if Kashan is responsible as the destructive force continues to expand outside. Staring at the massive red vortex, Alicia fears the scale of the destruction is catastrophic. Alicia instructs Bet to stay safe before snapping her fingers to ignite her magic. She launches herself into the air, flying toward the center of the magical disaster. Bathed in golden light, Alicia prepares to confront the swirling red and black energy. Alicia watches in alarm as the growing vortex begins greedily absorbing all nearby mana. Kashan suddenly appears, looking grim as Alicia reacts to his unexpected arrival. The pair demands answers, but they quickly realize neither of them caused this catastrophe. Alicia notes the purity of the black magic, confirming it wasn't Kashan's doing either. Chibi Kashan tells her not to blame him, suspecting another idiot's failed experiment. Their bickering stops as the massive core continues to swell with terrifying power. Panicked students like Rowan flee as heavy debris rains down onto the academy grounds. Alicia decides to take the direct path, manifesting a sphere of golden flame. Kashan charges his own dark energy, determined to enter the core of the storm. Alicia stops him after noticing someone is trapped inside the center of the vortex. Her eyes widen in horror as she tries to identify the person within the magic. They spot Professor Patrick at the center, forcing Alicia to choose a sealing spell. The two watch helplessly as the professor remains suspended within the swirling magical eye. The massive vortex begins to fracture, dividing into numerous smaller, volatile red spheres. Corrupt magic spheres crash into the grounds, sending students running for their lives.
Alicia panics, realizing this plague of black magic could spread across the entire continent.
Alicia calls out to Kashan, who appears to be physically suffering from the magical resonance. Kashan clutches his face in agony, struggling against the influence of the nearby dark energy.
Kashan notes the Black Forest is also being drained of its vital mana.
He looks up with a sharp glare as more spheres prepare to rain down. Kashan grabs Alicia's hands, explaining he must depart immediately to save the forest.
He tells the princess to handle the academy's mess while he handles his own duty.
A flash of purple light signals Kashan's departure, leaving Alicia behind in a daze.
Alicia realizes sealing the fragments is easy, but tracking their various locations is impossible.
The red spheres spread across the sky as Alicia desperately wishes for a tracker.
Rowan stands nearby holding a book, looking confused as the chaos unfolds around him. A chibi Alicia snaps her fingers, realizing the brown-haired boy is her only hope.
Alicia rushes to Rowan, shouting for him to be careful in the dangerous environment.
She checks him for injuries, relieved when he confirms he is thankfully unharmed.
Alicia pulls him along, ordering him to stay close while she deals with the magic. Rowan asks if she has a way to stop it, prompting a complex explanation. Chibi diagrams show Alicia's need for someone to relay coordinates while she casts her spell. Rowan confidently accepts the challenge, stepping forward to offer his tracking expertise. Alicia is surprised by his resolve while the red vortex rages in the background. Steeling himself, Rowan insists he can handle the immense task of tracking the magic. The sky turns blood red as the mana devourer begins tearing the academy apart. A hand slams against a glass pane as someone wonders who awakened the beast. An old man with a long white beard stares out at the literal mana-eating monster. Ancient narration reveals the disaster is the direct result of the ancestors' failed experiments. Narrative text identifies the glowing red vortex as the mana devourer, a creature that consumes all mana. A sharp bam sounds as Adrian Arland announces himself while bursting into the headmaster's office. Stepping forward, the blue-haired crown prince declares he will take command during this dire emergency. The headmaster bows respectfully as Adrian orders him to summon all available magic professors immediately. Adrian and his aide gaze out the window, realizing they must act before the disaster escalates. A bead of sweat rolls down Adrian's face as he witnesses something shocking through the glass. A loud "pwah" accompanies the sudden realization that someone is already attempting a massive sealing ritual. Blinding golden light pours through the window, signaling the start of a powerful magical intervention. The crown prince looks on in awe, his face flushing at the sheer scale of the power. A hand reaches out as golden mana swirls and sparkles beautifully in the evening air. Beneath a colossal golden magic circle, Alicia and Rowan stand together to confront the chaos. A cheerful chibi mascot appears while the golden mana continues to dance and shimmer above. Alicia and Rowan prepare their next move as the sky is dominated by the massive seal. Amidst the magical intensity, a concerned Alicia asks Rowan if he is holding up all right. With a firm nod, the determined brown-haired boy confirms he is ready to face the danger.
Chibi Alicia explains that hundreds of mana fragments are currently scattered across the entire Western Empire.
Chibi Rowan looks overwhelmed as a dizzying array of coordinates begins flashing through his mind. Alicia looks him in the eye, sternly questioning if he can truly calculate every single location. Rowan resolutely accepts, while Alicia finds his serious kitten face surprisingly new and endearing.
Alicia gives the signal to start, trusting Rowan to keep the coordinates in his mind.
Corrupt red spheres of magic float through the ruins, waiting to be neutralized by the princess. Alicia's massive magic circle unleashes a barrage of golden light beams toward the scattered targets. Alicia notes with a smirk that Rowan is already sending coordinates as fast as they appear. Rowan kneels in deep concentration, proving his worth as an essential partner in the ritual. A low growl sounds as Alicia realizes the fragments have no intention of being sealed easily. The dark red core pulses with resistance, fighting back against the golden threads of Alicia's magic. Sensing the core's defiance, Alicia urges Rowan to speed up their calculations for the final strike. A bright flash marks the moment the final fragment is successfully captured within the seal. Alicia closes her eyes and exhales, relieved that the most difficult part of the task is over. Just as Alicia prepares the finishing touch, a sudden, frantic warning cry breaks her focus. A violent whoosh of green energy erupts right in front of the startled and defenseless princess. Rowan reaches out in a panic as he and Alicia are suddenly separated by the explosion. Alicia realizes that someone is targeting her at the exact moment she is most vulnerable. Glaring with intense hatred, the brown-haired Frances Sten channels her magic to enact her revenge. Alicia remains calm, dismissing Francis as a minor nuisance who can only drain a little magic.
A sharp tuck sounds as a foot lands while a voice calls out to the princess.
Rowan screams, "No!" in absolute horror as he watches Alicia fall toward the dangerous red vortex.
Alicia dives recklessly into the center of the magic, ignoring the prince's warnings from below. Adrian and his guards run through the academy grounds, desperately calling out for Princess Alicia.
An aide stops the crown prince, warning him that the epicenter is far too volatile to enter.
The group stands in shock as a mysterious, dark-haired figure suddenly emerges from the swirling smoke.
A mocking ch sounds as Kashan appears, arrogantly claiming that nothing gets done properly without him.
Chilling purple mana begins to swirl around Kashan as he prepares to intervene in the disaster.
Dark energy gathers in Kashan's palm, manifesting a powerful aura that rivals the princess's own magic.
Kashan's purple flames strike the golden circle, working to suppress the core of the mana devourer.
A massive explosion of white light fills the sky as the opposing magical forces finally collide. Kashan casually catches a glowing fragment, smirking at what he calls a nice catch. A suppressed, dark, gelatinous blob of mana sits harmlessly on the ground near Kashan's boot.
Through a veil of dark energy, Kashan warns the others not to try taking his credit.
Alicia and Rowan walk through the aftermath, while Chibi Kashan proudly boasts about his timely help.
Alicia snaps her fingers with a sharp click, bringing her powerful magic to a rest.
Rowan stands in a daze as golden light fades, leaving only dark residue behind.
Alicia walks away from the scene while Professor Patrick remains unconscious on the stone ground.
Chibi Rowan blushes intensely as a Chibi Alicia offers him a gentle, encouraging pat.
Amidst a backdrop of soft white flowers, Alicia offers a rare and beautiful smile. Rowan looks completely mesmerized, his heart racing as he stares at the princess's radiant expression.
The blue-haired crown prince calls out as he and his guards approach the pair. Adrian approaches with a worried expression, asking the princess if she has sustained any injuries. Alicia looks back at the prince and calmly confirms that she is perfectly fine.
Trembling with fear, Francis Sten is horrified to see Alicia survived the magical vortex.
Alicia hands a glowing fragment to Kashan while stating that other matters are more pressing. As Alicia passes the item to Adrian, Francis suddenly screams that everything is the princess's fault. Francis points an accusing finger, claiming Alicia triggered the disaster by shattering the sealing stone.
Alicia remains silent, her back to the crowd as the heavy accusation hangs in the air. Adrian intervenes with a stern gaze, asking Lady Sten to explain her shocking statement.
Francis continues her desperate rant, accusing Alicia of a plot to control the Western Empire.
Rowan looks on in shock as golden light flares brilliantly against the Academy's towers.
Alicia turns around slowly, her intimidating presence casting a dark shadow over the terrified girl.
With glowing red eyes, Alicia coldly asks if the girl can truly guarantee her claims. Turning the tables, Alicia declares that she actually finds Lady Sten's behavior to be suspicious.
Alicia reveals that she personally witnessed Francis launch a magic attack during the ritual.
She notes that the treacherous move nearly caused them to be consumed by the vortex.
The surrounding students begin to whisper, wondering if Francis targeted the princess on purpose.
Adrian stares down at Francis, demanding to know if the princess's accusation is actually true.
Cornered and desperate, Francis screams that this is just another one of the princess's schemes.
Alicia suddenly lunges forward and grabs Francis' wrist with a firm, terrifyingly quiet intensity.
Leaning in close, Alicia warns the girl to stay put if she cannot resist her.
Alicia delivers a bone-chilling ultimatum, warning Francis that she might die if she persists.
Broken by the princess's overwhelming aura, Francis collapses helplessly onto the cracked academy grounds. Adrian declares that the girl's actions constitute a serious crime against the imperial family.
Francis trembles on the ground as the crown prince formally places her under arrest.
Adrian orders his men to take the unconscious Professor Patrick into custody as well.
Alicia walks away into the night, signaling that the long ordeal is finally over.
Alicia offers a serene smile, the blooming background reflecting her newfound sense of peace.
Rowan watches her with a look of pure adoration, completely captured by her strength. Adrian acknowledges the princess as they stand together before the Grand Academy facade.
An official imperial investigation later reveals the truth behind the disaster in a grand courtroom. Professor Patrick is brought before the court to face the consequences of his forbidden experiments. Classes are suspended as a carriage arrives to transport students away from the damaged academy. A butler assists a regal blonde woman as she steps out of a luxurious white carriage. Princess Laurentia Arland makes a majestic entrance, her expression one of cold and regal authority. Laurentia hides her face behind a black fan, complaining about the trouble of public appearances.
She glares with icy blue eyes, dreading the sight of a certain detestable face.
Laurentia asks the staff where her brother, the crown prince, has disappeared to.
A small, mocking smile forms as she learns Adrian has already left for the palace. Laurentia's composure snaps as she shouts in fury at the guard who delivered the news.
Enraged, the blonde princess fumes over the humiliation caused by her brother's sudden departure.
Laurentia pauses as she notices the crowd whispering about the recent magical catastrophe.
She turns to see the ruins, wondering what else happened while she was away.
Chibi Laurentia tries to breathe through her rage, reminding herself to maintain her royal image.
Alicia dismissively places a hand on the blue-haired prince's shoulder as she prepares to leave.
Laurentia decides to retreat, her blonde hair catching the light as she turns from her brother.
The blonde princess's icy blue eyes widen in sudden, startled realization as she spots someone. Alicia walks gracefully through the ornate academy gates, her presence commanding the attention of everyone nearby.
Alicia pauses, her striking red eyes filled with an uncharacteristic sense of surprise and bewilderment. Laurentia stands before the imperial carriage, confirming her status as the formidable princess of the Western Empire.
The two princesses finally meet, Laurentia greeting the silver-haired star of the Eastern Empire with polite curiosity.
Alicia performs a flawless, respectful curtsy against a shimmering, decorative floral background to show her respect.
Laurentia returns the gesture with regal poise, acknowledging Alicia's stature with a graceful, composed smile.
Claiming fate brought them together, Laurentia graciously invites the visiting princess to join her for tea. The blonde princess offers her hand, her expression warm, yet undeniably carrying the weight of her authority. During an elegant outdoor tea, Alicia expresses her sincere gratitude toward the emperor for his ongoing support.
Alicia sips her tea delicately, her composed and elegant demeanor masking her deep inner thoughts.
Laurentia reveals she came to see Adrian, only to find the crown prince had already departed. A shadow of irritation crosses the blonde princess's face at her brother's sudden and inconvenient absence. Alicia observes Laurentia closely, wondering if the royal siblings share a particularly strained or distant relationship. Adrian suddenly rushes into the garden, calling out to his sister with a sense of urgent panic. Laurentia scolds her brother for interrupting their tea, while Adrian attempts to explain Alicia's true identity.
Furious at being ignored, Laurentia slams the table and demands Adrian's full and undivided attention.
Unfazed by the outburst, Alicia offers a serene smile and states that she enjoyed herself today. A sudden, firm grasp sounds as Adrian takes hold of the silver-haired princess's arm to stop her. Adrian stares at Alicia with intense concern, his golden eyes searching her own for some unspoken answer. Laurentia looks on in complete shock as her brother acts so boldly and impulsively toward their guest. The blue-haired prince leads Alicia away, leaving his stunned sister behind in the garden without a word. Frozen in place, Laurentia can only watch as the pair disappears into the bright garden sunlight. Alicia glances back with a mysterious and knowing smile, her long silver hair flowing behind her. The pair walks through the lush palace grounds together, surrounded by blooming roses and soft sunlight. Adrian senses an impending upheaval, certain that the Western Empire is on the brink of a massive change. Narrowing her eyes, Alicia thinks that Adrian will surely be at the very center of coming events. Adrian's figure stands resolute as he gazes toward the horizon, lost in deep and heavy thought. Adrian apologizes for his rudeness, while Alicia thanks him for his discreet and silent assistance earlier. Alicia waves off his apology, mentioning she has a specific and important question for the prince. Adrian looks back at her, clearly puzzled by the sudden and serious tone in her request. Alicia reflects on the Mana Devourer incident, realizing something about the outcome still bothers her deeply. A memory surfaces of Rowan approaching Alicia at night with a very specific and humble request. Rowan asks her to keep his involvement in sealing the Black Sphere a total secret from others. Confused by his secrecy, Alicia tilts her head and simply asks why he would want that. Rowan avoids her gaze, his expression tense as he refuses to reveal his true motives for hiding. Alicia wonders why the brown-haired boy is so desperate to hide his incredible magical abilities from everyone. Returning to the present, Alicia asks Adrian if he knows anything about the prestigious Orfel family. Adrian explains that the eldest son, Rodan Orfel, is highly favored to become the next prime minister.
Chibi versions of the pair discuss Rodan's exceptional intellect as his silhouette looms behind them. Alicia realizes that the role of a brilliant prime minister actually fits Rowan's talents perfectly instead. Adrian notices her deep concentration and stares at her with a look of silent, growing worry. Alicia's eyes widen as she finally connects the pieces of Rowan's mysterious behavior and high lineage. She recalls Rowan's previous confession of admiration, seeing his devotion in a completely new light. Turning away with a swirl of magic, Alicia cryptically suggests that might indeed be the case. With a brilliant flash of golden mana, the princess suddenly teleports away from the palace garden. Adrian is left standing alone in the fading light, looking disappointed and deeply troubled by her departure. Within the grand library of the Orphle estate, a lone figure sits working diligently at a desk. Rowan works diligently in the library, his glasses perched on his nose as he reads. The silver-haired princess makes a quiet entrance, warmly greeting the focused young man. Startled, Rowan looks up from his work, clearly shocked by her sudden presence. Alicia stands by the window, her serene smile illuminated by the soft library light. Puzzled by her visit, Rowan wonders what could have brought the princess here. Reaching out, Alicia gently removes Rowan's glasses, catching him completely off guard. Rowan blushes deeply as Alicia examines his glasses with a playful, teasing gaze. Alicia jokingly calls him a cat, finding his embarrassed reaction incredibly cute. Alicia mentions the Orphle family's high status, making Rowan freeze in his tracks. She asks if his family's prestige is why he wanted their connection hidden. Caught in a moment of vulnerability, Rowan's blue eyes widen with intense surprise. Rowan attempts to explain himself, but Alicia graciously dismisses the matter with a smile. Alicia checks her surroundings, asking if they are truly alone in the library. Before he can answer, Rowan begins to speak with a hesitant and unsure expression. A sudden knock startles them as Rowan's older brother calls out from the hallway. Rodan Orphle enters the room, his long reddish hair tied back as he searches. Rodan scans the study, noting that their mother mentioned Rowan would be here. Footsteps echo as Rodan approaches the bookshelf, nearly discovering the pair's hiding spot. Rowan gasps as he realizes how close his brother is to finding them. Alicia leans in and silences Rowan, urging him to remain quiet as Rodan explores. The two stand in a tense, silent moment as Rowan struggles with his embarrassment. Alicia playfully asks if she is embarrassing, questioning why he is hiding her. Rowan frantically waves his arms, desperately trying to deny any such rude intentions. A close-up reveals Alicia's knowing smile, clearly enjoying the young man's flustered state. Rowan touches his burning cheek, his face reddening easily under the princess's scrutiny. Swallowing his nerves, Rowan begins to gather the courage to tell her his story. Just as Rowan speaks, Rodan rounds the corner and spots them together. Rowan is a complete mess of nerves, his face bright red upon being caught. Rodan stares at his brother with a look of pure, unadulterated shock and confusion. The situation becomes chaotic as Rowan panics, his secret meeting finally exposed. Rodan is left speechless, trying to process the sight of the two together. Pointing a finger, Rodan demands to know the identity of the mysterious silver-haired woman. Stepping forward, Alicia greets Rodan Orphle with the poise and dignity of royalty. Rodan stands tall, his regal attire and serious expression reflecting his family's high status. Alicia formally introduces herself, leaving the eldest Orphle son stunned that she knows him. Rowan watches the exchange with worry as Alicia confirms her knowledge of Rodan. With a graceful hand on her chest, Alicia presents herself with unmistakable imperial authority. Rodan's jaw drops as the realization of her true identity finally sinks in. The shocking truth hangs in the air. She is the princess of the Eastern Empire. Later that night, Rodan bows deeply, offering a sincere apology for his earlier ignorance. Alicia offers a warm, forgiving smile, assuring the young lord that everything is fine.
Alicia looks around the moonlit grounds, noting Rowan's absence since their earlier encounter.
A chibi flashback depicts Rowan frantically assisting with banquet duties while Alicia watches. Alicia reflects on her growing attraction to Rowan's undeniable sincerity and kind nature.
Walking together, Rodan praises Rowan's genuine character, validating Alicia's own observations. Rodan wonders aloud if his younger brother still finds joy in his books. He explains that Rowan used to be an avid reader before suddenly stopping. Alicia listens intently, her red eyes reflecting deep thought under the starry night sky. A nostalgic memory shows a younger Rodan reading a fairy tale to his brother. Rodan stares into the distance, lost in thought as he shares Rowan's past history. Lorden suggests that Rowan is likely comfortable around the silver-haired princess. Alicia smiles warmly, confirming her belief that Rowan feels at ease with her. Lorden admits he can sense the truth in the princess's gentle words.
A steady footstep sounds as the narrator observes Rowan's deeply rooted motivations.
Rowan suddenly appears in the garden, calling out to his older brother. The narrator notes that all of Rowan's actions stem from brotherly love. Rowan explains their mother's request for help while worrying about their father.
Rowan politely excuses himself, leaving Alicia to reflect on their pleasant conversation. Standing amidst blooming flowers, Rowan expresses his desire to share his story. Alicia listens with focused attention under the shimmering light of the night sky.
The pair stands together in the rose garden, ready for a deep confession.
A formal portrait introduces the two sons of the prestigious Orfel Marquess family. The eldest son, Lorden, gained significant attention for his truly exceptional intellect.
Rowan is introduced as the second son, who deeply admired his older brother. Childhood memories show the brothers sharing meals, playing, and sleeping side by side.
The atmosphere shifts as a single word hints at a hidden complication.
As a child, Rowan spent his days surrounded by books and scholarly pursuits. A sudden realization strikes young Rowan as he compares his abilities to Lorden's. Rowan discovers that he is actually far more outstanding than his celebrated brother.
Lorden enthusiastically declares his grand ambition to become the country's Grand Chancellor.
Their parents praise Lorden's wonderful dream while young Rowan watches from afar.
A close-up captures Rowan's bittersweet expression as he witnesses his brother's joy.
Rowan resolves to thoroughly hide his own brilliance for his brother's sake. Clinging to his books, Rowan chooses to sacrifice his potential for his family. The young boy hides his true self because he understands his brother perfectly. Back in the present, Rowan admits that hiding his talents brought him peace. A gentle smile touches Rowan's lips as he reflects on his life's choices. Rowan explains that he believed living a hidden life was the right path. Alicia addresses the young man directly, her expression filled with serious intent.
Alicia challenges Rowan, asking if he truly wants to settle for discarded dreams. Stunned by her insight, Rowan gazes at the princess with wide, surprised eyes.
Alicia stands surrounded by radiant light, awaiting his reaction to her bold question. Closing his eyes, Rowan absorbs the weight of the princess's challenging words.
A chibi Alicia playfully teases him, noting that his location shouldn't really matter.
Alicia reveals her grand ambition to become emperor and invites Rowan to follow. Deeply moved, Rowan vows to help make the princess's imperial dream a reality. Alicia extends her hand with regal grace, offering Rowan a new future together. Rowan envisions a happy future by her side, but fears leaving his family. Clenching his fist, Rowan grapples with the difficult decision of leaving his home. Alicia acknowledges the difficulty of the choice and promises she is willing to wait. A soft touch sounds as Alicia reaches out to comfort the conflicted young man. Confident in her influence, Alicia knows Rowan will eventually choose to join her. The two share a quiet, significant moment under the vast, star-filled night sky. Sunlight bathes the grand estate the next morning, marking the start of a new day. Chirp! Two small birds sit on a branch outside the sun-drenched library window. Awakening in her luxurious bed, Alicia remarks on the beauty of the quiet morning.
Alicia stretches lazily while enjoying the peace, unaware of a presence in her room.
Shock and annoyance cross Alicia's face as she realizes she is not alone.
The black-haired man stands by the window with crossed arms, watching her intently. A piercing, cold gaze from the black-haired man meets Alicia's startled eyes. The black-haired man questions Alicia's intent to interfere with the crown prince's affairs, and she firmly confirms it. Heaving a frustrated sigh, the black-haired man asks if Alicia has forgotten her precarious position. Pointing a stern finger, he warns that her actions as a foreign princess could spark a war. Alicia glares back with glowing red eyes, coldly demanding that he stop acting out of character and leave. The man mockingly calls her a blockhead, questioning why the White Knight Witch would follow human rules. He wonders if she truly wouldn't care about war, or if there is something she wants to protect. Alicia internally reflects on how living as her current persona allowed her to reclaim forgotten human emotions. She remembers the warmth of relationships and the preciousness of people that she once chose to discard. Alicia knows she could protect her own, but she worries about a war's impact on everyone else. Surveying a vision of a bloody battlefield, she explains her reason for meekly following human laws until now. She understands that even the smallest royal action can escalate into a massive, catastrophic incident. A close-up of Alicia's face reveals her intense resolve and deep focus amidst the heavy atmosphere. Alicia glances away, silently wondering if Kashan was already aware of her complicated internal motivations.
Crossing his arms, Kashan asks if she is acting out of guilt for rejecting the crown prince's feelings.
Offended by the suggestion, Alicia asks if she truly looks like someone swayed by such petty romantic sentiments.
Kashan stands silently by the window, his expression unreadable as the conversation reaches a tense standstill.
Looking back at her, Kashan admits he knows her well enough to know she is not that simple.
Alicia dismissively tells him to get lost as he begins to vanish into a swirl of black shadows.
Turning her head, Alicia is surprised to see something being held out to her from the darkness.
A swirl of black mana manifests, carrying a sealed letter toward the startled princess.
With a sharp sound, Kashan hands her the envelope, claiming he simply picked it up for her.
The scene shifts to a bright dessert cafe where a noblewoman thanks the princess for meeting her.
Over tea and sweets, Daisy invites Alicia to stay at her family home instead of a hotel.
Alicia politely declines with a warm smile, noting that the academy's repairs will be finished soon.
Daisy insists, expressing her concern that Alicia is spending her time alone without a lady-in-waiting. Rona chimes in, suddenly remembering that a major hunting competition is scheduled to take place very soon. Rona confirms that her house always participates in the grand event, sparking Alicia's curiosity. Surprised by the mention of the event, Alicia asks for more details about the upcoming hunting competition.
A chibi explanation reveals the competition is an annual event hosted by the Western Empire's royal family.
The playful narration explains that participants hunt game in the royal forest to claim a grand victory.
The two noblewomen look at Alicia with sparkling, excited expressions, clearly hoping she will join the festivities. They eagerly suggest she enjoy the event with them, while Alicia thoughtfully considers the potential opportunity.
A subtle, knowing smile touches Alicia's lips as she begins to form a plan of her own.
Radiant with confidence, Alicia smiles brightly as she admits she is looking forward to the competition.
The scene shifts to a magnificent, sun-drenched conservatory situated within a lush, blooming royal garden.
Prince Alan Erland of the Western Empire notes that his sister Rhea has met the foreign princess. Fanning herself, Princess Rhea warns that the Eastern Empire's princess appears to be siding with Adrian.
Closing his eyes dismissively, Alan suggests that such a connection wouldn't have a major impact on them.
Prince Leod Arlen sits quietly at the table, listening to his siblings discuss the shifting political landscape.
Rhea slams her fan down, reminding him that the princess has mysterious power and resolved the academy incident.
Alan looks troubled as Rhea explains that the upcoming hunting competition poses a significant problem for them.
Rhea glares with irritation, fearing that the princess will build a strong rapport with their father there. Alan admits they cannot cancel such a long-standing annual event just to avoid the mysterious foreign princess. A close-up focuses on a woman's elegant attire as she prepares to reveal a secret, cunning plan.
The blonde noblewoman smiles serenely, claiming she has a specific method to handle the princess's presence.
Her brothers lean in with intense curiosity, asking her to quickly explain what she has in mind.
Rhea reminds them that transportation scrolls are always provided to the participants during the hunting competition.
She cryptically mentions that there is a very specific, dangerous location within the Empire they can use. A chilling close-up of a woman's face hints at a sinister plot brewing beneath her graceful exterior.
The dark, thorny silhouettes of the Black Forest loom ahead, marking a dangerous destination for the princess.
Rowan stops Alicia, sensing something is wrong as they prepare for the hunt.
Whoosh! Violent swirls of dark mana erupt, triggering a sudden and alarming teleportation.
Alicia catches a fleeting, blurry vision of Adrian as she is pulled away.
Production credits and a community recruitment announcement for fairy scans are displayed.
Alicia finds herself floating in a surreal cosmic void beneath a giant glowing moon.
Disoriented by the sudden shift, the silver-haired princess wonders exactly where she is. A flashback confirms the mana they encountered was intentionally sabotaged for the Black Forest. Floating in the starry expanse, Alicia questions why she is currently alone there. Kashan's voice echoes through the darkness, prompting Alicia to identify him as her captor.
Annoyed and defiant, Alicia demands that Kashan show himself and explain his interference.
The princess stands firm against the void, her silhouette sharp against the cosmic lights. Kashan commands Alicia to sleep, ignoring her anger as he forces her consciousness away. Alicia's hand reaches out as her vision blurs and she loses consciousness entirely.
Kashan hovers high above the foggy canopy of the dangerous and dark Black Forest.
With a cold, red-eyed gaze, Kashan prepares to deal with those left behind. Rowan and Adrian stand alert, shocked to find Kashan present while Alicia is missing.
Thud! A massive beast's claw hits the ground as Kashan expresses his blatant annoyance.
Terrifying, red-eyed monsters surround the two men in the heart of the forest.
Rowan explains the sabotage teleport scrolls while he and Adrian prepare for a fight.
Snarling wolves and giant serpents close in, confirming they are in the Black Forest. Kashan raises his hand, coldly deciding to eliminate the intruders who disturb him.
Ark! Monsters lunging through the air trigger a frantic struggle for Rowan and Adrian.
Sunlight streams through elegant curtains, shifting the scene into a peaceful, golden memory.
A young Alicia sits on a bed, comforted by the warm presence of her mother.
The blonde-haired woman beams with a radiant, joyful smile as she watches over Alicia.
Little Alicia looks up with wide eyes, reaching toward the kind, golden-haired figure. A close-up captures the blonde woman's affectionate gaze as she looks at her daughter.
The motherly figure gathers the child into a protective, loving embrace within the room.
Nestled in her mother's arms, Alicia reflects on the forced sleep Kashan imposed.
The scene widens to show the pair together in a grand, sun-drenched estate hallway. A pair of boots enter the frame as a man asks if Alicia is awake.
Robert stands with crossed arms, watching the two with a calm and gentle expression. TV Robert teases about the mother's comfortable arms, which little Alicia finds quite creepy. Robert suggests they take a walk now that the young princess has finally awakened.
Chibi Robert lifts Alicia up, noticing that she seems unusually quiet and unsettled.
Alicia clings tightly to the blonde woman, choosing to stay safely in her mother's arms.
The blonde mother and Robert share a warm, close hug while Alicia watches.
Robert gazes affectionately at the blonde woman as they hold each other close.
Young Alicia remains nestled between the two adults, surrounded by their shared warmth.
A close-up focuses on Alicia's red eyes as she begins to sense something off. Alicia suddenly jumps down from the embrace, surprising both Robert and her mother.
The blonde woman somberly declares that she does not like being in this place. Alicia stands alone, firmly stating that she does not like this false, illusory world.
A gentle smile touches Alicia's lips as she prepares to break free from the dream.
Crack! Alicia's foot touches the floor, causing the golden reality to begin shattering.
Spiderweb cracks spread rapidly across the floor of the fading, sun-drenched estate. The entire grand hallway starts to fracture and crumble under the weight of her realization.
Clang! A loud, resonant sound echoes as the illusory world completely breaks apart.
Alicia falls headfirst through the dark abyss as the golden fragments of memory vanish.
Back in reality, Alicia kneels within the dark void, calling out Kashan's name.
Standing in the dark void, silver-haired Alicia demands that Kashan show himself immediately.
Holding her head, the princess sighs as she waits for a response in the silence.
Her red eyes glow with a lethal intensity as she threatens to smash everything.
Purple mana swirls violently together as a mysterious figure begins to manifest before her.
Kashan appears from the shadows, questioning why she chose to wake from his illusion. Alicia scoffs that his magic was too sloppy to fool her for very long.
Surprised by his calm demeanor, Alicia listens as he asks if the dream was nice.
Kashan explains the illusion was meant to give her the happy family she desired.
The princess stares in disbelief as he asks if that was truly her only wish.
Alicia senses something is wrong with him, but a sharp sound cuts her off.
Kashan coldly orders her not to touch him while pulling away into the darkness.
Alicia is stunned into a shocked silence by his sudden and harsh rejection.
Kashan reveals that both Lowen and the Crown Prince have entered the Black Forest.
Desperate for the truth, Alicia grabs his clothes and demands he answer her properly.
The black-haired man places a gloved hand on his chest, preparing a grim revelation.
With a chilling smile, Kashan bluntly declares that they are both currently dead.
Alicia's voice trembles with fear as she asks what exactly happened to them.
Maintaining a sadistic grin, Kashan repeats his claim that they have already perished. Overwhelmed by the news, the silver-haired princess can only whisper in utter shock.
Alicia begs him not to lie, but Kashan insists he is telling the truth.
He blames her, reminding her that humans cannot survive the dangers of that forest.
Kashan explains the Western Empire's royals planted the sabotage teleportation scroll to trap them.
Shadowy silhouettes appear as he explains they feared her meddling in their political plans.
Driven by a new resolve, Alicia demands to be released to handle the situation.
Kashan tells her it is not time yet as dark shadows swirl around him. He claims she does not yet understand the true grief of losing someone precious.
Alicia cries out his name as he dissolves completely into a cloud of shadows. The princess is startled as her surroundings suddenly shift into a new, terrifying vision.
She stands before a grand estate, the atmosphere heavy with a sense of dread.
Alicia's eyes widen in horror as she begins to realize where she is.
A massive, violent explosion rocks the central tower, engulfing the building in tall flames.
Panicked shouts regarding an ambush and the Emperor's death fill the smoke-filled air.
Desperate and confused, Alicia calls out the names of her friends in the chaos. She focuses on the carnage, her eyes reflecting the hellish scenery of the massacre.
Alicia stands alone in a field of corpses and broken swords under a red sky. Realizing it is just another illusion, she commands herself to pull her feelings together. Surrounded by death, she wonders what Kashan is trying to show her this time. Kashan's voice repeats his warnings about the Western Empire and her lack of grief.
Looking at the blood-soaked ground, she begs for the nightmare to finally end.
Alicia watches the destruction, terrified of losing her loved ones to a future war.
The horrific vision of the burning estate begins to fade into a bright light.
Alicia awakens in the real world, resting peacefully beneath a large, sun-drenched tree.
Her eyes snap open as she returns to the tranquility of the lush forest.
She spots Kashan nearby, leaning against a tree trunk with an unreadable expression. Alicia reflects that despite their clashing, he was genuinely worried about her as a friend.
Kashan looks away with a frustrated huff as she addresses his internal motivations.
Alicia places a glowing hand on him, demanding to know why he trapped her.
She warns him to stay still, explaining he was injured when she broke the illusion. In a chibi moment, Alicia aggressively heals a grumpy and defeated-looking Kashan. Kashan blushes slightly and rubs his head, finally thanking her for worrying about him.
Chibi Alicia questions Kashan's sudden change in behavior, suspecting he might have hit his head.
Kashan defends his words, claiming he only spoke because he understood the root of her worries. Kashan warns Alicia that despite her strength, interfering with the Crown Prince won't stop a war. Alicia's gloved hand reaches out as she prepares to voice her firm resolve to him. With glowing red eyes, Alicia declares her intent to crush the burgeoning conflict at its very source.
Kashan questions if she finds her plan easy, reminding her of the people who depend on her.
A gloved hand points directly at Kashan as Alicia reveals she doesn't intend to act alone.
Alicia points a finger at the stunned man, confidently announcing that he will be her chosen accomplice.
Kashan remains silent and visibly shaken by the princess's bold and unexpected demand for his assistance.
In a chibi moment, a grumpy Kashan insists he never actually agreed to help her.
Kashan asks if her obsession with the Crown Prince stems from the rumors of his affection.
Chibi Kashan continues to tease Alicia about her feelings for both the prince and Rowan.
Kashan leans in with a dark intensity, telling Alicia it's too obvious for her to even try dodging.
The silver-haired princess falls into a brief, silent moment of contemplation as she considers his prying questions.
Alicia bluntly admits her interest because he's cute, leaving a disgruntled Kashan to groan in response.
Chibi Alicia shrugs off Kashan's disapproval, telling him to suit himself regarding his own personal opinions.
As Alicia turns to depart, the black-haired man watches her curiously and asks where she is going.
Kashan looks on with a confused expression as Alicia mentions the upcoming Imperial hunting competition.
Donning her military-style uniform, Alicia smiles radiantly, determined to put on an impressive and calculated show.
Chibi Alicia asks about her companions, and Kashan reveals he wiped their memories and sent them back.
A vision reveals the other men safely asleep in the forest, their recent memories successfully erased by Kashan.